You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Mutation. In a tattered house more than 70 square meters in District X of Dongdu City, the mottled walls and peeling paint revealed a trace of dilapidation. It was just the word demolish on the wall, but it immediately made this lousy house look cool, making passers-by look at it enviously. At the door of the house, more than 10 burly men surrounded it. Unpleasant curses spewed out of their mouths from time to time. Damn it, this Tang Fifth still owes me 500,000 yuan. It sure is convenient for him to die like this, but when am I going to receive the money? That's right, we're all neighbors. You're also a sensible child. Everyone depends on this bit of money to live. There's no need for uncle to talk nonsense about the principle of a son repaying a father's debt, right? We don't want to push you so hard either, but we're all from the same family. It's not easy to earn money, right? Damn, stop talking nonsense. If you don't pay today, I'll confiscate your property. Some people persuaded him nicely, while others said harsh words. They only had one goal. They all wanted money. The grumpy and angry man roared. However, after sizing up the house with only 4 walls, he cursed in bad luck. Damn, what a lousy place, I'm afraid even rats will starve to death if they come. It sure is easy for your father to die like this, but he scammed all these brothers and friends. He's really freaking wicked. Everyone felt emotional when they heard that. They couldn't help but nod at the same time with regretful expressions. The one they surrounded was a handsome young man. He was smiling at everyone helplessly, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Uncles and brothers, listen to me, all right? Tang Zhen glanced at everyone. Seeing that they were all looking at him, he raised his voice and continued, I also know your difficulties. After all, I know how hard it is to make money. Only by sweating profusely can you save a little money. Since something had happened, he had to think of a way to solve it. This house was worth a lot of money, but the demolition had been delayed for a few years. It couldn't be done anytime soon. It was too much of a loss to sell it now. Moreover, it was also impossible for him to sell it either. However, there was always a solution to everything. How about this? I'll return 5,000 a month. As for whose money I'll return first, please discuss it yourselves. Although this money isn't much, I still have to eat and save. I can't take out another cent. But I'll say this first. In the future, you can't come to my house to cause trouble. If you really force me into a corner, I'll just leave. At that time, let's see who suffers. Tang Zhen stared at these people coldly with a determined expression. The solution had already been suggested. Whether they wanted to accept it or not was up to them. If they weren't satisfied, they could find the person who actually borrowed their money. Not everyone agreed with Tang Zhen's method. They immediately roared with a pale face. They rolled up their arms and sleeves, looking like they wanted to fight. Their eyes widened. Cut the crap. I want the house. Get the procedures done immediately. Damn, why should he give you the house? I want it too. How much does he owe you? Do you know how much he owes me? Do you have any shame? The ones who wanted money started to fight amongst themselves again. After a noisy morning, Tang Zhen finally sent these debt collectors away, including a few guys who insisted on demolishing the house. the debt collectors had no choice. If they really scared Tang Zhen away, they would lose everything. With someone like Tang Zhen around, they could at least collect a few thousand yuan every few months. After everyone left, Tang Zhen cleaned up the cigarette butt trash on the ground. Then, he looked at the empty room and sighed. A bitter expression flashed across his young face. Tang Zhen was an orphan. He was adopted when he was very young. The person that adopted him was his father's brother. The second year after adopting him, this family had a daughter, and Tang Zhen also had a sister. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. His adoptive mother suddenly died, and his adoptive father began to spend all day and night drinking and not return home. The other party even contracted the bad habit of gambling. His foster father was shameless and selfish, only thinking about himself. His feelings for his foster son were shallow. It was normal for him not to return home for a year and a half. The siblings relied on each other and grew up hungry and full. Their days were very bitter. As the saying went, it was difficult to change one's temperament. His adoptive father had still restrained himself when he was young, but now, he was living more and more freely. After all, one wouldn't just become responsible after becoming a parent. In some people's world, the selfish could only tolerate themselves. A year ago, his adoptive father swindled a huge sum of money and left with a married woman to live a carefree life. The creditors who rushed over after hearing the news naturally locked onto Tang Zhen. They came to his house every few days to curse and curse. Every time, they would spend most of the day cursing at him before leaving. Tang Zhen hated his foster father. Sometimes, he really wanted to leave. He had hands and feet and could survive elsewhere. But every time that happened, he would think of his sister and finally give up on this plan. The days when the two of them relied on each other were the most unforgettable memories in his heart. He really treated his sister as his family. Sometimes, Tang Zhen especially hated himself. Why was he so useless? Why couldn't he create a better living environment for his sister? He didn't dare to imagine the scene of the creditors harassing his sister after they couldn't find him. For these reasons, Tang Zhen silently endured the fatigue and abuse, surviving with difficulty in the cracks of the city. In the end, all of it came from the determination in his heart. He sighed and took out his cell phone from his pocket to look at the time. After wasting so much time and feeling a little uncomfortable, he probably couldn't set up his stall today. Tang Zhen threw the phone behind the bed and reached out to take out the nylon woven bag under the bed. After opening the bag, he took out a transparent bead the size of an egg and fiddled with it. This thing had some background. It was bought from a tomb robber by his adoptive father. It was said to be a real old item. Birds of a feather flocked together. Most of the people his adoptive father befriended were frivolous. In the past few years, antiques had been popular. After watching television a few times, his adoptive father also had the intention of becoming rich overnight and bought these few things from his drinking buddy. It was said that it came from an ancient tomb of an unknown era. At that time, 3 things were dug out. There seemed to also be a dagger and a piece of pottery, and the other was the thing in Tang Zhen's hand. Tang Zhen's adoptive father was conceited. He concluded that the bead was a valuable treasure and spent 10,000 yuan to buy it. In the end, when he found someone to appraise it, it turned out that it was worth nothing. After being depressed for a few days, Tang Zhen's adoptive father threw this glass ball under the bed. Later on, Tang Zhen put it up when he was cleaning. After fiddling with the glass ball in his hand a few times and putting it on the table with his cell phone, Tang Zhen got up to prepare lunch. He held a bowl of instant noodles in his right hand and half a bag of pickled vegetables in his left. Tang Zhen read a novel while eating. After finishing his lunch, Tang Zhen placed his cell phone on the table and turned to the kitchen. Just as he turned around, a dark light flew out of the glass bead and wrapped around the cell phone. It lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. An unfamiliar world with zombies. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a hurried cell phone rang. Tang Zhen picked it up and took a look. It was a friend he had not contacted in a long time. Tang Zhen was surprised, but he still pressed the answer button. It wasn't his long-lost friend's voice coming from the receiver, but a language with a strange tone. It was unknown what language it was, but it made Tang Zhen listen to it in a daze for a full minute and felt as if his soul had left his body. In the end, he even said into the cell phone, "Yes." After saying this word, the cell phone exploded with white light. Tang Zhen directly fainted and was wrapped in white light. After the white light dissipated, he had already disappeared from the room without a trace. Drip. Drip. After Tang Zhen recovered his consciousness, he first heard a sound similar to water dripping in a silent room. Then, he saw his black smartphone that had fallen in the dust. At this moment, he had already remembered that it was it that caused him to faint. Looking around, Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that he wasn't at home. Instead, he was lying in a ruins filled with trash. In a panic, he struggled to sit up from the ground. After confirming that apart from his clothes being stained with a large amount of mud, he wasn't injured at all, he picked up the cell phone. However, as soon as he held the cell phone in his hand, he sensed something strange. The cell phone seemed to have become much heavier. After Tang Zhen sensed this, he immediately brought the cell phone to his eyes to check. With the dim light, he confirmed that this was his cell phone, but the texture of the shell had become some unknown metal. With a gentle press, the cell phone screen lit up, but the familiar interface disappeared. In its place was a bleeding skeleton with purgatory as the background. Its deep eyes emitted a hair-raising aura, as if it was staring at Tang Zhen and sneering. Tang Zhen recalled his previous encounter and the environment he was in now and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He hurriedly flipped through his cell phone. He was shocked to discover that there were no contacts left in the entire cell phone. There was an icon with the description "personal information" under it and also the icon of the application store. The last icon was an icon of a vortex and had the description "teleportation" under it. After seeing this icon, Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat, and he revealed a thoughtful expression. He first tried to make a call, but a notification from the cell phone showed that he had yet to pay his phone bill. That strange female voice that sounded like a Sadako reminded Tang Zhen to top up with gold coins as soon as possible. Gold coins? Since when did they need to use gold coins to top up their phones? Could the communications company be any more scamming? However, Tang Zhen didn't think too much about this. After hanging up, he shook his head, as if he wanted to throw that resentful voice out of his mind. Then, he opened the personal information icon. Tang Zhen Mail Level 0 Experience Points 010, Health Points, 100 Account Balance, 0 Gold Coins. After Tang Zhen finished reading this information with a frown, he silently opened the icon of the application store. A dazzling array of application icons filled the screen. There were a few categories, including battle, life, and entertainment. Among the various applications, a few applications were recommended and the words "newbie recommendation" were labeled. Luck Roulette, earn big rewards with a small bet, is infinitely exciting. The main prize is luck points. Special prizes are randomly produced, and the download price is 0 gold coins. Flashlight can illuminate. Download price, 100 gold coins. Beginner level map can display the terrain and monsters within a 100-meter radius. The download price is 1,000 gold coins. Projection can project the screen image in front of you. You can also control the cell phone through consciousness. 500 gold coins. Beginner level monster detector can display monster information no more than 3 levels above the owner. The download price is 1,000 gold coins. Miniature storage space can open up a dimensional space with a storage volume of 1 cubic meter in the cell phone. Can be folded to store items. The total amount cannot exceed 1 cubic meter. The download price is 10,000 gold coins. Beginner-level treasure detector. It can detect valuable items within a 100-meter radius. The download price is 100,000 gold coins. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while and exited the application store skeptically. Although he wanted to download an app and give it a try, the frequent notifications of gold coins are insufficient forced him to give up on this idea. It looked like he had encountered a very strange thing. Tang Zhen sighed and stood up from the ground. He began to size up his surroundings. This place looked like an abandoned factory. It looked dilapidated, and almost everything that could be used had been torn down. After Tang Zhen searched around and was about to find an exit to take a look outside, he suddenly heard the sound of human footsteps. He silently took a few steps to a corridor and saw a woman. In the dim light, he couldn't tell how old this woman was, but her skin looked very rough and old. The woman was hunched over, wearing a tattered blanket, and was walking around with her bare feet. Her movements were slow and weak. She leaned on a wooden stick and seemed to be searching for something in the trash. As she flipped through it, the woman seemed to have made a discovery. She picked up a food bag with a slightly surprised expression. Just as she was about to take a closer look, 3 human-shaped shadows suddenly rushed out from a dark corner. The 3 black shadows bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their thin, withered vine-like palms immediately landed on the woman. The woman let out a scream, and a desperate expression appeared on her face. She struggled desperately. However, it was already too late, because one of the human-shaped shadows had already bitten the woman's neck and pulled hard. Pfft. Even her skin, flesh, and throat were pulled out. Blood splattered, and the woman immediately rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already seen the appearance of the human-shaped black shadow, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He was shocked to see that this woman was being torn and swallowed by 3 humans covered in rotten flesh. At this moment, she was already lying on the ground covered in blood, and it was already impossible for him to save her. This kind of human covered in rotten meat and eating human meat seemed to be the legendary zombies. The woman was torn apart by the zombies, and her intestines were pulled far away. Suppressing the urge to vomit in his heart, Tang Zhen quietly retreated from the corridor. At the same time, he tried his best to take a deep breath and calm down. After his breathing stabilized, he sat quietly for a moment and widened his eyes, trying to find a weapon to protect himself. However, apart from trash, there didn't seem to be any suitable weapons in this abandoned factory. Tang Zhen stumbled for a long time before only finding a half-meter-long rusty wire. Tang Zhen knew that he couldn't stay here. He had to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, he would be killed by zombies and hunger sooner or later. He squatted in the corner with bated breath. Tang Zhen felt that time was passing extremely slowly. The fear in his heart slowly gnawed at him like an ant, but he had to forcefully maintain his calm. After a long time, when there were no more sounds in the corridor, Tang Zhen began to tiptoe towards the place where the woman was attacked. The zombie had already disappeared. The ground was covered in bloodstains and scattered bones. Tang Zhen picked up 2 leg bones and a rib without hesitation and returned to his original hiding position. If he wanted to live, he had to have a weapon. He couldn't do it barehanded. He wasn't someone who grew up in a greenhouse, but someone who grew up in a poor environment. There was a hint of determination and cruelty in his personality. He found a place with a hole and inserted a section of the leg bone he was holding onto. Tang Zhen kicked a few times, and the leg bone immediately split open, turning into 2 sharp bones. After a little polishing on the cement ground, it became 2 pretty good melee weapons. He just didn't know if this sharp weapon was useful against zombies. Tap. 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 At this moment, in the empty abandoned factory, the sound of footsteps dragging the ground came, looking extremely strange. Tang Zhen immediately felt his scalp tingle, and he turned to look at the corridor not far away without hesitation. 3 zombies with big bellies full of human flesh returned and were roaring as they charged at Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen had no way out. He gritted his teeth and waved his pale leg bones to face the 3 zombies. A stench hit him, but Tang Zhen couldn't care less. With the advantage of his agile body, he smashed a zombie to the ground with his first attack. Crack! One of the leg bones broke, and only half of it was left in his hand. However, he stabbed the remaining half of the leg bone into the eye socket of another zombie without hesitation. The zombie didn't feel pain, but it was pushed away by the inertia. Then, miraculously, it tripped over itself. Tang Zhen thought to himself that he was lucky. At this moment, the 3rd zombie's sharp claws were already on Tang Zhen's shoulder, and its smelly mouth bit fiercely at Tang Zhen's neck. Screw you! At this moment, Tang Zhen had gone all out. He grabbed the zombie's withered arm and made a big leap, throwing the zombie out. Then, he rushed out without hesitation. After running for an unknown period of time, Tang Zhen finally found the exit. After charging out, he saw a vast wilderness. A faint roar of a zombie came from behind. Tang Zhen didn't dare to hesitate and continued to run. However, as he ran, he seemed to feel a numbing itch on his shoulder, accompanied by a hint of pain. Damn it, was I scratched by a zombie? Am I going to become a zombie like in the movies? Tang Zhen was worried along the way, and his footsteps became heavier and heavier. When his consciousness gradually blurred, he vaguely saw a camp. Many people seemed to be gathering around. When they saw him running over, they didn't seem to be surprised. Plop! Tang Zhen's vision darkened and he fainted on the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to have heard a wave of laughter. Someone seemed to be muttering, "Another unlucky person. Ignore him. I think he's probably fainted from hunger. Let me see. He seems to be injured. He should have been scratched by a monster. It's just a small matter. Back then, Wanderer, buildings, goblin. Hurry up and get up, buddy. We're leaving." Sensing that someone was patting his shoulder and speaking loudly, Tang Zhen suddenly woke up from his half-conscious state. Then, his muscles tensed up and he quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, he still maintained the alert state before he fainted. He held the sharp-boned spur in his hand firmly in front of his chest. Once he noticed something wrong, he would stab at the sharp bone without hesitation. However, when he saw the situation in front of him clearly, he slowly retracted the sharp bone in front of his chest and looked at the person in front of him warily. It was a young man in ragged clothes. He had a delicate oval face and looked harmless. He was smiling at him. The young man was about 1.75 meters tall and in his early 20s. Although his face was sallow and his hair was dry and messy, his eyes were very bright and bright. Tang Zhen noticed that his clothes were very tattered and covered in holes. This thing that should have been thrown into the trash long ago was now draped over the young man. He wasn't the only one dressed like this. The clothes of the people nearby were also the same, giving people the feeling that they had entered a refugee camp. The style of the clothes was also very strange. The visual impact was very strong, making him vaguely think that he had returned to the old society of the past. However, when he thought of the monsters he had encountered previously, he also knew that even if he didn't return to the past, he was definitely no longer in his original world. What exactly was this place? Seeing Tang Zhen looking at him in a daze, the young man lowered his head and searched in his pocket for a while. He took out a small half of a coarse-grained steamed bun covered in dirt and grass and handed it to Tang Zhen. "Are you hungry? Eat quickly." "You want me to eat this thing?" Tang Zhen looked shocked. He looked at the half-eaten steamed bun in the young man's hand and guessed that it had been stored in the young man's pocket for at least 3 days, causing it to be a little dried and deformed. Tang Zhen really couldn't swallow this kind of food. Moreover, the situation was unknown. Out of caution, he could only refuse the young man's good intentions. The young man retracted his hand and revealed an expression that said, "You're stupid if you don't eat something." He carefully placed the steamed bun back into the tattered pocket. From the looks of it, it was very precious. Tang Zhen touched his pocket. His cell phone was still there. Tang Zhen immediately felt much more at ease. He moved his shoulder. It still hurt a little, but it had been cleaned and applied. Then, he wrapped it with a rag. Turning his questioning gaze to the young man, the other party nodded and smiled. "You were scratched by a monster and had to be treated as soon as possible, so I helped you bandage it when you were unconscious." "Ah, there's no need to thank me." Tang Zhen looked grateful and nodded to thank him. Regardless of whether the other party's treatment was effective, it was at least better than doing nothing. He got up and looked around. This time, Tang Zhen looked very carefully. He realized that he was in the simple camp he had seen before he fainted. There were more than 10 lousy tents made of various materials nearby. There were many people moving around the tent. They were wearing tattered clothes and looked pale like the young man in front of them. Beside a fire, Tang Zhen saw 2 middle-aged women throwing a handful of wild vegetables that had just been picked and had not even been washed into a broken pot of boiled water. Then, they placed 2 pieces of broken dry bread. After stirring with a stick, the pot of food was completed. Tang Zhen, who had witnessed the entire process, curled his lips slightly. To be honest, in Tang Zhen's opinion, even dog food was much more delicious than this. But even so, there were still many people fighting over the food. After the woman removed the lid, she shouted for everyone to come and eat dinner. Then, many people surrounded her with various containers. The woman gave everyone a spoonful of soup. Then, the people who obtained the food ran to the side and slowly drank it. They ate very sweetly, as if this was a supreme delicacy. They even licked the bottom of the bowl clean, not caring if there was sand. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhen was very shocked. Why did they appear so miserable? Were they really refugees? But on careful look, they didn't look like refugees. Then why had these people fallen to such a state? In the crowd dressed like beggars, there were more than 10 foreigners of different skin colors. This also increased Tang Zhen's confusion. "Hurry up and eat, or you won't be able to get anything." While Tang Zhen was in a daze, the young man who handed the steamed bun reminded Tang Zhen and quickly ran over. He took out an enamel jar from the broken bag and scooped a portion of wild vegetable soup with fine sand floating at the bottom of the jar. He drank it happily. Tang Zhen noticed that there seemed to be words on the enamel jar. Looking carefully, the words were "Serve the people." Damn, what was going on? "Who are you guys?" Tang Zhen finally couldn't help but ask the young man drinking the soup. "Who are we?" "We're naturally some people who teamed up to explore the wild building." "Is there a need to ask?" The young man drank the soup in big mouthfuls and was a little disdainful of Tang Zhen's question. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Tang Zhen asked indirectly for a while before finally understanding his current situation. This was a very strange world. There were no countries or regimes. There were locust-like wanderers from various races everywhere, as well as buildings of various sizes. The wanderers were the people in front of Tang Zhen. 50% of the wanderers in this world were humans, and the remaining 50% were said to be various foreign races. The wanderers had no fixed residence and wandered around. Their goal was only to survive. From a few days ago, these wanderers in front of him had gathered here in 2s and 3s. They had heard the news and rushed over, preparing to explore a wild building that had just appeared. Tang Zhen had appeared in front of this crowd yesterday evening, but he directly fainted at that time. Everyone treated him as a wanderer who was also preparing to participate in the wilderness exploration, so no one noticed him at all. Wild buildings were one of the most magical existences in this world. The so-called wild building was an ownerless building that would suddenly appear in the endless wilderness. There were many useful resources inside, but it was also filled with danger. Every time a wild building appeared, it was a huge opportunity for the wanderers. Speaking of wild buildings, it had to be said that the representatives of powerful factions in this world were the buildings. In this world, the wanderers were like rootless duckweeds, wandering in this endless wilderness. They would pick wild vegetables, hunt wild beasts, explore wild buildings, and resist monsters together, hoping that they could join a certain building one day and obtain protection. However, there was no lack of wanderers in this world. They were like weeds, coming one after another. Many people had no chance to enter a building from life to death. If the humans in this world were divided into levels, the residents of these buildings were probably the highest level existences. Building was a general term. It represented an official gathering place that had obtained the recognition of the laws of this world. It was also a place with magical power. According to the young man, as long as one obtained an item called a cornerstone, anyone could build a building out of thin air. After the establishment of the building, as long as the residents didn't leave the building, they wouldn't be attacked by various monsters like wanderers. At the start, the height of the building wouldn't exceed 4 floors, and the area was only about 2,000 square meters, and there would be a cornerstone platform inside. It was said that the lord of a building and the residents could use the monster's brain bead to sacrifice to the gods on the cornerstone platform. This way, they had a chance to obtain magical power and items. If there were extra cornerstones, they could also upgrade the building. The more times it leveled up, the higher and larger the building would be, and the more magical abilities it might have. The young man said that he had once seen a very powerful building. It consisted of 5 structures that were more than 100 stories tall built together. They were surrounded by tall walls, and many residents lived inside. When the monsters attacked the building, a transparent shield would actually appear out of thin air and lock the building inside to avoid the harassment of the monsters. However, not all buildings were established by humans. A considerable portion of buildings were established by foreign races. They had never been willing to easily accept humans into living inside, and they even attacked and seized the buildings established by humans. Among the information described by the young man, more than half of it was hearsay. It could be said to be half true. But even so, Tang Zhen was stunned. As the young man described it, huge waves rose in his heart. This was really a messy world, but it was also extremely magical. Why was he here? Perhaps it's because of that glass ball. Tang Zhen vaguely guessed in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. An hour later, everyone finished eating. Then, someone started to put away the tents. They took out strange weapons and slowly walked in the direction of the rising sun. At this moment, Tang Zhen already knew that the young man who helped him bandage his injuries and sent him dry food was called Qianlong. At this moment, Qianlong was also holding a sharpened iron rod. He followed the team with a serious expression and sized up the surrounding grass warily. Seeing that everyone looked like they were facing a great enemy, Tang Zhen couldn't help but become nervous. After touching the bone spur on his belt, he casually picked up a stone and held it tightly. The team didn't walk far when a low roar suddenly came from the grass. The sound was strange and miserable. The wanderers who heard the roar first panicked for a few seconds. Then, they aimed their weapons in the direction of the sound. A few of them even shot out sharp arrows. The entire process only took a few seconds, showing the battle skills of the wanderers. The dense wild grass was rudely separated as more than 10 green-skinned humanoid monsters about a meter tall and shaped like short water jars pounced at the wanderers with strange cries. They looked dirty and ugly, like maggots crawling out of a feces pit. Looking at the familiar ugly shape of the monster, Tang Zhen momentarily had a ridiculous illusion that he had transmigrated into a game world. Because the appearance of this monster was very similar to the monsters in many Gamesid goblins. Among this group of monsters that looked like goblins, there was a monster with a very funny appearance. There was even a crude arrow stuck in its head. It let out a strange crying mixed with pain and excitement. At the same time, it waved a big bone club covered in bite marks. It's the green-skinned goblin. Everyone, attack together. The leader of the Wanderers shouted and tried to mobilize morale. The Wanderers also attacked. For a moment, various weapons flew around at a low altitude, making these short and fat monsters cry out repeatedly. However, these monsters were also ferocious, forcefully charging up against the attacks of the Wanderers. Their red eyes were filled with greed, as if these Wanderers were delicious food and they were predators. Under the temptation of food, these monsters suffered many attacks, but they refused to retreat. However, compared to the number of Wanderers, the number of goblin monsters was not advantageous. Not long after the battle began, the goblin monsters finally couldn't resist the dense attacks of the Wanderers. They abandoned the corpses with a sad cry and crawled into the grass. Brain bead, wild building, battle. After the battle ended, Tang Zhen, who was watching from the side, was stunned. This kind of large-scale life-and-death battle indeed had an extremely strong sensory stimulation, making the blood in one's body boil unconsciously. While Tang Zhen was in a daze, Qianlong slowly walked over. Pfft, monsters like goblins are idiots. As long as they see Wanderers, they will charge forward with all their might, regardless of the number of people. If they win, they eat human corpses. If they lose, they escape. After that, they do it all over again. They just don't learn their lesson. Qianlong cursed loudly. He walked to a goblin corpse and pulled out the iron rod he had thrown. He had killed one of these corpses, so he had the right to deal with the spoils of war on this corpse. Tang Zhen saw him take out a broken kitchen knife and neatly flip the goblin's dirty corpse over. He raised the tip of the knife between the goblin's eyebrows and a white crystal stained with blood rolled out. Seeing Tang Zhen looking at him with a puzzled expression, Qianlong narrowed his eyes and threw the white bead with his hand. He explained, "This is the brain bead of a level 1 monster. It can be exchanged for about 10 caddies of food. Hey, I say, how did you survive in the wilderness? Don't tell me you don't even know this?" "Tisk, of course I know." Tang Zhen waved his hand and pretended to be lazy to talk to him, but he was deep in thought. It turned out that the moment Tang Zhen saw the bead, a strange desire rose in his heart. It was as if as long as he obtained this bead, he could obtain the so-called gold coins. However, obtaining this level 1 brain bead from Qianlong was a problem for Tang Zhen. After all, for Wanderers, this brain bead meant food and was equivalent to money. But at this moment, Tang Zhen was penniless and really couldn't take out anything of the same value. As if seeing the desire in Tang Zhen's eyes, Qianlong smiled. In the next moment, he casually swung its hand and unexpectedly threw the bead to him. "I'll give it to you. Perhaps you need it more than me." As soon as he got the bead, the desire in his heart became stronger, but Tang Zhen felt that this thing was a little hot. He took a deep look at Qianlong and felt a little touched. This young wanderer could give a stranger dry food that he had kept for a few days and casually give away a bead worth 10 caddies of food. No matter what the other party's goal was, Tang Zhen had to return this favor. Moreover, the other party had even cleaned and bandaged his injuries previously. The other party could be considered to have saved his life. Consider it a loan. "Thanks." Tang Zhen held the bead in his hand and said solemnly. "Boring." Qianlong curled its lips and wiped the weapon clean with weeds. It then plucked an item that looked like a spoon from the goblin's neck and threw it into its pocket. Then, he clapped his hands and continued to follow the Wanderers. Why are you so good to me? Tang Zhen chased after him and hesitated for a moment before asking Qianlong. Oh, I see that your words and actions are different from that of a wanderer. It's very likely that you're a big shot. Now that you're suddenly in trouble and you need help very much, I want to form a good relationship with you so that you'll repay me in the future. Qianlong said casually with a mocking expression. Your expression looks weird. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Tang Zhen looked at the frivolous Qianlong and asked with a frown. It's true. Such a plot often appears in the stories told by those old people. I'm just trying to play along. Unfortunately, you're not a building lord's daughter in trouble. Otherwise. At this point, Qianlong even revealed a regretful expression. He looked at Tang Zhen eagerly, as if he wanted to confirm that the other party wasn't a woman disguised as a man. Tang Zhen shuddered. The nervousness of coming to this strange world had also decreased a lot in the other party's jokes. Seeing this, Qianlong laughed and patted Tang Zhen's shoulder. In this wilderness, you either have to be alone or try your best to give people more small favors. Only then can you live longer, because you have far more friends than enemies. When Qianlong said this, his eyes dimmed for a moment. He continued, This is a piece of advice from an old wanderer. I've also always remembered his words. If I encounter anyone I can help, I'll help. In the end, I was able to survive until now. Many wanderers who have received my help remember my good deeds and will bring me along when they encounter good things, such as this time. After Qianlong said this, he walked to the front alone, as if he didn't want to talk to Tang Zhen anymore. Tang Zhen slowly walked behind. He had already confirmed that this bead was indeed useful. This was because at this moment, he felt a suction force coming from the cell phone in his pocket. The force was directed towards the bead in his hand. Tang Zhen stayed at the back of the team. He quietly took out his cell phone and moved it closer to the bead. Under Tang Zhen's fixed gaze, the brain bead disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, his cell phone screen changed. First, a 15 number appeared under the teleportation icon, and a text notification appeared. As long as he absorbed 4 more brain beads, he could activate the teleportation function. Teleportation? Could he return to its original world? Tang Zhen was slightly excited. At the moment, he was still short of 4 brain beads, so he didn't think too much about this question. Instead, he turned to his personal information. On a closer look, there were indeed 10 more gold coins in his account. A single level 1 brain bead was equivalent to 10 gold coins. This was probably the exchange ratio. Apart from that, there were no other changes to the cell phone. Brain bead, wild building, battle. 2. He stared at his cell phone for a while, but he was left far behind by the team. It was only when the Wanderer team walked nearly 100 meters away and Qianlong called out to him that Tang Zhen returned to his senses and quickly chased after them. However, at this moment, he was excited and eager, but he didn't want others to discover his abnormality. This caused a strange expression to appear on his face. Tang Zhen also realized this, so he kept walking with his head lowered. At this moment, he had a faint premonition in his heart that this strange world would definitely bring him huge benefits and change his life from here on. This was an opportunity that many people had yearned for but couldn't get. Now, it was placed in front of him. He had to cherish it more. His future was limitless. The team of wanderers moved forward slowly. Although there were many people, they looked extremely small in the wilderness. Tang Zhen and Qianlong chatted as they walked. Of course, most of the time, it was Qianlong who spoke excitedly, while Tang Zhen acted as a listener. From the conversation of the two, Tang Zhen learned that Qianlong was originally a resident of a small building. However, when he was 10 years old, the building he lived in was captured by another group of warriors from a medium-sized building. The foundation of the building was snatched away, and most of the residents were killed, including Qianlong's parents. He took the opportunity to escape and had been wandering in the wilderness all these years. Like all wanderers, although Qianlong was very indifferent to life and death, his greatest wish was to join a powerful building, marry a wife, and have children. This way, when he was old, he could obtain protection. For wanderers, a building was their home. Home was very important. Those who had it couldn't understand their feelings. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the faces of these wanderers and discovered that their haggard eyes were filled with vicissitudes. They were indeed like duckweed, wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, searching for the direction of home, not knowing when they would fall and become fertilizer to nourish the growth of the wild grass. After trudging for 5 to 6 hours, a dilapidated building standing in the weeds finally appeared in Tang Zhen's vision. It had a total of 11 floors. The outer wall was mottled, and the glass of the windows was incomplete. It looked like an abandoned Chinese residential building. In this strange world, such a familiar building actually appeared. Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel very awkward. He couldn't help but secretly guess what the connection between this world and Earth was. However, he was confused now. He didn't even understand how he came to this world, so he suppressed all kinds of guesses in his heart. Qianlong said that the place in front of him was still a wasteland a few days ago, but at this moment, a huge building suddenly appeared. This world was indeed strange and magical. This was the wild building, the gold-digging paradise of the wanderers. Danger and opportunity coexisted here. In the grass around the building, dozens of monsters were wandering. There were the goblins that Tang Zhen had seen before, a few humanoid monsters that looked like wild dogs, and many zombie-like figures. According to the experience of the wanderers, these were basically monsters around level 1. The highest level was not more than level 2. In other words, this was a wild building with a low danger level. They could completely take it down. Apart from Tang Zhen, the weakest wanderers in this team had battle power close to level 1. The so-called level was a way to classify battle power in the wilderness. Humans and monsters were common. The first level of battle power was equivalent to the extreme strength and speed that a normal adult could completely stimulate. The second level was equivalent to the extreme battle power of 2 adults. The third level was the strength of 3 adults. At the 5th level, it represented the extreme terrifying power erupted by 5 adults. Ordinary people and ordinary monsters reached their limit when they got to level 5. If they wanted to advance, they had to find another way. The battle power index of these monsters in front of him had long been tested by countless wanderers. There were definitely no mistakes. At this moment, all the wanderers clenched the simple weapons in their hands. They knew that if they wanted to enter the wild building, these dozens of monsters had to be eliminated. Because of the benefits, no one retreated at this moment, or they would lose the right to explore. The mood of the wanderers also infected Tang Zhen. He didn't want to lose this opportunity either, because this was very important to his plan to explore this world. With the kitchen knife that Qianlong had just handed him in one hand and the human bone spur in the other, a ruthless feeling rose in Tang Zhen's heart. There were no battle cries. The wanderers only gathered all their strength and charged forward without a word. They surrounded these monsters in 2s and 3s and started attacking. At this moment, Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that despite their thin bodies, the wanderers actually contained such terrifying power. This was because he had personally seen a thin man kick out a stone while running, and the impact of this stone actually smashed a monster a few steps back. Tang Zhen also started fighting. His target was a lone goblin. With the advantage of height, Tang Zhen ran and sprinted. Then, he kicked the stupid fat green-skinned goblin. This goblin was also very fierce. After it was kicked down by Tang Zhen, it actually rolled over and got up. At the same time, it waved the weapon in its hand that looked like a short spear and stabbed fiercely at Tang Zhen's small stomach. At the same time as the battle, the goblin also let out a strange cry. This scene suddenly made Tang Zhen feel funny. In his opinion, this green-skinned goblin was a big toad that had awakened a spirit. Although the monster was ridiculous, if one was injured by it, one would really die. Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. He immediately dodged quickly. At the same time, he quickly stretched out a hand and pressed down on the goblin's head. He didn't expect this goblin to be so strong. It suddenly straightened its body and almost knocked Tang Zhen down. Tang Zhen didn't dare to hesitate anymore. His other hand quickly reached forward and ruthlessly cut open this guy's neck. Dirty blood sprayed onto Tang Zhen's face, looking ferocious. Ignoring the struggling goblin on the ground, Tang Zhen turned around and pounced at the kobold closest to him. This time, the kobold was about 1.6 meters tall. At first glance, it really looked like a big dog standing on its hind legs. The kobold's body was hunched, and its two sharp claws kept waving, trying to attack every wanderer who approached it. Moreover, the muscles of this kobold were very developed, like a strong bull, looking extremely fierce. Its big mouth with crossed fangs was letting out a low roar, and smelly saliva kept flowing out of its mouth. After seeing Tang Zhen approach it, it immediately revealed a fierce expression. It roared and quickly charged at Tang Zhen. Looking at the ferocious dog-headed person, Tang Zhen was slightly shocked. However, he also knew that he couldn't retreat at this moment. Once he retreated, he would definitely die. He braced himself and pounced forward. Tang Zhen first kept waving his weapon to prevent the dog-headed person from getting close, then kept making fake movements to try to confuse the dog-headed person. His action was really effective. The dog-headed person was actually a little confused by him. Tang Zhen took this opportunity to quickly circle behind the dog-headed person and directly waved his weapon to stab the guy's back. This kobold was actually very fierce. After being attacked, it actually didn't fall. Instead, it tore open the chest flesh of a wanderer beside it with a claw. Then, it turned around and pounced at Tang Zhen, pressing him to the ground. A smelly breath hit him in the face, and saliva flowed down his face. The other party's long mouth, filled with sharp teeth, went straight for Tang Zhen's neck. However, Tang Zhen ruthlessly pressed one hand against the kobold's neck, and his other hand held the kitchen knife tightly, stabbing the kobold's stomach crazily. After countless stabs, his clothes were already soaked in hot blood, and the other party's smelly intestines were piled on his body. Only then did the kobold fall weakly and glare at Tang Zhen with grievances. His stiff arm hung down, and Tang Zhen could no longer muster any strength. First download, Treasure Hunt in the Wild Building. The sounds of battle and roars were endless. Then, they became fainter and fainter, gradually disappearing. After a long time, Tang Zhen felt a trace of strength return to his limbs. Then, he grimaced and crawled up in an extremely ugly posture. He wiped his blood-covered face with his hand and looked around to confirm that the battle had ended. All the monsters nearby had been cleaned up, and a few of the wanderers had unfortunately died in battle. Their broken corpses were dragged to the side and waiting to be buried. More wanderers had suffered varying degrees of injuries and were currently suturing and bandaging. Tang Zhen panted for a long time. Only when his breathing became smoother did he drag his legs and collect the spoils of war with trembling hands. The temptation of the brain bead was incomparably great, and he couldn't wait. He clumsily collected 2 white level 1 brain beads from the 2 monster corpses. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before returning one to Qianlong. However, this guy refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, as long as Tang Zhen mentioned the bead, Qianlong would put on a long face. Tang Zhen could only give up helplessly. Tang Zhen secretly remembered the favor and absorbed the bead again when no one was paying attention. He secretly checked his personal information on his cell phone and was pleasantly surprised to discover that apart from the 20 gold coins increase, his experience points, which had originally been unchanged, had also increased by 2 points. He was still 8 points away from leveling up. Tang Zhen's physical fitness was not bad, and the strength he erupted with was very strong. He was actually only slightly weaker than a monster of the first level. According to the changes in his personal information, as long as he killed a level 1 monster with similar strength to him, he should be able to obtain 1 experience point. If he killed 10 level 1 monsters, he should be able to advance to level 1. On the grass, covered in blood and minced meat, the wanderers rested for a while after bandaging their injuries. Then, they eagerly picked up their weapons and rushed towards the wild building close at hand. The wanderer at the front kicked open the rotten iron door, revealing the dark corridor inside. The corridor was also broken. The white wall was mottled and falling, and trash and unknown items were piled up everywhere. Tang Zhen noticed that there was still a large amount of dark brown blood on the walls and in some dark places, but it had long dried up. There were also some bones of humans or animals scattered around, filling the entire corridor with a sinister and terrifying aura. However, the wanderers didn't mind. They discussed for a while, and then some wanderers rushed up the stairs first. They began to clean up the sporadic monsters in the corridor and pry open the sealed doors. It was like opening a mystery box. Before it was opened, no one knew what items would be hidden in the room, so the wanderers were filled with anticipation. Although the huge temptation was right in front of them, the wanderers didn't fall into chaos. Instead, the strongest leader appeared and randomly assigned rooms to everyone. All the gains after the wanderer entered the room belonged to the wanderer. If there were unwanted items, these items could be exchanged after the exploration. Of course, after all the operations were over, every wanderer had to pay a certain fee to the discoverer of the wild building and the initiator of the exploration operation. After all, there was no free lunch in this world. Even if others worked hard, they should still receive rewards. With the cooperation of many wanderers, the corridor was quickly cleaned up. Then, the leaders began to distribute the rooms. When it was Tang Zhen's turn, he was assigned to 2 houses on the 4th floor of Unit 2. But just as he was about to enter, the heavy security door blocked his path. The tools in his hand were not able to open this door at all. Only now did he realize why there was a crowbar in every wanderer's equipment. It turned out that it was used to break open the door. Fortunately, Qianlong, who was following closely behind, had long noticed Tang Zhen's embarrassing situation. He walked over with a smile and used the tools skillfully. In just a few minutes, he helped Tang Zhen pry open the iron door. Without looking at the decorations in the room, Qianlong turned around and opened his own room. Just as Tang Zhen was about to open the door and enter, he inexplicably recalled the app called Lucky Lottery in his cell phone. After a moment of hesitation, he took out his cell phone and entered the App Store, clicking on the Lucky Roulette to choose to download it. The download speed of this software was extremely fast. It was installed in less than 3 seconds. Tang Zhen then opened it. An extremely gorgeous big wheel appeared on the screen. It was densely divided into hundreds of areas, but most of the areas were blank. Tang Zhen looked carefully for a while and realized that the chances of winning were too low. There was a set of instructions beside the wheel, explaining the play style of the lucky wheel in detail. It turned out that the Lucky Roulette's betting method was divided into an entry-level lucky draw method. Every bet was 10 gold coins, and every additional bet could remove a blank area. However, in every lucky draw, it was ensured that the remaining areas of the roulette that were not picked were not less than 10. In the intermediate-level lucky draw method, the number of prizes increased, and the level of some prizes increased. Every bet was 100 gold coins. Similarly, every additional bet could remove a blank area. The remaining areas of the roulette that were not picked were also ensured to be no less than 10. In addition, there was also a high-level lucky draw method. Every bet was 1,000 gold coins, and the special-level lucky draw method cost 10,000 gold coins for each bet. There were many ways to play the lucky roulette, but Tang Zhen was secretly speechless. He thought to himself that he definitely couldn't afford to play this thing if he was broke. But since it had already been opened, he would try to play it once. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen chose an entry-level lottery and clicked to start. The gorgeous wheel began to spin quickly. Tang Zhen couldn't see what it was at all, but as the speed of the wheel slowed down, the area of the pointer began to gradually magnify. Slowly, Tang Zhen could already see the contents of the box clearly. Just as he was trying to see the contents of each area clearly, the wheel suddenly stopped spinning. Congratulations on obtaining a double lucky card. A golden card appeared on the screen. It said, double luck value, lasts for an hour. Do you want to use it? He hit the jackpot just like that? Tang Zhen almost cried. He had bought the lottery for 7 to 8 years and had won at most 10 yuan in one go. Now, he had casually placed a bet and actually hit the jackpot. Tang Zhen even suspected that this double lucky card had taken effect in advance. No matter what, it was a good thing to win. Tang Zhen reached out and clicked to use it. The card instantly turned into fireworks that scattered. At the same time, he seemed to feel refreshed. Then, endless confidence appeared out of thin air, as if nothing could go wrong. Tang Zhen clicked his tongue in wonder. He wasn't sure if this thing was good, but the confidence felt very good. With this almost explosive confidence, Tang Zhen directly pushed the door open and entered. Holding the kitchen knife, he slowly walked into the room. As Tang Zhen had expected, the room was indeed messy and covered in dust. However, looking at the decorations in the room, Tang Zhen suddenly felt like he had returned to his original world, because the things in the room looked too familiar. Television, fridge, sofa. Everything that a modern house should have was here. The only pity was that these appliances were already tattered. They had completely lost any use and were reduced to a pile of trash. What was the connection between the alternate world he was in and his original world? This question appeared in Tang Zhen's mind again, but he still didn't dwell on this question too much. Instead, he focused on the present. There was a lot of trash in the room. After a careful search, he should be able to get a lot of good things. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen wasn't very interested. In fact, according to Tang Zhen's thoughts, as long as he could return to his original world, he didn't have to look through this trash at all. The good things he found after working for half a day were probably not even worth dozens of yuan on Earth. But when he thought about how wanderers could exchange items, Tang Zhen felt that he should search carefully. After all, these things could be exchanged for brain beads, and this was what Tang Zhen lacked the most now. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, desk. After Tang Zhen searched carefully, he was actually quite pleasantly surprised. First was a few stacks of cash. It was actually the currency he often used. There was also a problem with the date it was printed. After careful inspection, Tang Zhen confirmed that this was real money. This was simply a big surprise. It looked like the effect of the double luck card was really good. Amidst his joy and confusion, Tang Zhen searched with great motivation. Soon, he discovered some gold and silver jewelry and tickets. He put them all in the bag he picked up. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen put away some slightly intact clothes and moldy rice and noodles. After a simple search, he walked out with a bag and continued to search the second room that belonged to him. The iron door of this room was only ajar, which saved Tang Zhen a lot of energy. Just as he entered the second room, Tang Zhen was surprised to see a zombie wandering in the living room. Compared to other zombie monsters, this zombie was huge. At a glance, one could tell that this zombie was a big fatty when it was alive. There were many green tattoos on its grayish-white skin filled with livor mortis. Oh my, is this zombie a gangster? Tang Zhen complained in disdain. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Instead, he carefully approached. In the hand of this huge zombie was a metal baseball bat. When it saw Tang Zhen enter, it opened its black mouth that was torn open and roared, dragging its feet as it pounced at him. Pfft. A stench pounced over. Tang Zhen couldn't help but spit fiercely. At the same time, he quickly pushed the bag in front of him and charged at the zombie. The moment the bag touched the zombie, Tang Zhen felt blessed. He quickly bent down and turned sideways. At the same time, he waved a broken kitchen knife he had just picked up and ruthlessly slashed the zombie's knee. This slash directly broke the zombie's knee, and then the zombie tripped over the bag and fell onto the ground. The force of the sprint immediately broke one of the zombie's legs, and it rolled on the ground with Tang Zhen's bag, its hands and feet constantly waving around. Splash! The baseball bat that flew out of the zombie's hand hit the broken bed and smashed a hole at the bottom. Tang Zhen glanced at it, as if there was something hidden under the bed. However, Tang Zhen didn't look too carefully. The most important thing now was to kill this zombie. Taking advantage of the other party's weakness, Tang Zhen immediately rushed forward and ruthlessly slashed the back of the zombie's head with the rotten kitchen knife. Then, he slashed a second time, and then a third. When Tang Zhen felt exhausted, the zombie's head had already turned into a pile of rotten meat. At the same time, a violent stench spread, almost making him vomit out last night's meal. Damn, a dead zombie is a good zombie. After complaining and killing the zombie safely, Tang Zhen started searching again. Thinking of the big bed that had been smashed by the zombie previously, he immediately walked forward to take a look. Pushing aside a pile of scattered junk, Tang Zhen discovered that there seemed to be a secret compartment inside. It was about 1.5 meters long, and there were many strips inside. These strips were wrapped in a piece of canvas and looked bulging. Tang Zhen reached out and took it out. It felt heavy. He opened it and saw more than 10 sharp swords of various sizes. Harvest and trade. These weapons were well made. There were folding swords and sabers, as well as special steel-cut sabers. They were not what those cheap knockoffs on the street could compare to. It was precisely because of the materials and craftsmanship that they were naturally expensive. Obviously, they were all the beloved collections of the original owner. Tang Zhen took a look and chose 2 long blades to give to Qianlong. Tang Zhen had observed carefully that Qianlong seemed to be the strongest person in this group. The others were very careful in front of Qianlong, and even the organizer was polite to him. There was no harm in befriending such a figure. The other swords were wrapped in a broken blanket by Tang Zhen and casually placed beside him. Compared to how much the Wanderers valued these weapons, Tang Zhen didn't take these knives very seriously. If he could return to Earth, these knives could be bought with money. After a short rest, he continued searching. Perhaps it was because his luck points had doubled, but Tang Zhen obtained more money, gold and silver accessories, and many cigarettes and alcohol in this room. After confirming that he had checked every corner, Tang Zhen began to collect the spoils of war. Just as he was about to go out to collect the brain beads, Tang Zhen also discovered a big golden chain on the zombie's neck. It was nearly 100 grams. Tang Zhen naturally accepted this wealth with a smile. After walking out of the house, Tang Zhen suddenly thought of something. According to Qianlong, there would basically be a hidden room or a basement in such wild buildings with one or several powerful monsters inside. They guarded a cornerstone. After obtaining the cornerstone, they could establish their own building through a certain ritual. Tang Zhen really wanted to obtain the cornerstone, but he currently didn't have the ability to snatch the cornerstone from the monster. According to Qianlong, not only were the monsters guarding the cornerstone powerful, but some monsters even had extremely strange magical powers. Ordinary people were no match for them at all. Fighting them would only be courting death. Qianlong couldn't tell how powerful the monster's battle power was. In any case, it was very powerful. Even if he defeated these powerful monsters regardless of the cost and obtained the precious cornerstone, it didn't mean that he could successfully establish the building. freewebnovel.com It was said that after establishing the building, one had to deal with the attacks of monsters. Only after persisting for enough time or reaching certain conditions could one be recognized by the gods of this world. Only then would the building be officially built. Therefore, although the lone wanderers knew of the existence of the cornerstone, very few people overestimated themselves and tried to attack it, even if its purchase price was very high. Under normal circumstances, after the wild building was explored, it would stand alone in the wilderness. Only after the cornerstone was taken away would it slowly collapse into ruins. However, for Tang Zhen, who had made up his mind to become rich in this world, the cornerstone was a very important item. It could help him establish his own building and recruit a group of residents to serve him. This way, he could obtain endless wealth from this world without doing it himself. In the open space in front of the building, the wanderers who had completed their search were gathering. Some wanderers were preparing to lay out things that were useless to them to trade. After the transaction was completed, all the wanderers would quickly leave the building, in case bandits and the armies from the buildings rushed over after hearing the news. Tang Zhen realized that two wanderers that he had seen previously had not appeared. They must have encountered an accident while searching the room. After checking the stalls one by one and distinguishing the items traded by the wanderers, he realized that the wanderers didn't take gold and silver seriously. Usually, they wouldn't pick it up after encountering it, and even if they did, they didn't take it too seriously. Money was like waste paper to the wanderers. No one picked it up at all. There were three most expensive and popular items in the market: clothes, food, and weapons. Ragged clothes were very common when exploring wild buildings, but wild buildings were rare, so the price of clothes was neither high nor low among wanderers. The status of food was always very important. Most of the time, wanderers obtained food from the wilderness, but the barren wilderness clearly couldn't let the wanderers fill their stomachs easily. Therefore, the price of food was high. Some food from the wilderness could even be bought for a good price among the wanderers. As for the items with the highest prices, they were naturally the weapons. The chances of encountering weapons when exploring wild buildings were very low. Even if one was able to find one, most of them would only be kitchen knives and iron bars. Therefore, most wanderers used simple self-made weapons. Weapons determined their survival, so when they encountered good weapons for sale, the wanderers would try to buy them with all their might. Tang Zhen was definitely extremely lucky to be able to get so many swords at once. The luck from the double luck card was indispensable. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen found an empty space beside Qianlong and placed everything apart from his belongings, including the swords he had discovered. As soon as these swords were revealed, they immediately attracted the attention of the wanderers. Almost everyone leaned forward. As they looked at these weapons with greedy eyes, they secretly envied Tang Zhen's good luck. At the same time, someone asked for the price. Qianlong also looked at these knives with yearning in his eyes, but soon, his eyes became clear. He glanced at Tang Zhen, who was a little confused when the others asked for the price, and quickly spoke up: "This will be sold for 50 level 1 brain beads, this will be sold for 80 level 1 brain beads, this will be sold for 100. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. He agreed with Qianlong, but he was pleasantly surprised that swords could be sold at such a price. He didn't expect the price of weapons in this world to be so high. It looked like he should get a batch of knives and swords to sell as soon as possible when he returned. It turned out that the price Qianlong offered was not expensive. After hearing the price, the few wanderers immediately took out their personal collection pockets and handed the brain beads to Tang Zhen. After the wanderers with enough brain beads bought the weapons, they immediately fiddled with them lovingly. As for the wanderers with insufficient brain beads, Tang Zhen allowed them to use gold, silver, and money to trade for them. This made some wanderers secretly laugh at Tang Zhen for being stupid, and then they happily traded with him. Qianlong also seemed to be puzzled by Tang Zhen's behavior, but he didn't say anything. The transaction scene was very explosive. The dozen or so knives and miscellaneous items that Tang Zhen obtained were quickly exchanged for a large pile of brain beads. Tang Zhen estimated that there were at least thousands of them. After the transaction ended, Tang Zhen called Qianlong to the side and gave him a long saber that he had previously put away. The appearance of this long saber was long and slender, and it should be a miao saber. From the patterns and methods, it should have used the combination of folding forging and the earth-burning blade, making the saber moderately flexible and abnormally sharp. Qianlong didn't delay. Instead, his eyes lit up as he took the long saber. After carefully rubbing it for a while, he stuffed a bag of brain beads into Tang Zhen's hands. "Although it's definitely not enough, this is all I have left," Qianlong said with a hint of guilt. "I don't want it. Put it away." Tang Zhen pushed the bag back and firmly refused to take Qianlong's brain bead. Unexpectedly, Qianlong was even more straightforward. He directly threw the sword at Tang Zhen, indicating that if he didn't take the brain bead, he didn't want this sword either. Tang Zhen was helpless and could only put away the bead. As the transaction was completed and they paid the organizer of the exploration operation, most of the wanderers chose to leave quickly. Perhaps stimulated by Tang Zhen's gains, a small number of people chose to enter the wild building again and carefully search the corners that might have been missed by others. However, they could move freely this time and could even enter the room Tang Zhen had gone into previously if they wanted. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to get rich. Previously, through observation, he had preliminarily confirmed that Qianlong's character could be trusted, so this time, he moved with Qianlong and carefully searched the corners of every room, not letting go of any valuable items. When the two of them left the last room, his backpack they picked up was filled with money, gold, silver, jewelry, and some antique junk. He had gained a lot this time. He roughly estimated that the money alone he had gathered was no less than 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. The price of gold, silver, jewelry, and other items was impossible to estimate, but it was at least 200,000 yuan. Tang Zhen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had become rich overnight. After confirming that there were no more usable resources in the wild building, Tang Zhen and Qianlong quickly left and entered the wilderness filled with weeds. The wild building could not be stopped at night, because every time night fell, the area around the wild building would become a paradise for monsters. They would occupy this place, and at the same time, some extremely strange things would happen. The wanderers who spent the night in the wild building rarely lived to see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, staying in the wild building at night became a taboo for the wanderers. Although Tang Zhen was very curious about what would happen here at night, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Although the wanderers who had gathered to explore the wild building had all sworn to the gods to ensure that they wouldn't do anything harmful to their companions during the exploration, who could guarantee that no one would rather take the risk of being punished by breaking their oath? Therefore, leaving as soon as possible was the best plan. Qianlong was very satisfied with the gains this time. On the way, he spoke more. According to Qianlong, many wanderers didn't have the chance to explore the wild building. Firstly, the chances of the wild building appearing were very small. Even if they encountered it, they had to gather a group of people to be qualified to explore. Secondly, once they discovered the wild building, the armed forces nearby would send armed people to occupy this place immediately. Wanderers were forbidden from approaching, or else they would be killed without mercy. After wandering in the wilderness for so many years, Qianlong had only explored 3 wild buildings. When it was time to part, Qianlong asked Tang Zhen if he was willing to wander and explore with him. This way, they could take care of each other. He had a good impression of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes didn't have the numbness of ordinary wanderers, and his behavior was also very good. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have said anything. After all, he had been wandering alone all these years. Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. The other party had also given him a good impression. He was righteous and straightforward. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, the other party had always taken care of him. Tang Zhen needed a guide in this world, and after establishing his building, he also needed a trustworthy person to help him. Qianlong seemed to meet the standard. Tang Zhen thought for a moment. It was good to have a local to take care of him, so he nodded and agreed to explore the endless wilderness with Qianlong. Wanderer Town and Teleportation. The two of them carried their own resources and walked in the wilderness. At the same time, they used the tools in their hands to constantly push aside the wild grass blocking the way. Qian Long, who was experienced, walked in front. As he walked, he judged the direction and had to adjust the route forward from time to time. Tang Zhen looked at his strenuous appearance and couldn't help but ask, "Do you usually judge directions like this? Don't you have maps and compasses?" Qianlong shook his head and said helplessly, "Maps are very unreliable, and they're extremely expensive. It's also very difficult to get them. Apart from some fixed places, the other places often change. For example, even if you burn the weeds under your feet, they will still return to their original state the next day. On the originally empty grass, a large group of buildings might appear at any time. Ordinary compasses are also useless. After taking them out, they will only spin around non-stop. It's impossible to determine the direction. In the end, in this environment, only experience was the most trustworthy." They walked and stopped along the way. If they were really tired, they would sit down and rest for a moment. When it was almost dark, the two of them finally arrived at a narrow path. The path seemed to be often walked by people, so wild grass couldn't grow. Qianlong told Tang Zhen that following this path would lead to a building. This building was called Black Rock City. It was powerful, and the main building had 20 floors. Around the main structure were 4 attached structures, 20 meters tall, divided into 5 floors. It was considered the main defense composition of the main structure. A powerful army was stationed on the floor, in charge of guarding the safety of the building. Near the periphery of the building, there was a small town established by wanderers. While earning wealth for the building, they also indirectly enjoyed the protection of the building. The wanderers traded items and information here while waiting for an opportunity to join the building. Because the monsters would collectively come out to wander after dark, the number would also strangely increase. If they were unlucky, they might even appear out of thin air. Therefore, the two of them quickened their pace and finally arrived at the market before night arrived. Tang Zhen sized up this wanderer town from afar and realized that it was built on a hill. It occupied a very wide area. The wild grass within thousands of meters of the gathering place had been cleared, and it was very wide. The wall made of boulders and logs looked very firm. It was definitely more than 5 meters tall. There were also many wanderers patrolling with weapons. The two of them hurried and finally entered at the last moment before the town closed the door. After paying 2 beads, they were allowed to enter the town freely within a month by the guards. The area of the wanderer town was very large, covering several hectares. It was like a simple fortress. Unfortunately, this was still not a building. It didn't enjoy any convenience that the building had. However, there were pros and cons to everything. Because it became a building, these wanderers who didn't obtain the qualifications to be residents wouldn't be able to enter. Then, the owners of the wanderer town would lose a large amount of wealth income. If the building wanted to take in all the wanderers taken in by the market as residents, the level of the building had to be very high. However, every level up of the building required countless resources. Moreover, during the upgrade of the building, it would suffer the attack of monsters every time. Once the defense of the building failed, all the previous efforts would be in vain. They had to invest countless resources and rack their brains. In the end, they might even lose everything. In comparison, it was naturally easier to run a wanderer town. Moreover, once the monsters attacked, the Wanderer town could also provide a large number of combatants and form the first defense line. He believed that Black Rock City had also established this Wanderer town near the building because of this consideration. The only drawback was that the monsters would attack this place from time to time. The defense work every night was more like an attack and defense battle. Ordinary monsters could be easily dealt with, but if they were unlucky enough to encounter powerful monsters, the town might very well be destroyed. However, the Wanderers didn't have much choice. Sometimes, they knew that this wasn't ideal, but they could only brace themselves and do it. This was the truth of survival. You had to adapt to life and fate, but let life and fate accommodate you. The controller of the Wanderer town also had a batch of armed forces in his hands. From time to time, soldiers in simple armor with serious and cold expressions could be seen on the street, sizing up every wanderer they saw with bright eyes. Tang Zhen carefully observed the weapons and equipment of these soldiers and discovered that the quality of most of the weapons was very ordinary. The armor only protected important areas. He didn't know if it could block the piercing slashes of swords. But compared to those wanderers who only carried short swords and iron bars, their bodies covered in messy metal and wood pieces as armor, these soldiers were already considered well-equipped. At this time in the evening, there were still many wanderers active in the market. They either entered and left some simple houses or gathered near the fire pit to chat. Apart from that, there were also some wanderers with weapons who had accepted the hire of the market. They were standing on the wall of the market with serious expressions, guarding against any monsters that might attack. Not far from the Wanderer market, a huge building that occupied an extremely large area stood in the night. It looked like a ferocious monster. As long as the wanderers in the market raised their heads, they could see the weak light emitted from the windows of the building. Their eyes mostly flickered with desire, as if they imagined that they could live inside one day and end this miserable life. A commotion sounded. Tang Zhen looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that a group of monsters was trying to attack the market. 10 minutes later, the monsters were defeated by the guards and left behind many corpses. When the sun rose tomorrow, these monsters would have their brains plucked and their bodies cleaned up by wandering scavengers. If one looked out carefully, they would discover that there were still many monsters wandering outside the town. They still tried to attack this place, but they were afraid of the flames and swords of the wanderers and couldn't bear to leave. In their depression, they could only roar. Qianlong was very familiar with this place. He led the way in front and led Tang Zhen into a very large 2-story mud building. This was one of the cheaper hotels in the town. It looked low and dark, and an extremely strange smell filled the air. Behind the wooden counter in front of the fire pit, a woman in a relatively clean dress and a somewhat charming appearance was sitting there. Beside her were 2 strong men drinking inferior wine with wooden cups. After seeing Tang Zhen and his companion, the 2 burly men sized them up and ignored them. 2 people, staying for 3 days. 1 person a day is half a level 1 brain bead. We provide 2 meals. 3 days for 2 will cost you 3 level 1 brain beads. Pay up, handsome guys. As the daughter spoke, she leaned forward, revealing her white chest. As she moved, an unfathomable ravine appeared in front of the 2 of them, and a faint fragrance attacked. Tang Zhen glanced at the other party and didn't say anything. Qianlong also ignored the woman's flirtatious gaze and nodded expressionlessly. After paying 3 level 1 brain beads as accommodation fees, the 2 of them obtained a coarse grain pancake and wild vegetable soup for dinner. This was the food share provided by the inn to the guests every day. After the 2 of them finished dinner, they entered the narrow, dark, and smelly small house to rest. Lying on the dry grass board, Tang Zhen calmed down. After checking the surrounding environment, he took out the pocket with the brain beads. He slowly placed the brain beads and the cell phone together. Just as he expected, the brain beads were instantly absorbed by the cell phone. As the brain bead finished absorbing, new changes appeared on his cell phone screen. Under the teleportation icon, a 200+ number was displayed. At the same time, it reminded him that the total amount of gold coins he had could allow him to teleport more than 200 times. In his personal information, the total amount of gold coins had already reached more than 13,000. This amount was enough to make him excited. He wanted to immediately try to download some software to take a look, but for safety reasons, he decided to try teleporting home first. He held the bag of cash and precious metals in his hand and flipped to the teleportation option in his cell phone. He carefully clicked the icon to try and activate the teleportation function. In an instant, his vision blurred. He felt as if he had passed through a tunnel. After that, Tang Zhen successfully returned to his home. After carefully looking at his surroundings and confirming that this was his home, Tang Zhen finally heaved a sigh of relief. This trip was so dangerous and strange. Even if he told others, probably no one would believe him. Of course, Tang Zhen definitely wouldn't tell anyone. After all, this concerned his life. Since he had returned home, Tang Zhen could take out his cell phone and try it without worry. First, he opened the teleportation option and confirmed that every teleportation would consume 5 level 1 brain beads. In other words, it should be 50 gold coins. It would take 100 gold coins to teleport back and forth. Then, he opened the application store and began to choose the software he needed. When making the choice, he screened it and felt that there were 4 functions most suitable for him at the moment. The first was a primary map that could display the terrain and monsters within a 100-meter radius. The second was the projection, which could allow him to see the screen image in front of him and control the cell phone through perception. The third was a beginner-level monster detector that could display monster information no more than 3 levels above the owner. The fourth was a miniature storage space could open up a dimensional space with a storage volume of 1 cubic meter. If he downloaded all 4 applications, the gold coins he had just obtained would be exhausted. However, compared to his life, these investments were nothing. Moreover, these applications could help him survive in the alternate world better and safer. After clicking to confirm the download, the gold coins in the account were quickly deducted. In a few breaths, the 4 softwares were all installed. Looking at the originally empty cell phone screen finally filled up, Tang Zhen suddenly felt much more at ease. Magical applications and gold sale. Since the download had been completed, he naturally had to test it out. Tang Zhen couldn't help but be a little excited as he imagined the magical abilities these apps had. What should I experiment with first? I'll try the primary map first. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen first chose to activate the primary map. At the same time, a very clear active image appeared on the cell phone screen. On careful look, it was the terrain near his house. This image was as if someone was broadcasting it live from a high altitude. The scene was very clear, but the vision was only limited to the scenery on the street. Unfortunately, the scene in the room was not displayed. Even so, the ability of this map was considered extremely strong. Tang Zhen wasn't too greedy. Just these real-time images were enough to increase his safety a lot. Tang Zhen took a closer look and realized that this primary map could actually be upgraded, but the cost was also extremely shocking. It actually cost 100,000 gold coins to upgrade from a primary map to an intermediate map. Of course, the range displayed was also expanded by another kilometer. However, compared to the primary map, the function of the intermediate map was also much stronger. Apart from that, additions could also be added to the map, such as the friend and foe recognition function plugin, the vertical attack function plugin, the map cannon function plugin, the teleportation function plugin, and so on. Tang Zhen was stunned. Not to mention whether these functional plugins were as awesome as introduced, just the terrifying download price was enough to make people dumbfounded. For example, one of the plugins was called Terrain Modification. According to the introduction, it could modify the terrain in the map. It could be used for a minute every time and once a day, but the download price was actually as high as 1 million. God knew when Tang Zhen would be able to accumulate 1 million gold coins. That meant 100,000 level 1 brain beads. What would it be like if 100,000 monsters gathered together? Just thinking about it made Tang Zhen's hair stand on end. After familiarizing himself with the map function, Tang Zhen opened the projection function in his eyes. A translucent cell phone screen image directly appeared in front of his eyes. It was identical to the content displayed on the cell phone. Even the map image that was opened was displayed in front of his eyes. Moreover, these images didn't affect his vision. When he moved his attention away from these images, the images would automatically fade away. When he wanted to browse the cell phone screen again, the disappearing image would appear in front of his eyes again. Moreover, as he willed it, the screen could also operate as he pleased. Be it opening the software or enlarging and shrinking, everything could be changed freely. It was simply a divine weapon. This function was extremely helpful to Tang Zhen. After all, it was troublesome to hold the cell phone in his hand at all times. Especially in battle, he couldn't free his hands to operate it. Now that he had the function of the projection in his eyes, it was equivalent to undoing his tied hands and feet. He took out a cell phone cover and placed the cell phone in. After experimenting, he found out that it was indeed very convenient. It was just that the operation speed was a little slow. Tang Zhen simply used the eye projection function and continued to check the remaining applications. After the elementary monster detector was activated by Tang Zhen, it showed that it couldn't be used in the current area. It also hinted that he could integrate it into the elementary map, but the cost was 10,000 gold coins. After the monster monitor was integrated into the map, every time the monster entered the range of the map display, the map would be marked with a red light to alert him. Of course, the monster level displayed was the same as the beginner monster detector, and high-level monsters couldn't be displayed. Tang Zhen curled his lips after seeing it. He couldn't take out 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the map now, so he could only directly skip it. Next was the application that made Tang Zhen the most excited, which was the miniature storage space. It could also be called a personal warehouse. However, when Tang Zhen opened this app, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Due to the low configuration and version, this machine can only run 4 applications at the same time. This problem can be solved after upgrading. If you want to upgrade, please pay gold coins first. Everything required gold coins. How annoying! Tang Zhen was really not in the mood to complain about this, nor did he pay too much attention to this hint. In any case, he no longer had gold coins. According to Tang Zhen's estimation, these 4 applications were enough. As for the problem of leveling up, he would consider solving this problem when he had enough gold coins in the future. Just as he had expected, this storage space was especially useful. It only took a thought for him to store items. After trying a few times, Tang Zhen could confirm that even other applications couldn't be used anymore, but as long as this app could still be used normally, he could still do well. After trying a few more times, Tang Zhen took out all the items in the storage space. After hiding the money and precious metals he brought back, he placed some rice, flour, oil, and salt in the storage space. He didn't bring these things to eat, but to sell them and see how many brain beads he could exchange for. Although the weapons were profitable, wouldn't it be better if there was an additional income channel? After soaking a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach, he took out 2 packs of cigarettes from the cabinet. After taking a deep breath, he activated the teleportation again. As expected, as his vision blurred, he returned to the narrowing cubicle. Tang Zhen let out a long sigh of relief and took out a cigarette from his pocket to light it. However, just as he smoked a few times, Qianlong smelled the smoke and opened the door to come over. After laughing for a while, Qianlong asked to leave with a box of cigarettes. After that, he quickly took out a cigarette and lit it before returning to the house to smoke happily. This night, the howls of monsters came from time to time. It only subsided when the next morning arrived. Tang Zhen woke up early and stretched. The dry bed made him feel especially uncomfortable. He handed the rice, flour, oil, and salt that he had long taken out of his storage space to Qianlong and let him keep a portion for himself as food. He would sell the rest to see what price he could sell it for. At the same time, Tang Zhen also told Qianlong that he would leave here for a few days for something and asked him to guard here and wait for his return. When he saw the food Tang Zhen handed to him, Qianlong was a little surprised. This was because this food was different from the food he had seen in the past. There was no sand or mold mixed in. This kind of food was relatively rare in the recipes of wanderers, especially since there was precious oil and salt in these foods. It was even a very rare resource. According to the price in the market, this food was worth at least hundreds of level 1 brain beads. For any wanderer, goods worth hundreds of level 1 brain beads were a huge sum, but now, Tang Zhen had directly entrusted it to him. The time the two of them had known each other was very short, but they hit it off very well and could also trust each other. This was very rare. Qianlong's gaze stopped on the food for a long time before he looked up at Tang Zhen and said, "Be careful." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. He turned and walked out of the town's door. After walking along the path between the weeds for another half an hour, his figure quickly disappeared into the grass. In fact, Tang Zhen, who had entered the grass, immediately activated the teleportation and returned to his home in an instant. He let out a long sigh and swept his gaze across the bare surroundings. Tang Zhen's eyes suddenly erupted with an indescribable light. He knew that from this moment onwards, he would step onto a path filled with wealth and risk. He looked out of the window and pulled the curtains closed. He turned on the lights and began to sort out his gains from the alternate world. The first account was cash. It had been confirmed that it was real money in circulation. There was a total of about 480,000 yuan, equivalent to the total salary he had saved up after not eating or drinking for 10 years. In the city he lived in, this money was enough to buy a pretty good house. Then, there was the gold and silver jewelry. Tang Zhen didn't know much about the market price of these things, so he decided to pick out the pearl jade and put it aside. Then, he categorized the gold together and took out the ether gas bottle at home. After melting all the gold, he poured it into a mold made of aluminum and titanium alloy grooves and poured it into gold bars. Looking at the dazzling pile of gold bars in front of him, Tang Zhen's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After dealing with all the gains, Tang Zhen stretched and lay on the bed to rest. However, his mind was in a mess. The stimulation of wealth made him unable to sleep at all. After washing up and cleaning up, Tang Zhen left the house with the gold bars and took a car to a nearby gold store. Near the pedestrian street, Tang Zhen walked into a store called the Rich's Pawn Shop. After asking for the information he wanted, he decided to sell it here. After the appraisal came the sale. The purity of the gold sold by Tang Zhen was very high, and its weight was more than 1,200 grams. Although the price was much cheaper than the jewelry store, the total price was also close to 320,000. When Tang Zhen confirmed that he had gained another 300,000, his mind was a little blank. In just a few days, the cash he obtained was nearly 800,000. This was definitely an astronomical figure for Tang Zhen, who had always lived at the bottom of society. The huge benefits were the motivation for people to fight and take risks. At this moment, Tang Zhen was undoubtedly stunned by this money. While he was shocked, it also made his intention to go to the alternate world to become rich extremely firm. The small figures at the bottom generally didn't have any big dreams. Usually, they were forced by money and only wanted to live comfortably. Walking out of the Golden Pavilion in a daze, Tang Zhen looked at the busy street and felt a little confident and heroic for the first time. At this moment, he firmly believed that he would one day become the richest person in this city and live the life he wanted. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Tang Zhen returned to his senses and took a car to the passenger station, preparing to head to the provincial capital where his sister was studying. He had prepared the money for his sister. He knew that his sister was beautiful and sensible, and she would never spend a single cent. He and his sister had an extremely good relationship, and their attitude towards his adoptive father was the same. Although his adoptive father didn't put much effort into the growth of the siblings, he and his sister were indebted to the other party after all. Therefore, apart from faint complaints, Tang Zhen never hated his adoptive father. He even worked hard to earn money to help repay the other party's debts. His sister had grown up in such a family since she was young. She was clearly much more sensible than children her age. She also valued family very much. In order to relieve the pressure on the family, Tang Zhen's sister, Tangji, had started working and studying very early. Her grades had always been at the top. Tang Zhen had always been paying attention to his sister's performance. Now that he had the ability to change this difficult situation, he would naturally do his best, even if he had to do everything he could. Su Feng. The school Tangji was in was located in the center of the provincial capital. Every inch of land here was expensive. The streets were filled with luxurious shops, and beautiful men and women passed through them. On the way to school in the car, Tang Zhen looked at the bustling scene and the busy crowd that passed by from time to time and couldn't help but sigh. After returning from the alternate world, his mentality had changed. He was less confused than before and more confident. When she arrived at the university, Tang Zhen's sister, Tangji, was already waiting at the school gate for a long time. She was also very excited about her brother's arrival. When she was young, her brother was her idol. In her eyes, nothing was difficult for her brother. When she had been bullied, her brother would help her vent her anger. Even if he was beaten black and blue, he had to defeat the bad guy who bullied her. When she encountered a problem during her studies, his brother, who had been very good at studying since he was young, would help her solve her doubts. As for him, because of their family, he didn't even go to university. He entered society to earn money before graduating from high school. Tangji felt happy from the bottom of her heart to have such a brother who had protected her since she was young. Although she had long known that there was no blood relationship between the two parties, Tangji and Tang Zhen had a sibling relationship that was far deeper than blood. At the same time, they regarded each other as the most important existence in their lives. Tangji was 1.72 meters tall and wore a pair of light-colored jeans. Her figure was gentle and straight, and she attracted the attention of passers-by when she stood by the roadside. She had a good figure, good looks, good grades, and a cheerful and generous personality. It was these proud conditions that made her the girl countless boys dreamed of. However, at this moment, this goddess in the hearts of countless boys was completely focused on the young man walking over opposite her. A sweet smile appeared on her quiet and beautiful face. "Brother, I'm here." Tangji waved her hand and ran to Tang Zhen in 3 steps. She playfully held Tang Zhen's arm and asked in a strange tone, "Brother, you're usually so busy that you can't wait to clone yourself. Why are you free to see me today?" Tang Zhen chuckled. He looked at his sister's bright eyes and said in a relaxed tone, "It's only right for me to come and see my sister. I'm not like you, a conspiracy theorist who always thinks that everyone has ulterior motives." Tangji pinched Tang Zhen's waist and snorted angrily. "And you call yourself a brother? You actually described your sister as a schemer. You deserve to be beaten." Tang Zhen laughed and hurriedly pretended to be afraid as he dodged. He raised his hand and begged for mercy. On the other hand, Tangji was very surprised by Tang Zhen's physical fitness, because she realized that the muscles on his brother's waist seemed to be much stronger than before. However, her eyes immediately dimmed. In her opinion, this phenomenon was very likely caused by Tang Zhen's physical labor. She grabbed Tang Zhen's hands without a trace, and the hard calluses on his palms, confirming her guess. Tangji had misunderstood this. In fact, even Tang Zhen himself didn't notice that his physique was gradually becoming stronger. If one looked into the reason, it was probably because he had killed monsters to level up. According to his personal information, as long as he killed a few more monsters, he would level up and have the powerful strength of an adult. Tang Zhen was sensitive enough to sense the change in his sister's gaze, but he didn't say anything. He just sat silently on the bench under the tree and handed a bank card to Tang Ji. There's 300,000 yuan in this card. The password is your birthday. Looking at the bank card stuffed into her hand, Tang Ji's long and flawless eyebrows frowned slightly. Then, she looked at Tang Zhen in an extremely serious tone. Brother, what's going on? I want a reasonable explanation. He had long known that his scheming sister would have such a question, so Tang Zhen answered very simply, there's definitely no problem with the origin of this money, and I similarly won't do those outrageous things. You don't have to worry about it. Just study in peace. Tang Ji was silent for a moment before nodding gently. She sighed a little disappointedly and said, Brother, actually, you don't have to work this hard. I've almost saved up enough school fees now, and soon, the website I established will be profitable. As long as you give me a little more time. I know you're persistent, but I'll repay the money Dad owes you. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll be very sad. Tang Ji knew what Tang Zhen's current job was. It was nothing more than carrying bricks. But to be able to get so much living expenses for herself while paying off his debts, this had clearly long exceeded his normal income standard. Her worries were not unreasonable. However, Tang Ji also knew Tang Zhen's personality. If he made up his mind to do something, he would definitely persist to the end. Moreover, Tang Zhen had never lied to her even once since she was young, so she had no reason to doubt the serious guarantee Tang Zhen made. However, there was always an uneasy fear in Tang Ji's heart, making her unable to calm down. Seeing Tang Ji's troubled expression, Tang Zhen's heart also felt inexplicably sour. Some words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. He gently pursed his lips, and Tang Zhen's broad palm brushed Suji's beautiful hair and flicked her forehead. After making Tang Ji angry, he laughed out loud. Tang Ji curled her lips in grievance and started to pinch Tang Zhen fiercely. At the same time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen left the school. When he left, Tang Ji didn't ask about the origin of the money anymore. She only said to him in a very serious tone, Brother, no matter when or what happens, I hope you still remember that you have a sister. She hopes that you take care of yourself and be happy and safe forever. Tang Zhen almost endured the sadness in his heart and took a deep look at Tang Ji. Then, he smiled and waved goodbye to his sister. Exploring an alternate world was not playing house. The benefits contained there were huge, but so was the risk. There was a risk of death at any time. He didn't know if the two of them would have a chance to meet again after leaving this time. But no matter what, his heart was already calm at this moment. With this strong kinship accompanying him, he no longer had any regrets. After returning home in the car, Tang Zhen took out his cell phone. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a phone number from his cell phone contact list, thought for a moment, and called. The name of the contact he called was surprisingly Chairperson of the Broken Shoes. The call was picked up, but it was hung up. When he dialed again, it was hung up. Tang Zhen had a bad temper and kept calling. He wanted to keep calling until the other person picked up. Suddenly, the call went through, but a woman's strange moan sounded clearly. Then, a man roared in an angry and hoarse voice, Damn, Tang Zhen, what's the hurry? Can't you wait until I'm done feeling good? When Tang Zhen heard the voice from the receiver, how could he not understand what the other party was doing? He curled his lips slightly and spat. Apart from seducing married women all day, what else do you know? I think calling you chairman is definitely true to your name. The man opposite immediately replied proudly, I can do whatever I want. On the other hand, you can just keep being envious, jealous, and hateful. Tang Zhen chuckled. I think you've misunderstood. I mean, calling you chairman of broken shoes is a waste of your talent. You should be called the Prince of Lousy Shoes. How is it? Is this name appropriate? Unexpectedly, the other party didn't get angry when he heard that. Instead, he smiled and sighed. Tang Zhen, you sure know me well. Speaking of which, you haven't called me in years. Why are you looking for me this time? Can't I call if there's nothing? Damn, cut the crap. I know you. Just as Tang Zhen finished speaking, he heard rapid breathing from the other end of the phone, followed by a woman's scream. Tang Zhen frowned when he heard that. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard a voice from the phone. Let's meet at the south of the city square in an hour, all right. Damn, this brat. Tang Zhen cursed angrily into the phone, but he felt very uncomfortable. The young man who Tang Zhen called the lousy prince was called Su Feng. He was also an orphan and had grown up without a home. Perhaps because they were both orphans, the two of them had played around since they were young and had a very close relationship. Later on, Tang Zhen dropped out of school to work. Su Feng started to mix with gangsters. The two of them interacted less and less. In the end, they didn't contact each other for a few years. Initially, Tang Zhen thought that he and Su Feng were two different people and wouldn't have any interaction in the future. But from the looks of it, nothing in this world was absolute. There was only wishful thinking and self-deception. An hour later, in the square south of the city, Tang Zhen arrived more than 10 minutes early and looked around in boredom. An off-road vehicle suddenly stopped in front of the stunned Tang Zhen. The window lowered, and a handsome man with silver hair and sunglasses stuck his head out. This person waved lazily at Tang Zhen. After seeing that Tang Zhen deliberately ignored him, the handsome man pulled a bottle of mineral water from near the car seat and threw it at him. Damn! Tang Zhen pretended to be surprised and turned around. He looked at the handsome man in surprise and sighed. Oh, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you actually didn't die on a woman's stomach. Instead, you're getting more and more energetic. The heavens are really blind. The handsome man curled his lips in disdain. He jumped out of the car and sized up Tang Zhen twice. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, Hee, I heard that your foster father ran away with the money. Why, it doesn't feel good to repay someone's debt, right? Tang Zhen's expression darkened, and he shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Su Feng punched Tang Zhen's shoulder and comforted him. It's not a big deal. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you'll repay your debt in less than 3 years, and you'll still have excess. Forget it, I can't do what you do. Ridiculous. Why don't I introduce you to a top-notch girl? Don't worry, she's definitely clean. It'll also save you from always thinking about that schemer Fan Yujia. Tang Zhen curled his lips and said disdainfully, Thank you. I'm not like you. I don't like that type. As for Fan Yujia, I've already given up. Su Feng sneered and tilted his head. It's not like you don't know that I'm not interested in those immature women. All right, it's good that you've given up. Let's not talk about our troubles anymore. Tell me, why did you want to meet? Tang Zhen put away his previous cynicism and looked around. He said softly, Help me get a pistol and some bullets. Su Feng was stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. His originally narrowed peach blossom eyes instantly opened. Why do you want that thing? Don't tell me you want to kill Fan Yujia's lover? Let me tell you, don't get involved with something like this. I'm done talking about this. I can't help you with this. Weapons and equipment and the abandoned factory that appeared out of thin air. After saying that, Su Feng ignored Tang Zhen and turned to leave in the car. Seeing that Su Feng was about to leave, Tang Zhen panicked. How could he let him leave? He immediately pulled the other party back and explained, "What are you thinking? How old am I? How can I not understand what you mean? Sai, to be honest, I'm going to the mountains to collect some old stuff recently. I'm not familiar with the place, so I want to get it to protect myself and scare people." As if I'd believe you. I'll tell you clearly, I can't help you. Damn, aren't you my good brother? If you are, help me once. Don't say that you can't get it. You can't lie to me. Su Feng's body paused. He slowly turned his muscular body and frowned. His gaze swept back and forth on Tang Zhen's face a few times. Finally, just as Tang Zhen was about to fly into a rage, he said, "Forget it, we're brothers. I've already said good things. There's nothing I can do if you don't listen. Since you've begged me, I'll help you this time. I have one here with 10,000 bullets. Do you want it?" "No problem, I'll give you the money now." Tang Zhen was delighted when he heard that and hurriedly nodded in agreement. In fact, Tang Zhen still wanted to get a shotgun, but that thing was too eye-catching, so he didn't mention it this time. He nodded and asked, "By the way, when can I get it?" "The sooner the better." "Wait there, I'll make a call." Su Feng rolled his eyes at Tang Zhen and took out his phone to make a call. He muttered a few words and hung up. In less than 10 minutes, a black car stopped in front of the two of them. Then, a strong man 1.9 meters tall jumped out of the car and bent down to call Su Feng, "Brother Feng." Su Feng tilted his head and nodded at Tang Zhen. The burly man looked at him carefully and called Tang Zhen to the back seat of the car. He turned around and took out a black plastic bag from the front passenger seat. Tang Zhen sat in the car and opened the plastic bag to take a look. He discovered that it was indeed a brand new black pistol filled with visual impact. Apart from this pistol, there was also a magazine and dozens of bullets. When Su Feng saw Tang Zhen's clumsy appearance when he fiddled with the pistol, he curled his lips in disdain. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. "The thing is not bad, I want it." Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction. Although he couldn't test the gun, he could completely avoid the examination given his relationship with Su Feng. He casually took out a stack of bright red notes from his leather bag and handed it to Su Feng. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't take it at all. Instead, the burly man beside him hurriedly took it over, checked it, and directly put it in his pocket. Walking out of the car, Tang Zhen felt the weight in his backpack and couldn't help but feel safer. Su Feng finished smoking a cigarette. After throwing away the cigarette butt, he turned around and pointed at Tang Zhen's chest with his finger. "You have to know your limits. If you really can't settle things, come and find me. I still have some power in the surrounding districts and counties. But if you want to die, don't blame me for not having time to collect your corpse." When Tang Zhen heard that, he scolded with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to trouble you. You, Yan Master Su, are too busy. Apart from having time to entertain women, you really don't have much time. We've been brothers for almost 20 years. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Lust is a steel knife that scrapes bones. It's better to quit early." Su Feng was disdainful and chuckled. "What the hell are you talking about?" After saying that, Su Feng got into the car coolly and started the engine. He stretched out his left hand and shook it gently before speeding away. After Su Feng left, Tang Zhen also hailed a taxi and headed straight for his house. Another morning arrived. After washing up and filling his stomach, Tang Zhen took a car to the nearby metal market. After walking around, he came to a stall and picked a spring steel plate from a former Soviet scrapped car. He also bought some steel pipes and thin iron plates. After paying, he headed to the next stop. After bringing a pile of things home and resting for a while, Tang Zhen connected the power source and started working. Because of his interest and hobby, Tang Zhen had some experience in creating weapons and defense. He often browsed the forum and usually liked to do things himself to accumulate a lot of experience. The production process was very smooth. It was not until midnight that Tang Zhen finally completed his work. Looking at the results of his work, he stretched and drank a cup of water before starting to make adjustments. It was a simple but practical armor made of leather and thin steel plates. It didn't look cumbersome to wear. There was also a long saber tempered with spring steel. It was suitable in weight and had a moderate center of gravity. It was more than enough for battle. Moreover, there was a curved bow bought from the store that was accompanied by a pot of carbon fiber poles with sharp arrows, as well as a sharp spear. With these weapons on him and other miscellaneous things, it felt very inconvenient for him to walk around. However, Tang Zhen didn't want to give up anything. Fortunately, there was a storage space that helped him take care of a lot of the weight. After preparing for another 2 days, Tang Zhen had already adjusted his mind to its optimal state. He closed the door and started the teleportation. When the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared, what appeared in front of Tang Zhen was not the weeds that filled the sky before he left, but a dilapidated building. Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took out his pistol from his waist and opened the safety mechanism. With a weapon in hand, Tang Zhen's confidence increased a lot. He began to carefully observe his surroundings. From the looks of this building, this should be a factory building. He was in the middle of the factory area. The factory area was very large, as if it had been abandoned for many years. Some places had already collapsed. Tang Zhen concluded that this place had just been turned into a wild building, but for some reason, there were no monsters here. There were weeds more than a meter tall growing in the factory courtyard, and many strange plants with hard spikes. Fortunately, Tang Zhen's pants were thick. Otherwise, there would definitely be traces of blood. He held his breath and walked forward carefully. At the same time, he activated the map function and carefully observed the surrounding environment to prevent monsters from suddenly jumping out. Just as he was trying to observe the situation in the factory from the window, a sharp cry came from the ruins. Tang Zhen, who heard this scream, was first stunned, but he immediately determined that it was a human cry, and it seemed to be a girl. He quickly locked onto the direction of the voice and immediately rushed in that direction carefully. After running for about 300 meters and turning around a factory, Tang Zhen arrived at a field with sparse weeds. At the same time, he saw the owner of the scream. It was a 16 or 17-year-old girl in tattered clothes. She was waving a small knife made of iron with all her might, protecting a little girl in her arms who was wearing a sack and had a frightened expression. At this moment, the girl's face was filled with despair and regret. The big eyes on her thin cheeks were filled with tears, and she was roaring like an injured beast. She was wearing a shirt made of a plastic woven bag, and her bare arms and legs were covered in blood from the weeds. Tang Zhen only glanced at the girl before his attention was attracted by the 5 creatures letting out strange cries as they surrounded the girl. The 5 monsters were only about 1.2 meters tall. Their hunched bodies had a big head that looked like a dog and a rat. They waved iron shovels and wooden clubs in their hands, and their bodies emitted a stench like dead fish. At this moment, they were opening their big mouths that were big enough to swallow an adult's head. Their canine teeth were constantly spewing smelly air, and they were staring at the girl with a drooling expression. Even if Tang Zhen suddenly appeared, it didn't attract their attention. Tang Zhen's heart tightened. What kind of monster was this? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a set of red words appeared in front of him. Scavenger Gnome, Level 1, extremely dirty, weak vision, and huge bite power. So this monster was called a Scavenger Gnome. It had Level 1 battle power. If he was careful, he should be able to deal with them. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen ran quickly and charged at the monster. Murong Sisters, 1. When the scavenger gnomes heard the sound, they immediately turned around. After discovering Tang Zhen running over, they stared at him with fierce and bloodthirsty eyes and let out ear-piercing low roars. At the same time, the two scavenger gnomes quickly changed directions and pounced fiercely at Tang Zhen. On the other hand, when the girl saw Tang Zhen, the unexpected intruder, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then, she seemed to have realized something and roared at Tang Zhen, "Run, run, these monsters eat people." The girl's words were anxious, clearly reminding Tang Zhen to escape quickly. However, judging from her choppy tone, it seemed like she had not communicated with anyone for a long time. Tang Zhen was very grateful for the girl's kindness. She was in danger, but she could still think about the safety of others. For this, he had no reason to stand by and watch. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen quickly raised his pistol, aimed at one of the monsters, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After a crisp sound, the bullet hit the target. The monster that was shot cried out in pain. A green round hole was immediately opened in its head. It struggled desperately for a few times before twitching and dying. This gunshot immediately stunned the remaining 4 monsters. They were clearly creatures with simple intelligence. The sudden death of their companions shocked them. After chattering for a while, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Then, they turned around and ran at the same time. Perhaps they had seen the power of firearms before, so they were so afraid. Tang Zhen was delighted when he saw this. He even fired at the backs of the 4 monsters without hesitation. After a series of rapid gunshots, the 4 monsters fell to the ground and died twitching. Tang Zhen was quite surprised that he could kill the 5 monsters so easily. After all, he had personally experienced how difficult these monsters were. Tang Zhen glanced at the monster's corpse. The green mucus that emerged from its body made him feel slightly disgusted, so he simply didn't look at the corpses anymore. He retrieved the emptied magazine and replaced it with a magazine filled with bullets. He took out his sword and squatted down. He took out the brain beads of the 5 monsters and wiped his hands with a tissue. Only then did he turn around and look at the girl. He smiled at the girl whose fear had yet to subside and put the pistol in his belt. The girl had already put down the iron knife across her chest. She sat on the ground and hugged the crying little girl in her arms as she twitched. Clearly, the terrifying experience of life and death just now had frightened her. Seeing this, Tang Zhen didn't say anything. He only grinned and shook his palm that was cut by the pistol sleeve, sighing to himself that he was still too flustered. However, for him, who was using a weapon for the first time, it was already very good that he could successfully kill the monster and not send the bullet flying into the sky. Seeing that the girl was crying non-stop, Tang Zhen couldn't help but interrupt. "Can you stop crying first? This place isn't safe. Should we move to a different place first?" The girl stopped crying when she heard that. She wiped her mud-covered face and silently glanced at Tang Zhen before waving at him. She carried the cute little girl and walked in front, while Tang Zhen followed closely behind. They turned left and right and walked very far. When they reached the edge of the abandoned factory, she stopped in front of a weed in the grass and a cement pipe that could only accommodate 1 person. The girl waved at Tang Zhen again and entered first. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Zhen quietly took out his pistol and covered it under his clothes. Then, he crawled into the dark entrance. After lowering his head and bending down for more than 10 meters, an underground canal about 10 square meters appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The environment here was very simple, and it could only shelter them from the wind and rain. A strange smell filled the air. The sisters, who had lived in this environment for a long time, also had the smell on them, making Tang Zhen involuntarily cover his nose. Seeing this, the girl blushed slightly. Tang Zhen realized that it was inappropriate and quietly put down his hand. A few rays of sunlight shone into the underground space through the cracks in the ruins. In the corner was a small bed made of wooden hay. After the girl put it down, the little girl was sitting on it and looking at Tang Zhen curiously. At this moment, the girl was carefully collecting the seeping water from the depression in the basement and gathering it in a glass bottle. Seeing that Tang Zhen was looking at her curiously, the girl's eyes dodged slightly. Then, she handed the bottle to Tang Zhen. Because she had just roared at the top of her lungs, the girl's voice was a little hoarse. She said in a slightly choppy voice, "You, sit down and drink water." Tang Zhen was slightly stunned when he heard that. Could it be that the girl wanted him to drink this dirty water that had accumulated on the ground? However, after thinking about the girl's environment, Tang Zhen also guessed that this bottle of water might be very precious to her. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head in refusal. Under the girl's slightly aggrieved gaze, he waved his hand gently and picked up a bottle of mineral water and a few bags of biscuits. The girl was shocked by the sudden appearance of food. She took a few careful looks and judged that it was food. Then, she asked carefully, "You are a holy master?" This was the first time Tang Zhen had displayed the ability of the storage space in front of others. He was originally in a flaunting mood, but when he was asked by the girl, his heart suddenly trembled. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Holy Master? Could it be that the Holy Master you mentioned can create things like me?" "Yes." The girl nodded slightly and replied, but her eyes were fixed on the food on the ground. At the same time, she gently pursed her dry lips. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly when he saw this. He picked up a bag of biscuits and a bottle of water and handed them to the girl. "As long as you tell me all the rumors you know, these foods are all yours." The girl's eyes immediately erupted with light. She stared at Tang Zhen and asked, "Is what you said true? Give them all to me?" "Of course it's true." Seeing Tang Zhen nod in affirmation, the girl immediately pulled over the bag of biscuits and took a fierce bite with her teeth, but she bit the plastic bag. Tang Zhen laughed when he saw this. The girl blushed. She rolled her eyes and ignored Tang Zhen. After handing the cracked biscuit to the little girl beside her, she quickly hid the rest of the water and food behind the bed. Tang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's all yours. No one will snatch it from you. Hurry up and sit here. Tell me everything you know." The girl didn't listen to Tang Zhen. She only curled her long legs and hugged them with her arms. She watched gently as the little girl wolfed down the food and started telling the story with a blank gaze. It turned out that the girl's father was once the lord of a small building. Back then, when the foreign race's warriors attacked the human building where her family was located, the girl's parents died in battle. The girl and her sister were saved by a few warriors with all their might. In the following days, the few warriors left or died in battle for various reasons. In the end, only the girl and her sister were left wandering in the wilderness. The place they lived in was discovered a year ago. It was an abandoned underground cave. Logically speaking, such a place wasn't very safe, but because the girl's hiding place was very hidden and she was usually very cautious, she was actually very lucky to survive a year safely. But the evening the day before yesterday, this factory ruin suddenly appeared here, only inches away from her hiding place. At that time, she was almost frightened. She hugged the little girl and shrank in a corner, not even daring to breathe loudly, afraid that she would alarm those wandering monsters. However, at noon yesterday, a group of warriors from the nearby building barged in. They first cleaned up the wandering monsters and found a hidden basement. They fought with a few powerful monsters for a long time and finally left after killing those monsters. The girl witnessed the entire process of the battle. During this period, firearms were also used. There was also someone who used the method of creating things out of thin air like Tang Zhen. The girl overheard the other warriors calling that person Mr. Holy Master. The girl had only seen warriors who cultivated martial skills in the past, but this was the first time she had seen a holy master. Seeing that the monsters had all been cleared and that her sister was so hungry that she felt uncomfortable, the girl took the risk to go out and find food. Although she was extremely careful, she was still discovered by the hidden monster. Before Tang Zhen appeared, she thought that she and her sister would become food for the monster, and she had already fallen into complete despair. Listening to the girl's choked explanation, Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He didn't expect the fate of these two girls to be so miserable. A trace of compassion rose in his heart. No matter what, Tang Zhen couldn't bear to see them continue to endure the threat of hunger and death at such a beautiful age. Moreover, after understanding the tragic situation of the humans in this world, Tang Zhen was even more unwilling to watch his own race die without doing anything. Looking at the girl who was immersed in her past memories, Tang Zhen casually asked, "Do you have a name?" "What's your name?" The girl reached out to push away the hair that covered her eyes and whispered, "My name is Zhen, and my sister's name is Ziyue." "Yes, hello, uncle. I'm Ziyue." The little girl sitting at the side nodded and said crisply. Under her yellow hair, caused by malnutrition, a pair of lively eyes looked at Tang Zhen. "Just call me brother. My surname is Tang." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard that. Looking at the two sisters who were struggling in the wilderness and relying on each other, Tang Zhen felt a strong sense of kinship in his heart. This reminded him of his childhood experience with his sister. Therefore, he chuckled and said, "Your names are both very nice and beautiful." Zhen shook her head gently when she heard that. She reached out and touched her sister's dry hair, as if she was filled with worries. After a while, Zhen looked a little conflicted. She pursed her lips and turned to look at Tang Zhen. She said with a pleading tone, "Can you stay? I'll be your woman." Tang Zhen didn't expect Zhen to suddenly say this. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. On second thought, he understood Zhen's motive. She just wanted to find someone to rely on for herself and his sister. Although Tang Zhen wanted to refuse, when he noticed the loving gaze Zhen gave her sister, he immediately extinguished the thought. After all, she was a weak woman with an ignorant sister. How could they survive in this chaotic world filled with danger? Perhaps relying on a strong man was the best choice. Even if Zhen treated this as an exchange, she was still willing. Shaking his head gently, Tang Zhen sighed at the heartlessness of fate, but Zhen misunderstood. Her body trembled slightly, and she gritted her teeth fiercely. Zhen suddenly pounced over. Before Tang Zhen could recover, she grabbed his palm, pulled off her clothes, and placed his hand on her bare chest. Placing Tang Zhen's big hand on her bare chest, Zhen looked straight at Tang Zhen and begged, "I can cook, sleep with you, and even give birth to your child. I can do anything a woman can do. Stay, please stay." General store. Zhen's action made Tang Zhen's body stiffen. He instinctively grabbed with his hand and felt that it was extremely soft. "Ah." The girl opposite him blushed and couldn't help but grunt in pain. When he returned to his senses after feeling the soft ball of meat in his palm, Tang Zhen's gaze was very calm. The girl's actions caught him off guard, but after thinking about the girl's motive, he couldn't have dirty thoughts about this girl who was covered in filth but had a clean heart, let alone do that kind of thing in front of a child. Looking at the girl in front of him, Tang Zhen couldn't help but recall his childhood experience. That time, he and his sister were really hungry and uncomfortable. His sister couldn't help but steal the dried radish from a family with a bad reputation. In the end, she was caught by the female owner on the spot. Seeing that his sister was grabbed by the clothes and about to be slapped by the scheming woman, Tang Zhen rushed up like a madman and knocked the woman away. He shouted for his sister to run, but he was knocked to the ground by that woman and her son. As the woman hit him, she cursed, "You motherless little beggar." Tang Zhen was beaten black and blue, but he smiled very happily. This was because his sister wasn't beaten up and even took away a large amount of dried radishes. She didn't have to starve tonight. The current Murong Xian was so similar to her at that time. With a gentle smile, he signaled for Murong Xian to let go and gently pressed her down until she was seated on the ground. Reaching out to push away Murong Xian's long hair, Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that although this girl's face was covered in mud, her original appearance was definitely beautiful, especially that stubbornness and motherly aura that vaguely appeared on her face. Tang Zhen knew that something might happen to the two of them in the future, but definitely not at this moment. "I can help you, but this is definitely not an exchange. Do you understand?" That kind of naked transaction was no different from getting a prostitute. Tang Zhen didn't like it. Tang Zhen's tone was very gentle as he said calmly, "My name is Tang Zhen. Call me Brother Tang in the future." Looking at the smiling Tang Zhen, Murong Xian nodded obediently. After obtaining Tang Zhen's promise, a trace of hope rose in her originally confused eyes. Although her actions just now were rash, if she was given another chance to do everything over again, she would still try it without hesitation. It couldn't be helped. She, who had once lived like a princess, had long understood that stubbornness and self-esteem couldn't bring her powerful martial strength, fill their stomachs, or help them stay away from the danger that existed everywhere. She didn't do it for herself, but for her young sister. If she wanted to get something, she naturally had to give up something. That was all she could give. Even if the outcome wasn't ideal, she had no regrets. After all, there were very few opportunities to change her current survival situation. It could only be chanced upon by luck. The opportunity disappeared in a flash, but Murong Xian successfully grasped it. He had to admit that she had good judgment and was quite decisive. Murong Xian looked at the man in front of her and felt emotional. With the appearance of this man, she and her sister would have a higher chance of survival. No matter what, ever since Tang Zhen saved her from the monster, she had already made up her mind. After all, human lives in the wilderness were the most worthless thing. She didn't expect much, as long as she and her sister could live. Looking at Murong Xian, who was originally fighting like an injured female wolf protecting its cub in a difficult situation, but now relaxed like a helpless kitten, Tang Zhen recalled the difficult days when he and his sister relied on each other. He couldn't help but pull her slightly rough little hand over and pull her directly to his side. Murong Xian's body trembled again, but she sat down obediently. Tang Zhen hugged this lonely and stubborn girl. Even if her body was filled with strange smells, he didn't mind. He just hugged her silently, like how he treated his sister, making her thin and weak body feel a little warm. Life was not easy, and people had to cherish each other. Unexpectedly, when Murong Xian saw him hugging her, she suddenly recalled the happy days she had with her parents. She hugged Tang Zhen's neck and sobbed softly. Her aggrieved tears seemed to be endless. After expressing her attitude in front of Tang Zhen just now, Murong Xian had already treated Tang Zhen as her man. At this moment, she fell into this man's broad arms and even relieved all her worries and burdens. Her tears couldn't be stopped anymore. "Look at you, you're crying like a cat." "Io, Ziyue is also crying." Tang Zhen hurriedly coaxed the two of them. His sorry state made Murong Xian laugh through her tears. She turned around shyly and wiped the tears on her face. Then, she ran to the side to comfort little Ziyue, who was crying along with the crowd. This scene was very heartwarming but also very cruel. The two sisters, who were as beautiful as flowers, had endured too much hardship and suffering at an age that should have been protected and doted on. Looking at the two sisters who entrusted their future to him with a gentle gaze, Tang Zhen felt that all of this was so unexpected. However, the trust that the other party placed his life in made his mentality change a little. Initially, he treated himself as a passerby in this world. With a wave of his sleeve, he only took away the wealth he wanted, but now, he had an additional responsibility and concern on his shoulder. Looking at the smiling little Ziwe, Tang Zhen slowly walked over, wanting to tease this very cute little girl. Unfortunately, the little girl was a little afraid of strangers. When she saw Tang Zhen coming over, she subconsciously dodged, and her cute big eyes began to mist up again. General store, 2. Seeing this, Tang Zhen could only shrug and give up on teasing the little girl. Instead, he sat down and fell into deep thought. The changes in this world caught Tang Zhen off guard. Although he had already heard some descriptions of similar situations from Qianlong, he still needed to see it for himself to believe it. The hidden danger made him even more cautious. Now that he only had a pistol in his hand and his ammunition was very limited, it was clearly not appropriate to bet his entire life on Plesset. Although the swords and bows he had prepared previously were also lethal, they lacked proficient operation skills. They definitely couldn't maximize their effect when dealing with a group of ferocious monsters. When one person fought a group of monsters, the weapon in his hand had to have an absolute advantage and his battle power had to be super strong. Otherwise, the other party could suppress him with numbers alone. Looking at Tang Zhen, who was deep in thought, the Murong sisters tactfully hid to the side and quietly watched him fall into deep thought. Ever since she made her choice, it meant that the man in front of her was her only support in the future. Murong Zian was still a little nervous and expectant, but at the same time, she felt a little sad. In this chaotic world, she definitely couldn't protect herself and her sister with her own strength, but this man who could kill 5 monsters with a wave of his hand gave her a huge sense of security she had never felt before. This man is very strong, and he didn't bully me with his power. Perhaps my choice wasn't wrong. As Murong Zian thought about it, her gaze on Tang Zhen became gentler. This day passed in the intermittent conversation between Tang Zhen and Murong Zian. During this period, he asked about various detailed information regarding the entire world, but Murong Zian also didn't know much. However, Murong Zian was very sure of one thing. That was that the buildings had very magical abilities. Moreover, some of the sizes of the legendary buildings were not inferior to a continent. Of course, Murong Zian didn't know the word continent. The description she gave was that it would take months to walk out of the building on a fast horse. Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard that. After all, the size of such a huge building was really shocking. In fact, Murong Zian didn't know much. If it weren't for the fact that she once had a father who was a building lord, she probably wouldn't know much. However, Tang Zhen didn't mind. The information he obtained today was already shocking enough. He believed that as he explored step by step, he would eventually understand all the relevant information in this world. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When they woke up the next day, the sisters were still sleeping soundly in the corner. Obviously, with Tang Zhen around, they could sleep soundly. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart and woke up the sleeping Murong Zian. He told her that he would be away for a day or two and instructed them not to go out for the next 2 days. After leaving some food behind, Tang Zhen left the basement under the worried gazes of the sisters and headed in the direction of the Wanderer Market. On the way, Tang Zhen encountered a few wandering monsters, but he didn't attack. Instead, he carefully avoided them. Soon, the Wanderer Market appeared in front of him. Some wanderers were entering and exiting the gate of the market. When Tang Zhen approached to enter, a warrior wearing a long saber and simple leather armor blocked his path and asked him for the fee to enter the market. Tang Zhen took out a bone card from his pocket. It was the certificate he had obtained when he and Qianlong handed over the bead last time. It could allow him to stay here for a month. When the warrior guarding the door saw the bone card, he reminded him to tie the bone card to his waist and let him enter the market. The market in the day was clearly very lively. On both sides of the road were wanderers sitting on the ground. In front of them were piles of resources for trading. When he passed by a stall, Tang Zhen surprisingly discovered a group of birds raised in cages that looked like chickens. He asked curiously, but the other party said that these were wild chickens caught with a trap. Tang Zhen thought to himself, "Are you freaking kidding me? Can't I even differentiate between a wild chicken and raised chicken?" However, when he recalled that this wasn't his original world, he didn't dwell on this problem anymore. Apart from these wild chickens that looked like hens, there were also some birds placed on the stall. Most of them were caught by traps. A small number had been shot down by bows and arrows. At the side, there were some wild beasts that Tang Zhen didn't recognize. Most of them had been cleaned up and were waiting to be sold. Tang Zhen looked around and discovered a few items that were useful to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to exchange them. Instead, he went straight to the inn. After entering the inn, he didn't find Qianlong. He asked the boss and learned that this guy had gone out to sell things. Tang Zhen was a little surprised because he didn't see Qianlong on the street just now. Where did he go to set up a stall? After asking again, he realized that the place where Qianlong sold things was the grocery store in the market, not a stall by the roadside. According to the inn owner's guidance, Tang Zhen quickly arrived in front of a relatively tall house. The wall was even painted with smoke-brown paint, making it more pleasing to the eye than the houses beside it. Tang Zhen glanced at the burly man guarding the door and walked in. After entering the house, the light in front of him suddenly darkened. Fortunately, he quickly adapted to the environment and saw the decorations in the house clearly. Compared to the crudeness of the street stalls in the Wanderer town, the items in this store were much higher end. There were many resources searched by wanderers from the wild buildings, and some were goods from the building. The goods here included food, clothing, as well as accommodation and travel items, but they were all very expensive. At this moment, Qianlong was standing in front of the counter of the store. When he saw Tang Zhen, he smiled, and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. "Is the way back safe? I heard that the monsters nearby have increased a lot. There's also a wild building nearby. The monsters inside are also very powerful." Qianlong spoke confidently, while Tang Zhen replied from time to time. A muscular waiter walked out from the back room behind the counter. He held a small enamel basin in his hand. Inside was a large pile of white beads, making hua-hua sounds. Upon hearing this noise, Tang Zhen felt his heart skip a beat. He stared straight at the beads. The desire rising in his body made him want to swallow all these beads in one bite. "This is the price we discussed. There are a total of 400 level 1 white brain beads. Count them." The waiter handed the beads to Qianlong, but Qianlong was really helpless against all the beads. He glanced at Tang Zhen and saw Tang Zhen nod before handing the basin over for Tang Zhen to count. After confirming that the number of beads was correct, the two of them turned and left the grocery store, returning to the inn they had previously stayed in. After the two of them left, a very inconspicuous-looking wanderer walked out of the grocery store closely behind. After glancing at the direction of Tang Zhen and his companion with narrowed eyes, he sneered twice and turned to enter a mud hut not far away. Weapon shop and ambush in the room of the inn, Tang Zhen and Qianlong chatted. According to Qianlong, he had been busy selling the food left behind by Tang Zhen for the past 2 days. After comparing the goods, he finally chose to sell these excellent foods to this grocery store because they offered the highest price. In the end, Tang Zhen's food oil, which was not worth much in this world, was sold for a good price in the alternate world. After all, in this world, the most valuable thing was seasoning. For the natives of the alternate world, the delicacies cooked with these seasonings were very delicious. As he spoke, Qianlong handed the beads to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen took out 100 of them and handed them to Qianlong. Qianlong refused to accept them, but Tang Zhen still forced him to accept them. He didn't care about this bit of beads. He cared about Qianlong. Qianlong reluctantly accepted these brain beads and said that he had taken a fancy to the equipment. Now that he had these brain beads, he would go to the weapon store to buy them later. Tang Zhen said, "In any case, we're free. Why don't we go to the weapons store in the town to take a look? Tang Zhen also had the intention to observe. After all, the price of weapons was so high. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Now, he could take this opportunity to observe. Qianlong couldn't wait either, so they immediately moved. After the two of them walked out of the inn side by side, they walked along the messy street and quickly arrived at the weapons store across the street from the grocery store. The name of the weapons store was Blade and was written in a strange language. Qianlong didn't know it, but he had heard its name from others. Tang Zhen recalled that there was an automatic translation language and text transfer in the cell phone's app store. The download price was 10,000 gold coins. It looked like he could download it to test the effect when he had enough money. This weapons store faced the street. There were several rows of wooden weapon racks with many swords and weapons hanging on them, shining coldly under the sun. On the wooden shelves inside were armor of various types. The disadvantage was that they weren't very beautiful. In the deepest part of the weapon store, Tang Zhen also saw a few fire shovels hanging on the wall, as well as a dagger and a flintlock pistol placed on the counter. He tested these weapons. The edges were sharp, the weight was moderate, and the quality was very good. Seeing that Tang Zhen was watching carefully, Qianlong said, "These are all ordinary weapons, but the price is not low. Ordinary wanderers can't afford them at all." Tang Zhen heard the hidden meaning and couldn't help but ask, "These weapons are all pretty good? Then according to you, there are better weapons than these?" "Of course, but ordinary wanderers like us can't come into contact with it." Qianlong continued confidently, "That kind of weapon is called a demon weapon. It's divided into 9 stars. The materials used to forge it are very rare and precious, so it has a strange ability. It's called an attribute by the craftsman. While the price of this kind of weapon is high, it's also a symbol of identity and strength." As the two of them spoke, they had already entered the weapon store. Looking around, in the backyard of the weapon store, there were a few blacksmiths waving iron hammers and guarding the furnace, sweating like rain, hammering the red iron bars on the anvil into the form of swords. There were more than 10 people as assistants beside him. There were also weapons placed in the store, but compared to the outside, these weapons looked better. Tang Zhen took out a long and thin saber and looked at it. He saw that the blade of this saber was about 90 centimeters long. The hilt and sheath were very exquisite, and the mirror-like surface of the blade was polished to the point where one's reflection could be seen. It was also very smooth to swing it in his hand, and the edge that emitted a cold light looked very sharp. Tang Zhen liked this saber very much, so he asked the waiter how much it was. The other party's answer was 280 white brain beads. Upon hearing this price, Tang Zhen couldn't help but be speechless. The brain beads were very important to him, but having a good weapon to protect himself was also very important. However, the value of the brain beads was relatively higher. Therefore, Tang Zhen could only sigh and put it back. He turned around and looked at Qianlong. This guy was fiddling with a short bow and looked like he couldn't bear to part with it. The body of the short bow was made of an unknown material. It was a purple and red color, but its surface was covered in green patterns like meridians. The black bowstring seemed to be extremely flexible and wouldn't cause one to cut their hand when handling it. Qianlong tried to pull it. It was a little difficult and looked like it weighed a lot. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. So this was what Qianlong wanted. He happened to have a set of bow and arrows in his storage space. The quality couldn't be said to be better than what Qianlong was currently using, but at least he didn't have to spend money. From the looks of this short bow, it was obvious that it was expensive. Presumably, Qianlong had only come to have fun. He would give that set of bow and arrows to Qianlong directly later. When he returned next time, he would buy a few more sets to prepare. He might need them at some point. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately pulled the reluctant Qianlong back and told him that he would give him a set of balm not much worse than this later. Qianlong's eyes lit up when he heard that, but he was also skeptical. However, he still left the weapon store with Tang Zhen. When he passed by a roadside stall in the market, Tang Zhen spent some money to buy all the jewelry he had taken a fancy to previously. Then, he secretly placed them in his storage space. After returning to the room in the inn, Tang Zhen first told Qianlong about the Murong sisters and then told him that he wanted to build a building. Qianlong was stunned by Tang Zhen's thoughts. In his heart, it was already difficult to become a resident of a building, let alone establish a building. Was this Tang Zhen thinking properly? Are you sure you really want to establish a building? Qianlong stuttered and stared at Tang Zhen. Of course I'm serious, and I definitely won't give up halfway after making up my mind. Buddy, are you interested in completing this magnificent feat with me? Qianlong seemed a little annoyed. He supported his head with his hand and said in a slightly mocking tone, I guess you must be crazy, but why do I actually have the urge to give it a try? Cut the crap. Are you going to do it or not? Screw it. If the establishment of the building fails, the worst outcome is only death. I'll do it. Don't say such depressing things. To tell you the truth, if I want to build a building, I'll build the largest building in this world. Then, I'll demolish all the buildings of those foreign races. Qianlong rolled his eyes when he heard that. Demolish the buildings established by those foreign races, hee. You haven't seen the horror of those foreign race warriors. Now, I'm sure that you're really crazy. Although he felt that Tang Zhen was playing with fire, since he had already joined Tang Zhen's building plan, Qianlong became serious. The two of them began to discuss how to obtain the cornerstone, where to build the building, how to obtain the materials needed to build the building, and how to resist the monster attack after it was built. Only then did Tang Zhen realize that there were still many things he had to prepare to establish a building. Moreover, he was still clueless in many aspects. It looked like his original idea was a little simple. Fortunately, there was a preliminary plan now. The two of them just had to carry out the plan they had discussed. Establishing a building was not a small matter, so they had to keep it a secret in the early stages. Otherwise, if they were targeted by bad people, it would be more or less troublesome. In this way, the town was not very safe. The two of them and the Murong sisters had to find a new residence as soon as possible. However, living in a small town was also beneficial. It was convenient to trade here, and they could resist the attacks of monsters and obtain more information. Moreover, this place was close to a building, and from time to time, caravans would trade with the market. Tang Zhen even tried to find an opportunity to enter the building to investigate. Although the factory where the Murong sisters lived could also accommodate them, Tang Zhen was afraid that this damn place would be discovered by monsters, so he would bring the two sisters along with him. After asking Qianlong if there was an ideal building location, Qianlong recalled a place that was hidden, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. It wasn't too far from here. That place was once the camp of a plundering team formed by a group of wanderers. There were hundreds of people, and all the wanderers who knew about that place would deliberately avoid it. Later on, he heard that this unlucky raider team was wiped out by a powerful monster passing by. That valley had been empty since then. Qianlong also discovered the location of that camp by chance. Later on, after the plundering team was killed, he also went once in an attempt to search for some useful resources. Unfortunately, that place had long been plundered clean by the wanderers who came first. Since there was a suitable place, Tang Zhen would naturally find an opportunity to take a look. However, they still decided to bring the Murong sisters back first to prevent any changes from happening. Therefore, the two of them immediately set off and went straight to the abandoned factory after leaving the Wanderer town. Not long after leaving the town, when the two of them passed by a withered vine forest, a chirping bird cry sounded. Tang Zhen looked up and saw that it was a bird similar to a turtle dove. It looked pretty fat. Looking at the trees filled with birds, Tang Zhen turned around and casually asked, "You said that you used to be hungry often. Don't you usually hunt these birds to eat?" Qianlong shook its head and said, "With what? A bow and arrow? I don't have one." "Then can't you make one yourself?" Tang Zhen asked. Qianlong shook his head and said, "The lethality of the bow and arrows I made is completely useless. The range is too limited, and the power is too small." Tang Zhen nodded when he heard that. He seemed to have seen the introduction before. A real bow was actually very complicated. It wasn't as simple as getting a bamboo pole and tying a rope. Although there were also bow styles like English longbows in this world, there didn't seem to be any wood suitable for making bows in this world. The plants in the wilderness he had seen were mostly strange vines that filled the sky and looked like woods, but he had never seen a single tree. Since he was bored, Tang Zhen continued the topic. "If you don't have a bow, don't you know how to use traps and slingshots? The harvest of the trap is a risk. These birds have become spirits, and most of the time, they don't fall for it at all. Also, what's a slingshot?" Qianlong asked in confusion. "Is this slingshot also a type of bow?" Tang Zhen was stunned. "A slingshot is a slingshot. Don't you know what a slingshot is?" Qianlong shook his head in confusion, indicating that he really didn't know. Tang Zhen shook his head when he heard that. He told himself in his heart that this was an alternate world and he couldn't think according to the train of thought in this world. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen only said that he would give one to Qianlong later and stopped talking about this topic. The two of them had just walked a short distance on the deserted path when Qianlong pulled on Tang Zhen's clothes with a serious expression and said softly, "Be careful, someone wants to rob the path. Prepare to attack at any time." Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat. He calmly looked around, but he didn't find anything unusual. However, Tang Zhen believed in Qianlong's beast-like intuition. That was a survival skill cultivated from countless close encounters with death. He opened the map and took a look. As expected, there were many people hidden in the nearby grass, surrounding them. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It looked like he had been careless. At this moment, two cold arrows suddenly shot out from the grass and headed straight for the two of them. Retreat and reunion. The moment the sharp arrow shot over, killing intent also attacked. The two of them immediately sensed it. Tang Zhen quickly bounced away from the spot and saw a thin black shadow quickly flash in front of him. It was an arrow that ambushed him. Fortunately, the speed of these arrows wasn't too fast, giving the two of them a chance to dodge. However, in the face of this sudden arrow, Tang Zhen was still scared out of his wits. The feeling of an arrow piercing through the heart made one's scalp tingle. After dodging the sinister sneak attack, the two of them pulled out their weapons at the same time and leaned back warily. Their weapons pointed at the surrounding grass. At this moment, looking at the surrounding grass, 8 or 9 people actually jumped out of the grass. They surrounded him from all directions, the weapons in their hands flickering with cold light. These people were also in ragged clothes, but compared to ordinary wanderers, their expressions were too fierce. At this moment, they looked at the two of them with a trace of greed. "Raiders!" Qianlong looked at the guys in front of him and a trace of vigilance appeared on his face. Tang Zhen was shocked when he heard that and cursed his luck. These raiders could be said to be notorious. They were hated by everyone like street rats. There was no limit to what they did. They only wanted to do as they pleased. Killing for fun was common. Even human flesh was one of their recipes. In many buildings in this world, there were actually secret methods to communicate with each other, and there were also organizations similar to mercenary unions. With the help of this communication platform, they issued a wanted list. The guys ranked in the top 10 of the bounty were all raiders working in the wilderness. Once these raiders were captured, they would definitely be hanged. Very few escaped. They were simply crazy and evil. This was Tang Zhen's impression of the raider team, but now, these bastards were targeting him. A breeze blew gently in the wilderness. Tang Zhen vaguely sensed a murderous aura. One of the members of the raider team looked a little familiar. In an instant, Tang Zhen recalled that he had seen this person in the grocery store before. At that time, he and Qianlong were counting the beads, and this guy seemed to be standing at the side. Now that he thought about it, this guy had planned this all along. It looked like these guys had long noticed him. After seeing him and Qianlong walk out of the Wanderer town, they followed them to rob them. If the robbery was successful, his and Qianlong's lives would probably be in danger. These raiders wouldn't allow anyone who knew their identities to live. Otherwise, once they were reported and recognized, they wouldn't be able to easily sneak into the Wanderer town. Robbing a fat sheep in a Wanderer town was one of the main sources of income for this group of robbers. Unfortunately, they had offended someone they shouldn't have this time. Since one side had to die, there was nothing to hesitate about. Before the other party could say anything, Qianlong, who was at the side, already shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand and threw out a sharpened 1-foot-long, twisted steel pole. The steel pole was heavy as it headed straight for the robber at the front. It turned out that this large steel needle-like weapon was previously tied to Qianlong's thigh holster. When it encountered enemies, it could suddenly be pulled out and thrown out. This hidden weapon that weighed more than half a kilogram stabbed directly into the robber's heart. Tang Zhen seemed to have heard a soft sound. Then, he saw the hidden weapon stab into the robber's flesh. The corners of the robber's mouth twitched, and his body involuntarily twitched. At the same time, he waved his arms unwillingly and fell weakly to the ground. After succeeding in one attack, Qianlong kept moving around, waving his weapon and fighting the robbers. His movements were very agile, and his control over strength was also very precise. He seemed to be very free as he leaped and dodged. Coupled with the sharp weapon in his hand, he was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting the two enemies. However, there were too many enemies after all. Soon, Qianlong was attacked from the front and back. The situation looked dangerous. Tang Zhen, who originally wanted to draw his saber and fight, didn't dare to hesitate when he saw this. He took out a pistol from his waist with lightning speed and quickly pulled the trigger at the three robbers charging at him. He no longer wanted to kill or injure. He only wanted to intimidate these bandits and save Qianlong. However, because his firing distance was very close, the three bandits didn't expect Tang Zhen to have a pistol, so they gave Tang Zhen an opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the magazine was empty. The three bandits were all shot and fell into the grass covered in blood. The power of firearms was ferocious. Before the three bandits could approach Tang Zhen, they had already lost their lives. The gunshots and powerful lethality that sounded like raindrops shocked the remaining robbers. They looked at their fallen companions in a daze, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. They knew that the weapon in Tang Zhen's hand was a firearm, and it was an extremely expensive repeating flare. They had only heard of this killing weapon, but they didn't expect that these two actually had a firearm. What a bad year. This wasn't an easy target, but a freaking death trap. At the same time, this thought appeared in the hearts of all the remaining members of the raider team, and they were slightly distracted. How could the red-eyed Qianlong let go of such an opportunity? He took the opportunity to cut down one of his enemies and quickly leaned against Tang Zhen. The last magazine had already been emptied. Tang Zhen took out a magazine from the storage space and hurriedly wanted to replace it. Unfortunately, because he had never received training, he actually failed to insert the magazine 3 times in a row in a panic. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If the bandits rushed up at this moment, they might be able to defeat him. However, the bandits didn't seize this fleeting opportunity. Just as he inserted the magazine for the fourth time and finally succeeded, the remaining bandits actually turned around and jumped into the grass together, fleeing in a sorry state. Although they were ruthless, they weren't stupid. They knew that if they stayed any longer, they might lose their lives here. Previously, they thought that Tang Zhen was an easy target. They didn't expect the two of them to be so fierce. They had definitely suffered a huge loss this time. The enemy's weapon was so powerful. When would they run if not now? Looking at the fleeing bandits, the two of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. After checking the map and confirming that the bandits had run far away, Tang Zhen put away his weapon with trembling hands. At the same time, he cursed bitterly, "Damn." Qianlong sat on the ground and panted heavily. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. After resting for a moment, Qianlong simply checked the wound on his arm. He stood up and began to search the corpses of these robbers. As the infamous wilderness raider team, these guys might have many good things on them. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. These guys were even poorer than him. In the end, he only obtained dozens of brain beads and some small useless things from these corpses. On the other hand, among the weapons left behind by the robbers, a few of them looked very good. Qianlong put them all away. Tang Zhen didn't fancy these things, so he urged Qianlong to leave quickly. He didn't want to be attacked again by these robbers. After they set off this time, the two of them became much more cautious. Tang Zhen didn't even let go of his gun. Qianlong was very curious about Tang Zhen's weapon. He asked a few simple questions and even fiddled with it twice before returning it to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen originally thought that Qianlong would be interested in firearms, but he didn't expect the other party's performance to be very calm. Instead, the other party was more obsessed with cold weapons. Along the way, fortunately, no more twists and turns occurred. After avoiding the monsters wandering outside the abandoned factory, the two of them quietly entered the hidden basement. In front of the wooden board blocking the entrance, Tang Zhen shouted softly to prove his identity. At first, there was a faint rubbing sound. Then, the girl's low cry of surprise came from behind the wooden board. After the wooden board was moved away, Xian's surprised face was revealed. After making way for the two of them to enter, she quickly blocked the wooden board. "Big brother Tang, you're finally back." Xian pulled Tang Zhen's arm and said with joy. The little girl at the side held half a biscuit in her hand and nodded, revealing an expression of great. Patting Xian's shoulder, Tang Zhen smiled and introduced Qianlong to her. While Xian turned around, Qianlong secretly winked at Tang Zhen, revealing an ambiguous expression that all men understood. Tang Zhen chuckled and turned around to ignore this guy. As he leaned to the side to rest, Tang Zhen told Xian his idea of establishing the building. Compared to Qianlong's rumors, Xian, who is once the daughter of a building lord, should know more and be able to give pertinent suggestions. After hearing Tang Zhen's thoughts, Xian was also very shocked. However, after the shock, she still told Tang Zhen some details that Qianlong had never mentioned before. Compared to Qianlong's hearsay, the information Xian knew was much more detailed and accurate. It turned out that apart from the cornerstone, establishing a building also required a level 6 or higher demon monster brain bead. In this world, once a wanderer reached level 5, their battle power would reach a bottleneck. Only by sacrificing in the altar of the building and obtaining divine power could they continue to advance to level 6. After sacrificing and obtaining divine power, some people would have the ability to cultivate martial skills, while others would have the ability to cultivate divine skills, but without exception, they were all very powerful existences. The cultivators and monsters in this world were divided into levels. It could be said that the true level of the cultivator started after obtaining divine power. After level 6, every time the cultivator increased by 1 level, their strength would multiply. Among monsters, those below level 5 could only be considered ordinary monsters. After reaching level 6, they could also obtain divine power and advance to powerful demons. At this moment, the brain beads of such demon monsters had already become extremely precious. They could be used as sacrifices or to help cultivation. It could be said that they were priceless. Dirty fatty big bear. After talking about the monsters, they started talking about the buildings again. To establish the most basic building, the wanderers needed to first establish an altar through a special ceremony. At the same time, they needed to sacrifice the cornerstone and the brain bead. After the building was established, apart from some basic functions, the building would randomly have a special ability. These abilities were all different. Some were powerful, and some were useless. What kind of ability they obtained was completely dependent on luck. The building where Muromzian was located back then had the ability to accelerate the growth of plants by 1/3 when planting crops. It was a very good support ability. It was with this ability that Muromzian's father gave the order to plant rare herbs and food crops. The increase in speed increased the harvest, allowing the residents of the building to live very well. However, it was also this planting ability that made the building where Muromzian was located attract the attention of the enemy. They broke through the building and snatched the cornerstone of the building. At the same time, they killed all the original residents of the building. The benefit of a snatched building cornerstone was that its ability was known. After the building was built again, there was a 50% chance of retaining their original ability. This was also an advantage over wild building cornerstones. It was precisely because of these reasons that the various buildings regarded their special abilities as top secret, afraid that they would be coveted by the enemy if news of it spread. In addition, there were rumors among the controllers of the buildings that the more they sacrificed the top-notch wild building foundation, the stronger the ability of the new building. It was unknown if it was true. After establishing a building, if one wanted to make it taller and bigger, one had to invest a large amount of brain beads to upgrade it. The establishment of a powerful building meant the investment of a huge amount of resources. This was also why many powerful buildings had hundreds or even thousands of years of history. The cornerstones for establishing a building came from different wild buildings. What the wild buildings looked like was what the newly established building looked like. Therefore, the buildings in the alternate world were all different. There were castle types, residential types, and fortress types. One would need to find a corresponding wild building cornerstone in order to build a specific building. The appearance of the Black Rock building near the Wanderer town had the appearance of an office building. This was the most common appearance of all buildings. It was said that this kind of common building had mostly ordinary abilities. Time slowly passed. The three of them discussed the topic of buildings for a long time, involving many questions. After the discussion ended, Tang Zhen suggested that they return to the Wanderer town first before finding an opportunity to head to the place mentioned by Qianlong. No one had any objections, so they immediately started moving. While Qianlong was helping the two sisters pack their things, Tang Zhen walked out alone and took out the bow and arrows from the space. After returning to the hidden room, he handed the bow and arrows to Qianlong as well as a saber left behind by the robber to Muromzian. That saber had been tied behind his back. Qianlong couldn't bear to part with the bow and arrows Tang Zhen had given him. In his opinion, the bow and arrows looked exquisite and had shocking lethality. It was definitely a valuable thing. Qianlong was right. This bow was an imported product bought by Tang Zhen. It came from the United States. Its weight was nearly 80 kilograms, and one arrow could penetrate a wild boar. This thing was definitely a sharp and lethal weapon. As Qianlong fiddled with the bow and arrow, he thought to himself that it was definitely the right choice to live with Tang Zhen. After all, it had only been a few days, but he had already changed his weapon? Perhaps one day, he could really become a resident of a building and marry and have children inside, living a happy and stable life. Thinking of this, Qianlong couldn't help but chuckle. That strange action made Tang Zhen take a few more looks at him. When everything was ready, the four of them immediately started moving. They carefully walked out of the abandoned factory. Among the four of them, Qianlong led the way. Muromzian and her sister walked in the middle, while Tang Zhen held his pistol and guarded the rear. In this grass that was almost taller than a person, the four of them were as inconspicuous as ants. Although the path ahead was difficult, it also blocked the monster's vision. As long as they didn't encounter monsters with especially good noses and hearing, their team was basically not in danger. But even so, they didn't dare to let their guard down, because who knew when the monster would pounce out of the grass? Just as he was thinking about it, Tang Zhen suddenly felt a strong stench. He was slightly shocked and subconsciously raised his gun in the direction of the smell. The grass in front of him was quickly pressed down. Then, a huge shadow stood up from the grass. Tang Zhen subconsciously removed the safety lock and pulled the trigger. However, before he could fire, Muromzian pressed down on his arm. "What are you doing?" Tang Zhen shouted with a trace of anger in his tone. Why was this girl causing trouble at such a critical moment? She was going to get them killed. Muromzian shook her head. Just as she was about to explain something to Tang Zhen, Qianlong's lazy voice floated over. "That's a person, and we scared him." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard that. Looking carefully, he realized that this monster's entire body was black and emitted a stench. It was 2.2 meters tall and definitely exceeded 200 kilograms. The other party was huge. When Tang Zhen was staring at him, this guy was also staring at Tang Zhen. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but his big eyes were clear. For some reason, when Tang Zhen looked at this pair of eyes, he had a strange feeling that the other party was acting cute. Tang Zhen took a few careful looks and confirmed that the other party in front of him was a real human. It was just that the other party was really living a miserable life. If not for the tattered big leather pants that were tied with 2 hemp ropes and a rope hung on his shoulder, the other party would probably be completely naked. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Tang Zhen's muzzle didn't move away. He only lowered it slightly and probed. The dirty fatty didn't answer Tang Zhen. He just stared at the biscuit in Muromziu's hand and muttered with his finger in his mouth, "So fragrant, so fragrant. Big Bear is hungry, Big Bear wants to eat." After saying that, the fatty who called himself Big Bear even tried to reach out to grab the biscuit in little Ziu's hand, but he retracted his hand halfway. His expression was a little afraid, but the desire for the biscuit in his eyes was not hidden at all. Tang Zhen thought for a moment and took out a biscuit from his space. He waved it in front of the dirty fatty and said, "Do you want to eat it?" The dirty fatty hurriedly nodded and looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation. His expression looked like a pet. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Tang Zhen threw the biscuit over. The dirty fatty immediately picked up the biscuit with extremely agile movements and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating the biscuit, the dirty fatty licked his lips, still unsatisfied. He looked at Tang Zhen again with pleading in his eyes. Tang Zhen smiled, took out another biscuit, and threw it out again. After throwing 6 biscuits in a row, the dirty fatty still wanted more, but Tang Zhen shook his head to indicate that there were no more. The dirty fatty immediately revealed a disappointed and aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Tang Zhen chuckled and said to the dirty fatty, "I have a lot of biscuits at home. Why don't you come back with me and eat as much as you want?" The dirty fatty's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded fiercely. He was very obedient. Tang Zhen tilted his head. "Then come with me." He turned around and signaled for Qianlong to continue moving forward, while Big Bear followed closely behind. However, he was too tall, and one could see his head looking around from afar. Zhen turned around and glanced at the big guy behind her. She asked in a low voice, "Are you planning to bring him along?" "All right, although this guy's intelligence is similar to a child and he looks like he can eat a lot, if he's trained well, he'll also be a pretty good warrior." Tang Zhen looked at Zhen in admiration and smiled without saying anything. Zhen was right. The food that was very precious to other wanderers was nothing to Tang Zhen. But if this big bear was taught carefully, he would definitely be an obedient helper. Ignoring everything else, just his size was scary enough. The team of 4 had now become 5, but their speed didn't decrease. In fact, the dirty fatty had been suppressing his desire to run. This wind-like man was currently following behind the team with small steps. This feeling made the dirty fatty very unhappy. However, these people had food he liked, so he could only tolerate this snail-like speed. Looking at the aggrieved and uncomfortable look of the big bear, Tang Zhen was really a little suspicious. With this guy's intelligence, how did he survive in the wilderness ravaged by monsters? Moreover, how did he become so fat? It was undoubtedly very tiring to trek through the weeds, especially since there was a little girl in the team. The few of them took turns carrying her from time to time. For some reason, the soil in the wilderness was very hard and very flat. Apart from the stubborn weeds growing on this land, there were almost no other plants. Tang Zhen estimated that if he got an off-road vehicle here, it would definitely display its full performance. Unfortunately, his storage space wasn't that big. Otherwise, he would definitely try it. Because after the wild buildings appeared, a large number of monsters would always appear, so the number of monsters on the way back also increased. During the journey, the 5 of them had also encountered a battle. More than 10 sharp-toothed long-tailed monsters with 4 arms rushed towards them. However, before Tang Zhen and the others could attack, Big Bear that had been following behind the team let out an excited cry and charged out like a tank. He only swung his fist fiercely, and a monster that was displayed by the system as a 4-armed rat wolf flew out vomiting blood. Then, with a second punch, another 4-armed rat wolf was sent flying. The big bear was like an adult, strong man who had entered a kindergarten. He crazily tortured the monster that was only 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, beating them until they cried and howled. During this period, the sharp claws of the 4-armed rat wolf had once landed on the dirty fatty, but it only left a white mark. Tang Zhen and the others were stunned. Although these 4-armed rat wolves were only ordinary level 1 monsters, they were still monsters. Ordinary people might not necessarily have the advantage in a one-on-one battle. On the other hand, this guy completely suppressed them. This dirty fatty's battle power was simply off the charts. Abnormal battle power and rented cave. Dope. Tang Zhen stared blankly for a long time before spitting out a sentence, but it was a vulgar sigh. Qianlong and Zhen nodded in agreement. Although they couldn't understand the meaning behind the slang Tang Zhen used, they could guess from his tone that he was emotional and shocked. As expected, this big guy wasn't all show. His battle power was off the charts. He crushed this group of level 1 monsters like cutting melons and vegetables. With the abnormal battle power of the big bear, if he was matched with suitable equipment, he would be a proper humanoid monster harvester. However, what the few of them didn't expect was that this violent and swift battle was only the appetizer. The scene that shocked them even more was still to come. After these monsters were all destroyed, Big Bear with an excited expression quickly ran to the corpse of a monster. After squatting down, he smashed the head of the 4-armed rat wolf fiercely, looking like he was smashing a watermelon. The scene of shattered flesh and brain matter flying made everyone feel like vomiting. But what happened next made everyone really vomit. The big bear dug around in the monster's head a few times and took out a dirty bead from the monster's head. Then, he threw it into his mouth without wiping it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was tasting a supreme delicacy. Ugh! Zhen directly vomited. Tang Zhen covered his mouth tightly, and Qianlong also had a constipated expression. This was the first time Tang Zhen had seen a human swallow the brain of a monster. Even Qianlong and Murongxian had never seen such a scene in the wilderness for many years. Seeing Big Bear eat with relish, Tang Zhen felt disgusted. At the same time, he was secretly thinking. An ordinary brain bead contains energy that can be used as a power for teleportation, but ordinary wanderers only use it as a currency and to upgrade the building. I've never heard of it being absorbed by humans. Even if it can be absorbed, it has to be a brain bead above level 6, right? Perhaps I should pay attention to this information, but this dirty fatty can swallow brain beads raw. Is it also why his battle power is so fierce and his body is so huge despite not eating much? As Tang Zhen was thinking, Big Bear had already hit these monsters in the head one by one. After taking out the brain beads, he swallowed half of them. The rest were carefully placed in the pocket of his big leather pants and even patted it with his hand. After doing all of this, Big Bear scurried over like a harmless puppy. This guy was now covered in the stench of brain and blood, mixed with the stench on his body. He was simply comparable to a biological weapon. Facing this guy who swallowed brain beads raw, Tang Zhen's heart really trembled a little. What kind of monster had he picked up? Tang Zhen covered his nose and asked Big Bear, "Well, Big Bear, won't you have a stomach ache after eating these brain beads? How do you feel?" The Big Bear touched his head in confusion and shook his head. Then, he revealed his white teeth and smiled foolishly. All right, this guy definitely couldn't understand his question. He'll just pretend like he didn't ask. Tang Zhen waved his hand. All right, let's continue forward. After saying that, he turned and left, trying to stay as far away from Big Bear as possible. Everyone was the same. After all, the smell was too pungent. The team continued to set off in the direction of the market. When they passed by a waterhole, Tang Zhen immediately stopped with shining eyes. With a happy expression, Tang Zhen took out a piece of soap from his space and threw it to the Big Bear. He originally wanted him to use it to shower, but he didn't expect that after Big Bear took it, he actually bit half of it and chewed with interest. Tang Zhen, who was speechless, taught Big Bear how to use the soap to shower. Then, the few of them walked to the side and waited. Although it took some time, everyone was willing. After all, not everyone could withstand living with a companion who emitted a stench day and night. An hour later, Big Bear, who had finished bathing, walked over with a shy expression in his big leather pants. Tang Zhen turned around when he heard the voice and was immediately stunned. Qianlong and Murongxian also looked like they had seen a ghost. After the originally dark Big Bear took a shower, he actually looked quite cute with fair and tender skin. Even its appearance was like a child's, looking extremely strange. How thick was a layer of dust on this guy's body? After all, there were even small fish floating in the waterhole. They had probably died from the smell. Tang Zhen complained secretly and turned to look at Big Bear. At this moment, Big Bear was blinking his big black and white eyes, looking at his clean body uncomfortably, as if he had lost the barrier to protect himself. Ah. This is very good. I'll change your big pants later. It'll be perfect. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Zhen said in an appreciative tone. After all, the clean fatty in front of him was much more pleasing to the eye than the dirty fatty in the past. No matter what, at least he didn't have to endure that pungent stench. The rest of the journey was smooth. Soon, the Wanderer town was in sight. When everyone arrived at the front of the town, apart from the Big Bear's appearance, Tang Zhen and the others didn't attract the special attention of the other wanderers. After paying the corresponding beads according to the request, everyone entered the Wanderer town. However, this time, they didn't head to the inn. Instead, they planned to find a house to rent. With the Murong sisters beside him, Tang Zhen had to consider things more carefully. Tang Zhen was very unfamiliar with this aspect, but with the local tyrant, Qianlong, leading the way, they quickly found the manager in charge of renting houses in the Wanderer town. This manager was wearing a slightly damaged leather armor and a short knife and tobacco pouch at his waist. He looked very arrogant. The manager had a mustache, and his gaze was always scrutinizing. After hearing that Tang Zhen and the others planned to rent a house here, he sized up the 5 of them one by one and looked at them carefully. His gaze stopped on Big Bear the longest. After sizing them up, this guy said slowly, "If you want 5 people to live together and a quieter place, you can only live in the cave on the west side of the town. The rent is 200 level 1 brain beads a year." When Tang Zhen heard this price, his heart ached. Qianlong turned around and nodded at Tang Zhen, indicating that the price was all right. Tang Zhen could only take out the beads from his backpack in pain and hand it over. After the manager counted the bead, he took out a bone card from the table and threw it over. It was the proof of rent. After Qianlong asked for the location of the house, everyone immediately headed to the destination. After walking for a while in the winding alley of the Wanderer town, everyone arrived at a raised hill. This was the edge of the town. Dozens of caves of various sizes had been dug out. Now, most of the caves were inhabited by wanderers. On the way over, Tang Zhen had already learned from Qianlong that any wanderer who could stay in the town for a long time was basically a team with the ability to obtain a large number of brain beads, or a lone wolf with strong personal strength. Of course, there were also wanderers who were lucky enough to get rich. As for ordinary wanderers, they didn't have the money to stay here for a long time. At most, they would spend their brain beads to buy a spot to enter and exit so that they could do business. After searching in front of the cave, Qianlong walked to one of the caves. After confirming that this was the place he had rented, Tang Zhen walked in first. This cave was extremely dark. After his eyes adapted for a while, Tang Zhen saw the environment clearly. The total area of this cave was about 50 square meters. The air quality was relatively poor, and there was nothing around except dust and trash. "All right, everyone, start cleaning up. We'll be living here for the next period of time." After Tang Zhen waved his hand and shouted, everyone put down their luggage and started to clean the cave. After staring at the entrance of the cave for a while, Tang Zhen felt that the defense here was too simple. The entire cave could be said to be defenseless. Anyone could swagger in. Thinking that if he and Qianlong went out, it would be very unsafe to leave the Murong sisters and Big Bear behind, Tang Zhen had the thought of strengthening the cave. Before his building was established, he would probably have to live here for a period of time, so safety had to be taken seriously. With this thought in mind, Tang Zhen couldn't sit still anymore. After greeting Qianlong and the others, he walked out of the cave and came to an uninhabited cave nearby. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him through the map, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation function. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his home. Tang Zhen only sat on the bed to rest for a while. After changing his clothes, he ran out to shop. He directly took a car to the metal building materials market and first bought cement and some red bricks. Then, he bought a lot of thick steel plates and cut them into half a meter square. He let the workers weld them according to the requirements. This way, they could embed them into the wall during the construction and serve as protection. At the same time, he also made an iron door that could also be broken down and assembled. It could be installed when it was built. In order to ensure that this temporary shelter could deal with most dangers, Tang Zhen even bought items like gas masks and fire extinguishers to ensure that this place was safe enough when accidents happened. During this period, Tang Zhen bought many daily necessities, canned food, and compressed biscuits as emergency food. After getting some clothes, shoes, and hats for everyone that were durable and inconspicuous, and even a set of equipment for Big Bear, Tang Zhen hired a car to pull these things home. After returning home, Tang Zhen placed these things in batches in his storage space and placed them in the cave again. After returning to the cave and calling Qianlong and the others over, everyone carried these things back to the cave they lived in at night. Although Qianlong and the others were doubtful about the origin of these resources, since they had already decided to follow Tang Zhen, they naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. Moreover, the fact that Tang Zhen could get these things without anyone noticing proved that he was a powerful person. This was a completely different world. Anything strange could happen, but as long as you had the ability to let everyone eat their fill and not be disturbed by monsters, everyone would listen to you. Tang Zhen was also secretly observing the few of them. Up until now, they were the only ones that knew about his secret. If anyone had any crooked thoughts, Tang Zhen might have to take some measures. But from the looks of it, everyone's performance was not bad. After moving all the supplies back, they lit a few candles in the cave and started building under Tang Zhen's guidance. With the various materials brought by Tang Zhen and the small amount of work, it was completed before dawn. The reinforced hull looked very ordinary on the surface, but in fact, it was mixed with steel plates. The surface was covered by a layer of uneven cement. The strong iron door was smeared with glue and stuck with rags, making it impossible to see its original texture. When they needed to use it, they could slide in the door bolts on both sides, and it would not be easy to break in. With such protection, Tang Zhen's sense of security immediately increased a lot. Super ruins. All right, guys, let's rest. Tang Zhen called out and took out a lot of food. After opening it all, he placed it on a flat stone in the cave and used it as a table. The little girl who was playing with the rag doll saw the roasted chicken, sausages, canned food, bread, and other food on the stone. Her beautiful big eyes immediately widened and stared intently. Tang Zhen found it funny when he saw this. He tore off a greasy chicken drumstick and handed it over. The little girl immediately wolfed it down after taking it. So sumptuous. Qianlong clicked his tongue and gave Tang Zhen a thumbs up, his eyes filled with praise. After all, ordinary people couldn't get this food. He had never even seen some of this food before. The impatient clean big bear had long started eating a chicken. However, as he wolfed it down, his gaze kept stopping on the delicious food. The few of them sat around the rock and started to eat together. Although they had been busy all night, the sumptuous food also increased their appetite. In the end, the food was eaten clean. Even the remaining chicken bones were picked up by Big Bear and chewed. He ate them with an intoxicated expression. Tang Zhen couldn't stand it anymore. He took out some hunger-resistant compressed biscuits and handed them to Big Bear. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone, who had been busy the whole night, spread out the blanket and found a random corner in the cave to rest. Tang Zhen also felt a little tired. After lying down, he quickly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. Murongxian had already woken up and was packing the cave. At the same time, she was arranging the daily necessities Tang Zhen had brought. The little girl, who didn't lack sleep, also woke up and was busy with her sister. Qianlong was sitting at the entrance of the cave with a weapon in his arms. He looked at the wanderers passing by from time to time. During this period, there were occasionally wanderer teams entering and leaving the cave area. They also discovered that the cave where Tang Zhen lived was inhabited and looked over from time to time. Tang Zhen walked in front of Qianlong and sat down to look at the scenery outside for a while. Then, he asked Qianlong, "I want to find an opportunity to enter the nearby building to take a look. Do you have any good ideas?" Qianlong lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he said to Tang Zhen, "You can register to participate in the exploration team and caravan of the building. When you reach a certain level, you will have the chance to enter the building." "How long will it take to get to that level?" Tang Zhen frowned. "It's hard to say, but it'll be at least 3 to 5 years. Qianlong said. "No, it's too long. Is there any other way?" Tang Zhen shook his head. "Either you have an invitation from the building or you obtain the qualifications to be a resident. Otherwise, it's really difficult to enter." Qianlong shrugged, indicating that this was all he could think of. Invitation? What invitation? Tang Zhen was stunned and asked. The building holds an auction every year. At that time, they will send invitations to the rich and powerful wanderers nearby to invite them to enter the building to participate in the auction. At this point, Qianlong suddenly looked at Tang Zhen and said in a serious tone, "Didn't you want to build a building?" According to what I know, in the auctions of the building, there are occasionally cornerstones and brain beads above level 6. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly asked, "What exactly goes on there? Tell me in detail?" Qianlong sighed and said in a helpless tone, "You also know that I'm just an ordinary wanderer. How can I know the details of the auction?" Tang Zhen was slightly disappointed when he heard that, but since he already knew that there was something he wanted in the auction in the building, he had to find an opportunity to get an invitation and enough beads. However, the most important thing now was to kill monsters and level up as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see how much his strength could increase after leveling up. Tang Zhen made up his mind. Today, he would lead Qianlong and Big Bear to kill monsters in the wilderness to level up. Seeing Big Bear sitting foolishly at the side, Tang Zhen suddenly recalled the equipment he had prepared for him. He walked to the corner of the cave and brought out a shield made of steel plate and a large steel mace. The main body of the mace was a steel pipe about 1.7 meters long. It was covered in sharp 3-edged steel spikes, and its lethality was quite shocking. Tang Zhen had tried it earlier. He had to lift it with both hands. Only a monster like Big Bear could use such a heavy mace. Big Bear held a shield in his left hand and a mace in his right. A few dark thick iron chains were wrapped around his body. The Big Bear's current appearance was very powerful. As long as he didn't speak, he could definitely intimidate most wanderers. When Qianlong and the others saw the armed Big Bear, they also sighed repeatedly. They imagined that this guy would use these weapons to kill monsters. That would definitely be a rather bloody scene. After the three of them were ready, Tang Zhen instructed Zian to stay at home. The three of them left the cave and entered the wilderness. The first few times he passed by the wilderness, Tang Zhen had always been careful, afraid of encountering monsters. But this time, he hoped that the monsters would appear quickly so that he could level up earlier. However, during the day, there were very few monsters around the Wanderer Market. Even if there were sporadic low-level monsters, they would be killed by the guards and the Wanderer teams entering and leaving here before their brains were dug out. After searching for nearly an hour, the three of them finally encountered 2 low-level monsters and were easily killed by Tang Zhen. This won't do. Can we find a place with more monsters? Tang Zhen asked the slightly bored Qianlong beside him. There are many monsters near the wild building, but most of them are low-level monsters. Then, there's the monster gathering place. It's usually led by high-level monsters that occupy a large area. There are rich resources inside, but there are thousands of monsters. Qianlong took out the military bottle Tang Zhen gave him and took a sip of water. Then, he pointed in a direction and continued, "I heard that very far away, there are even monsters who established a building and enslaved a large number of humans." Tang Zhen also looked in the direction Qianlong pointed and said slowly in a calm tone, "If one day, my strength is strong enough, I'll give you an army and let you lead the way to save them. How about that?" Qianlong was silent for a moment, but he shook his head and said, "Unless it's related to benefits, no one will do such a thing. After all, in the wilderness, the most worthless thing is the lives of wanderers." Tang Zhen paid attention to the commotion on the map while chatting with Qianlong. The three of them were heading to the ruins of a nearby wild building. It was a huge ruin that had appeared many years ago. It was said that the residents from a few nearby buildings formed an exploration team and obtained many good things from it. Now, the wild buildings had become a hunting ground for the wanderers to hunt monsters. Because from time to time, wanderers would dig out valuable Items like steel, smoke, and alcohol from the ruins. That place also became a place frequented by wanderers. As they walked along the small path in the wilderness, there were no monsters harassing them along the way. However, the walking process was very tiring and boring, and it consumed a lot of physical strength. After Tang Zhen walked for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Buddy, how long are we going to walk for?" Qianlong was expressionless. "We're almost there." Tang Zhen shook his head and wondered if he should get a car. This would be much more convenient when traveling. After walking for a while, Qianlong suddenly said, "We're here." Tang Zhen took out his binoculars to observe and saw a large area of collapsed building ruins a kilometer ahead. From time to time, figures would flash. When Tang Zhen walked in front of the ruins, he was shocked by the scale of the ruins. Looking up from a high place, he could see broken and collapsed buildings everywhere in a radius of several kilometers. However, even so, he couldn't see the edge because the sky and surroundings were filled with a faint gray mist, blocking Tang Zhen's vision. "Oh my, how big is this ruin?" Tang Zhen looked at it for a while and lowered his head to ask Qianlong. "I don't know. No one can explain it clearly, but I heard that someone once used a month to cross these ruins and even obtained a lot of good things." Qianlong said calmly and started to organize his equipment. He held the bow in his left hand and held 3 sharp arrows at the same time. There was also one on the bowstring. Tang Zhen nodded silently and jumped down from the high ground. After taking out his weapon, the 3 of them started to advance into the ruins. As he advanced, he listened carefully to the surrounding movements and observed the map in front of him. After walking less than 100 meters, Tang Zhen suddenly realized that the map displayed an active target. It was dozens of meters in front of them. On careful look, it was surprisingly an earthy yellow monster. Seeing this, Tang Zhen didn't hesitate and immediately rushed in the direction of the monster. Qianlong, who was at the side, was slightly stunned when he saw this, but he still called Big Bear to follow. In the end, just as he walked around the ruins in front of him, he saw Tang Zhen slash down a monster that was already heavily injured previously. "Boss, how did you discover the monster here?" Qianlong asked in confusion. According to Qianlong's understanding of Tang Zhen, his life and battle experience in the wilderness were very lacking. If he didn't discover this very hidden monster in front of him, Tang Zhen shouldn't have discovered it either. But in fact, Tang Zhen had discovered the monster before him and killed it cleanly. Qianlong had many doubts about Tang Zhen, but he was smart enough not to ask. In terms of battle, he also clearly sensed Tang Zhen's improvement. This was a very good sign. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, only by being strong could one ensure survival. The stronger the master he followed, the more benefits he would obtain. After obtaining the bead, the 3 of them continued forward. Tang Zhen would still discover the traces of the monster first and quickly kill it. After entering the ruins for nearly a kilometer, Tang Zhen, who had just killed a monster, felt his body suddenly stiffen. Then, a numb heat spread throughout his body. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling that no matter what he did, he could use all the strength in his body. This was the strength of a level 1 person. He could completely erupt with the full strength of an adult. Tang Zhen felt that his entire body was filled with strength. He waved his saber excitedly. The joy of using all his strength made him feel a little dizzy. However, after only swinging more than 10 times, he felt a little out of breath. When he stopped after feeling that something was wrong, his body was actually so sore that he couldn't even stand steadily. "Damn it, what's going on?" Tang Zhen sat on the ground and asked Qianlong, who was snickering at the side, with a depressed expression. After advancing to level 1, everyone will have the feeling that they can shatter steel with a punch. Then, they can't help but vent. The result is that their physical strength will be overdrawn, just like you now. Tang Zhen rolled his eyes and scolded jokingly, "Damn, you deliberately didn't say it because you wanted to see me make a fool of myself, right?" I was even worse than you back then because I broke through in battle. In the end, after killing that group of bandits, I was so exhausted that I lay on the corpse for a few hours before I could barely stand up. Qianlong said slowly in a calm voice, but there was a hint of imperceptible loneliness in his tone. Exploration team and ghoul. If one released all his strength in a short period of time, the price would be that one's entire body would be exhausted. In serious cases, one wouldn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Since the current Tang Zhen was already unable to travel, the three of them found a clean and hidden place to sit down and rest. At the same time, they took out food and water to fill their stomachs. In order to make it easier to carry, Tang Zhen only brought compressed biscuits, mineral water, and other portable foods this time. With his weak body, Tang Zhen was not in the mood to eat at all. Instead, Qianlong and Big Bear ate with relish. After what had just happened, the current Tang Zhen recalled Qianlong's movements when they faced the enemy and gained some understanding in his heart. Qianlong's movements were precise, control of strength. He used his strength perfectly and definitely hadn't wasted a single bit of strength. This level of power control was definitely not something that could be completed in a day or two. Therefore, Tang Zhen guessed that Qianlong's strength was probably close to level 2, or even level 2. Of course, if Qianlong didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. After taking a look at his personal information, Tang Zhen confirmed that he had already advanced to level 1. If he wanted to advance to level 2 battle power, he had to personally kill 10 level 2 monsters. This request seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult to make a thin line. The battle power of a level 2 monster was far from what a level 1 monster could compare to. A level 2 monster could face 3 level 1 monsters without being at a disadvantage. When it erupted, it could even instantly kill 3 level 1 monsters. If Tang Zhen, who had yet to advance, encountered a level 2 monster, he would definitely have no chance of winning if he didn't have a suitable weapon. This was the difference in level. There was no room for carelessness. After resting for about an hour, Tang Zhen finally recovered most of his physical strength. The three of them prepared to continue exploring. Just as he walked out of his hiding place, Tang Zhen suddenly discovered a group of people appearing on the map, making him feel a trace of vigilance. After softly indicating to Qianlong and Big Bear to be careful, he saw a wanderer exploration team coming out from behind a ruin. There were a total of 10 members of this wanderer exploration team. All of them were wearing simple armor and holding swords, spears, and other weapons. Unlike ordinary emaciated wanderers, the members of this exploration team clearly didn't lack food. Everyone looked very good. After this exploration team discovered Tang Zhen and the other two, they also revealed vigilant expressions. They stared at Tang Zhen and the other two intently and stared at Big Bear for the longest time. Obviously, the huge size and ferocious weapons and equipment of Big Bear clearly told the other party that this guy was definitely not to be trifled with. The appearance of Qianlong and Tang Zhen was far from as shocking as the Big Bear, so they were not taken seriously. The leader of this exploration team was a strong man with a full beard. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and held a fire axe in his hand. He was wearing a chain armor, and 6 sharp short javelins were inserted in the leather tube on his back. When the strong man stood on the spot silently, he gave off the feeling of a wolf or tiger, and his body emitted a faint murderous aura. Tang Zhen looked at this strong man's aura and estimated that his battle power was at least level 2, and he was a character who killed without blinking. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but become even more nervous. He couldn't help but reach for the hiding place of the pistol. The two-word team faced each other silently. No one made any unnecessary movements, and the atmosphere was slightly nervous. A moment later, the bearded man turned around and walked towards the ruins. Before turning around, he looked at Tang Zhen and the other two and nodded, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tang Zhen felt that this gaze was like a wolf. Once this person encountered prey that tempted him, he would definitely swallow his prey without hesitation. Cruel plundering between teams often happened in the wilderness. The weak were always bullied. In this situation, it was already very good to be able to stay alive. However, this team didn't attack Tang Zhen and the other two. Perhaps it saw that they didn't gain anything from the periphery of the ruins, or perhaps the bearded man sensed danger from the three of them, so he didn't act rashly. This was the final outcome. Both parties passed each other without a word, and these people's goal was also deep in the ruins. Tang Zhen's expression was gloomy. He stared at the direction these people went in silence. Then, he gently waved and continued forward. Qianlong and Big Bear followed closely behind. As he stepped on the street filled with the debris of broken buildings, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. Tang Zhen tried to distinguish the source of the ruins. Unfortunately, the remaining words on the buildings didn't belong to any language he knew, but the architectural style was familiar. After crossing the square with the strange fountain stone statue, a huge building appeared in front of the three of them. It looked to be 70,000 to 80,000 square meters. Although the appearance of this building looked extremely broken, it still revealed an extremely majestic aura. It looked like a huge bell tower, but the surface was full of reliefs of various strange creatures. More than 50 meters from the ground, 5 suspended platforms stretched out at a 90-degree angle. At the highest point of the building, there was also a relief of a strange creature, but half of it had been destroyed. From the looks of it, it should be a strange creature that looked like a human, but it had 2 huge pairs of wings. Tang Zhen looked at the spectacular building in front of him and sighed. However, Qianlong stated that the cornerstone of this building had been taken away many years ago. The building built with this cornerstone had long become very powerful. Cornerstones were also divided into levels. The better the cornerstone, the greater the potential of the building. It was said that the characteristic of the cornerstone in front of him was that it was large and had a strange appearance. When it was first built, it had an area of 40,000 square meters, 10 times the size of an ordinary new building. If one wanted a building to reach this size, one would need to upgrade many times to reach it. A huge price needed to be paid. After secretly envying it in his heart, Tang Zhen decided to enter this building to take a look. Step by step, they stepped onto the broken steps. The dark door looked like a human-eating ferocious beast. Tang Zhen couldn't help but grip the saber in his hand tightly. At the same time, the three of them turned on their headlamps. The inside of this huge building was pitch black. After the strong light from outside entered, for some reason, it suddenly became extremely dark. When their feet gently stepped on the ground, there were waves of echoes, making the inside of the building seem even more silent and empty. Being in such an environment made one's scalp tingle involuntarily. It felt like there were thorns on their backs. Vaguely, Tang Zhen seemed to feel a chill, as if some monster was watching him in the darkness. However, observing through the map, it showed that his surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. This was the disadvantage of the primary map. Although it could also show the situation within 100 meters in the room, one would still be confused when encountering such a pitch-black environment. One couldn't see what was on the map at all. In response to this situation, Tang Zhen only needed to add a plug-in in the map. That way, the map could directly penetrate the obstruction of the building and show the enemy as a red light spot. However, the download price of this kind of plug-in required a lot of gold coins. The current Tang Zhen couldn't afford it. Compared to Tang Zhen, who had an uneasy feeling, Qianlong's movements were even faster and more straightforward. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow at a certain spot in the darkness without hesitation. Swoosh! This arrow was as fast as the wind and disappeared in an instant. Ah! A scream came, and then a dark green light suddenly flashed in the dark area in the distance. This light looked like the eyeball of some creature, flickering with madness and cruelty. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Tang Zhen was shocked. He instinctively took out his pistol and aimed in that direction, preparing to shoot if there were any movements. At the same time, a set of information suddenly popped up in front of him. Blue-eyed ghoul, level 2. Likes to eat rotten meat and is extremely afraid of the sun. Its physical strength is ordinary, but its bite power is astonishing. So this monster was called a blue-eyed ghoul. Judging from the number of eyes, there were probably more than 10. Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. A level 2 monster could erupt with the extreme strength of 2 adults. In addition, there were many of them, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the camp and do business to exchange for brains? Why take the risk? However, it was useless to think about this now. He had to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. Let's retreat slowly. They don't dare to appear in the sun. Tang Zhen roared loudly. The 3 of them immediately retreated when they heard that. However, at this moment, the group of blue-eyed ghouls suddenly pounced at the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed half the distance. Tang Zhen finally saw the appearance of these ghouls clearly. They were really ugly. They crawled on the ground, their bodies covered in abscesses and emitting a rotten smell. Their huge mouths were filled with fangs, and a big tongue hung outside their mouths. Do it! As soon as these words fell, Tang Zhen had already fired. The strength of his powerful arm allowed him to hold the gun extremely steadily. This gun was aimed at the head of the blue-eyed ghoul at the front. The bullet that left the barrel instantly drilled into the center of the ghoul's brows. Blood battle. The ghoul that was hit by the bullet immediately let out a scream. Its body fell halfway, and then its limbs began to twitch and struggle. Tang Zhen was delighted when he saw this. It looked like the pistol was also very lethal to level 2 monsters. This way, he was much more relieved. At this moment, many thoughts flashed in his mind. He wondered how he could get a large number of firearms so that he could kill level 2 monsters in large quantities. He was also curious as to how much a level 2 brain bead was worth. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, he shot a second time without hesitation. Unfortunately, this shot only hit the chest of another ghoul and didn't kill it on the spot. This ghoul that was hit actually appeared extremely violent after being injured, and its charging speed suddenly increased a little. Seeing that this monster was at the front, Qianlong shot an arrow through the ghoul's head and directly killed it. The ghoul's charging speed was extremely fast. After only killing 2 monsters, the 3 of them finally collided with the ghoul. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Tang Zhen cursed angrily and quickly put the pistol back into the storage space. Then, he swung his saber at a ghoul that was trying to bite him, his eyes filled with madness. As he raised his saber, he used all his strength to slash the ghoul's body. The power of this saber was extremely great, actually splitting the ghoul into 2. The ghoul's smelly blood splattered. When it touched Tang Zhen's skin, it actually felt a burning pain and itch, making him feel very uncomfortable. There was no time to consider whether the blood was poisonous, because the situation in front of him didn't allow him to be distracted at all. He could only consider unrelated things later. After killing this monster, before Tang Zhen could retract his saber, the front claws of a ghoul that pounced on him smashed into Tang Zhen. He felt his body tremble, and then his vision darkened again. Then, he flew out, and a bloody taste surged out of his mouth. Plop! Tang Zhen's body fell fiercely to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Oh, Big Bear wants to kill you. A simple and honest roar mixed with anger sounded. When Big Bear at the side saw that Tang Zhen was injured, he immediately flew into a rage. Flames of anger seemed to have spewed out of his widened eyes. He waved his huge shield and mace fiercely and actually charged into the group of ghouls, smashing the ghouls into pieces. This guy was indeed worthy of his terrifying meat grinder-like appearance. After entering the group of level 2 ghoul monsters, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited place, killing the monsters until they screamed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the few ghouls around him were sent flying far away. Some even shattered into pieces when they were hit. Flesh flew everywhere, and roars sounded continuously. During this period, even if a ghoul bit the big bear, their sharp claws and teeth still didn't cause him much damage. It was hard to tell why his fair skin was so tough. The ghouls that attacked him were smashed into meat paste by him. However, this guy's combat method also had a flaw, which was that he was too much like a madman. It could even be said that he couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Even Qianlong, who was at the side, was almost swept by the spiked club after cutting down a ghoul. He couldn't help but gasp and retreat to the periphery to participate in the battle. Although Tang Zhen, who was at the side, was dizzy from the fall, he still saw the big bear's performance. He secretly cheered in his heart. At the same time, he took out his gun hatefully and pulled the trigger at the lone ghoul. Screams, battles, and flesh and blood flew. This scene of life and death only lasted for a moment, stunning Tang Zhen and making his blood boil. The battle started very suddenly and ended very quickly. When the last ghoul was killed, the 3 people who participated in the battle were already covered in blood. Even Big Bear with thick skin was covered in minced meat and blood. He sat among the corpses panting, looking tragic. It could be seen that he was indeed exhausted. He didn't even smash open the monster's head excitedly to devour the brain bead like before. Not far from Tang Zhen, Qianlong held his saber and slowly knelt on the ground. At the same time, he panted heavily. He was also covered in blood, and a ferocious wound on his chest was more than a foot long. His flesh was rolled up and bloody. It was scratched open by the sharp claws of an ambushing ghoul. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He struggled to get up, but realized that he couldn't do it at all. Big Bear, dig out the brains of these ghouls and store them. Then, let's go home, Tang Zhen said in a weak tone. When Big Bear heard that, he moved his body with his butt and waved his fist angrily, smashing it fiercely at the heads of these monsters. Big Bear took out 2 level 2 ghoul brains in succession. Just as he planned to blast open the head of the 3rd monster, Qianlong's expression suddenly changed. He swept away his dispirited state and quickly jumped up from the ground. He bent his bow and pointed at the distance. "Who is it? Come out!" Tang Zhen's heart tightened when he saw this. What happened now? At the same time, he clenched the pistol tightly and straightened it with all his might. Then, he staggered up. Bang! Tang Zhen fired a test shot. The bullet penetrated the darkness and hit the marble ground, causing a series of sparks. After the gunshot, a few cries of surprise came from the darkness before falling silent again. Tang Zhen and the others' expressions changed. Their previous doubts were now confirmed. Someone was spying on them in the darkness. Tang Zhen's heart turned cold. If it were any other time, he wouldn't be afraid, but at this moment, the 3 of them had clearly exhausted their stamina and were heavily injured. If the other party had ill intentions, their lives would be in danger. Tang Zhen was worried, and the expression in his eyes became colder and colder. He could leave at any time, but what about Qianlong and Big Bear? Was he supposed to leave them behind? Tang Zhen knew that he couldn't do that, so he could only grit his teeth and wait for the situation to develop. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps sounded, and each step was like a hammer hitting Tang Zhen's chest. In the direction of their gaze, a group of people slowly walked out of the darkness. This group of people all held weapons in their hands and looked in Tang Zhen's direction with dark expressions. When he saw the person in the lead, Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly, because this person was the bearded man he had just seen. The bearded burly man glanced at the monster corpse on the ground, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Then, his gaze turned to Tang Zhen and the other 2. He stared at the three of them coldly for a moment. After glancing at Tang Zhen's pistol, the bearded man pointed at the exit of the ruins. "Leave the beads behind. You can get lost." Tang Zhen was stunned. Then, he mocked, "What big words. You want the beads? Sure, take it with your strength." He could tell that the bearded man was afraid of the strength of the three of them, especially the pistol in his hand, so the other party wanted to obtain the bead without fighting. However, how could Tang Zhen be led by the nose by him? He knew that if he showed weakness at this moment, the bearded man might really attack. "Humph, you don't know how to appreciate favors. The three of you are heavily injured. Yet you still want to resist?" There was a trace of killing intent in the bearded man's voice. The three archers in this team also shook the sharp arrows on the string. The threat was self-evident. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Tang Zhen looked indignant. After hesitating for a moment, he waved at Qianlong and Big Bear to retreat. At the same time, he raised his gun and aimed at the bearded man and the others. The bearded man was also a knowledgeable person. He knew that the thing in Tang Zhen's hand was a firearm, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he really wanted to get Tang Zhen and the other two to stay behind, he didn't mind how things turned out. After all, this way, he could obtain more than 10 level 2 brain beads without paying any casualties. The three of them leaned against each other and slowly retreated. Soon, they had already retreated to the entrance of the ruins. When he walked to the square, Tang Zhen finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "The external injuries aren't serious. It looks like you suffered internal injuries. How do you feel now?" Qianlong checked Tang Zhen's injuries and asked when he saw his uncomfortable expression. "It's all right, I probably won't die." Tang Zhen spat on the ground and slowly took out a water bottle to take a sip, but he choked and coughed a few times. He was so angry that he threw the water bottle on the ground and cursed angrily, "Bastard, I'm really holding my breath." After Qianlong saw the angry expression on Tang Zhen's face, he narrowed his eyes and asked softly, "This matter? Are we letting it go just like that?" When Tang Zhen heard that, he revealed a cruel smile. He looked back at the building behind him and said in a low voice, "Since they're taking advantage of the situation, don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Just wait and see. Although these level 2 brain beads are valuable, they won't be alive to spend them." His words were quite ruthless, but the anger in his heart was very difficult to calm down. As a result, on the way back, Tang Zhen's expression was very dark. Today's incident had taught him a lesson. He realized that some principles would never change no matter which world it was. The strong preyed on the weak. If one was weak and was bullied and killed, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Tang Zhen secretly swore that such a thing would only happen once, and the other party had to pay a heavy price for this. Because the three of them were already injured, the journey back took a long time and was very difficult. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any monsters on the way. Otherwise, with the three of them in their current situation, they might have lost their lives. After returning to the cave where she lived, Muromzian was shocked by the miserable state of the three people covered in blood. She hurriedly rushed forward to support them. After asking a few questions in concern, she immediately ran to the corner and searched. Then, she held a black thing and melted it with water. After that, she was about to apply it to the injuries on Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen was shocked. He hurriedly pushed it away and asked, "Wait, Xian, what's this?" Muromzian looked at the black mud in her hand and explained to Tang Zhen, "This is an ointment made of dried ivy juice. It has a miraculous effect on the healing of wounds." Tang Zhen looked at the ointment carefully when he heard that. Only then did he realize that the ointment was actually faintly transparent. At the same time, it emitted a strange fragrance. He tentatively picked a little ointment and applied it to the wound, but he was surprised to feel a cool and numbage from the wound. On a closer look, he was shocked to discover that the wound seemed to be slowly healing. Am I seeing things? The effect of this ointment is too magical. Tang Zhen looked at the wound intently and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Magical cream. The recovery speed of Tang Zhen's injuries was really shocking. It was difficult not to attract attention in such an abnormal situation. Muromzian, Qianlong, and the others also witnessed the abnormality of Tang Zhen's wound at the same time. The two of them looked at it for a while and also looked at each other in confusion and shock. Obviously, this was the first time the two natives had encountered such a magical scene. Muromzian looked at Tang Zhen's wound and said with a puzzled expression, although the ivy ointment is precious and indeed has a miraculous effect on healing, it doesn't have such an immediate effect. This is simply the same as the legendary divine power potion. Qianlong nodded in agreement. Obviously, he had never seen such a healing speed. Divine power potion? Tang Zhen, who was lamenting the magical effect of the ivy ointment, looked up and asked, "What's the divine power potion? Does it have the same effect as this ivy ointment?" Muromzian nodded and answered for Tang Zhen, "The divine power potion is a magical medicine that comes from a building and is refined by a noble pharmacist. The divine power potion has many magical effects. Some can detoxify, some can increase battle power, and some can heal injuries. It's said that as long as it's not a fatal injury, after drinking the healing divine power potion, it won't be long before you recover." Seeing that Tang Zhen was in a daze, Muromzian pouted slightly and said, "Although the effect of the divine power potion is good, the price is really terrifyingly high. My father once bought a bottle from another building's auction. I heard from him that he spent 100 level 5 brain beads, which is 1,000,000 level 1 brain beads." When Tang Zhen heard this price, he was simply speechless. 1,000,000 brain beads was equivalent to 10 million gold coins. In that case, wouldn't the building lord who sold these divine power potions be making a killing? At the same time that Tang Zhen was feeling secretly envious, Muromzian also said some rumors about the divine power potion that she had heard. During this period, she even told Tang Zhen that this kind of ivy ointment could be swallowed with water and could effectively treat internal injuries. When he heard that this ointment could still be consumed internally, Tang Zhen swallowed a small piece without hesitation. He was extremely curious about the effect of the ivy ointment now. He couldn't wait to try and find out if the effect of the internal medicine was really that magical. The results of the experiment satisfied him. His originally stuffy and painful chest immediately eased a lot. When he breathed, his chest didn't hurt so much. At the same time, Tang Zhen felt a trace of air flowing in his chest. Following that was a numb and itchy feeling, making him have the urge to roar hysterically to relieve the itch. A moment later, Tang Zhen suddenly coughed violently and spat out some black blood clots from his mouth. The series of abnormalities on Tang Zhen's body made Muromzian and the others look shocked, but he himself appeared very excited, because the magical effect of this ointment made him seem to see a golden path. The precious ointment of this world had a very magical effect when used on Tang Zhen, a person from an alternate world. He wondered if it would have such a miraculous effect on other earthlings. If it was really effective, it would be a good way to get rich. Even if it was useless in his original world, it was still a pretty good life-saving thing to store some in case of an emergency. Tang Zhen made up his mind to pay more attention to news about this kind of ivy in the future. If he encountered it, he would pay a huge price to get it. In an alternate world, survival was the most important thing. He asked the two of them about the ivy again, but he was told that this plant only grew in rarely seen valleys. Most of those places were very dangerous, and ferocious monsters occupied them. It was a huge risk to collect herbs in such a place. Because some buildings with pharmacists offered high rewards to buy them, wanderer exploration teams often went to pick them. There was naturally a huge risk hidden behind the huge benefits. There were also times when these wanderer exploration teams were completely destroyed by monsters. It was also because of this that the price of these herbs was extremely high. The ointment in Muromzian's hand was something her father's subordinate took with him when he escaped from the building back then. The original owner was Muromzian's father, the building lord. As she spoke, Muromzian also helped Qianlong and Big Bear apply medicine and carefully bandage them. After Qianlong and Big Bear's injuries were treated, the three of them fell onto the bed and stared at each other. Previously, they didn't feel anything special, but once they lay on the bed, pain and fatigue attacked at the same time. Soon, they fell asleep. They all slept soundly. When Tang Zhen woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Qianlong and Big Bear also woke up at this moment. After drinking 2 bowls of meat porridge cooked by Muromzian, Tang Zhen stretched comfortably with a satisfied expression. Seeing Big Bear eating porridge from a small basin, Tang Zhen smiled and turned to look at Qianlong. I just thought about it. There's no hurry to take revenge. We'll let them be for a few days. It's not too late to attack after I recover. When Qianlong heard that, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared as he listened to Tang Zhen quietly. Tang Zhen noticed Qianlong's expression and seemed to have guessed that he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he paused and continued, I plan to get a batch of goods to sell. I'm not familiar with this, so you'll be in charge of this matter. While selling the goods, it's best if you recruit a batch of reliable subordinates. I'll be in charge of the equipment. Tang Zhen took a deep breath and slowly breathed out. He said, we have too few people. It's too disadvantageous to fight like this. In the future, if we build a building, we will have to recruit more people, so this matter should be done sooner rather than later. Qianlong was wrapped in bandages. He leaned against the bed at the side and nodded silently. Although his expression looked very calm, Tang Zhen felt that he was suppressing a wave of anger in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Zhen had decided to take revenge later, he might have gone to take revenge on the bearded man now. Big Bear, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Although he was also injured, he was happily playing with the toy Tang Zhen had brought with him. Seeing his rough but careful appearance, it was quite a joke. After the discussion, Tang Zhen lay on the bed, seemingly in a daze as he looked at the cave. In fact, he had absorbed the 2 level 2 brain beads that Big Bear had brought back. Just as he had guessed, these 2 level 2 monster brain beads had been exchanged for 200 gold coins, and the exchange ratio was 1 to 100. Seeing this exchange ratio, Tang Zhen immediately felt his heart ache incomparably, and his hatred for the bearded man increased a little. For the current Tang Zhen, gold coins represented an increase in safety and battle power. Every loss made his heart ache. Coupled with the humiliation and threat he had received previously, his hatred for the bearded man was not much less than Qianlong's. The days of recuperation represented boredom. Fortunately, Muromzian's IV ointment had a miraculous effect. Tang Zhen only took 3 days to walk freely. Early this morning, he came outside the cave to breathe fresh air for a while. Then, he instructed Muromzian to take good care of the injured. He tidied up his equipment and slowly left the camp. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen teleported back to his home. After shaking off the feeling in his mind that it all seemed like a lifetime ago, Tang Zhen washed up and cleaned up the house before slowly leaving. He took the car to a place near the suburbs. He remembered that when he passed by here in the past, he saw several blacksmiths here. After getting out of the car and walking around, Tang Zhen chose a blacksmith shop and walked in. At this moment, there were no customers in the blacksmith shop. A strong middle-aged man with a big beard was wearing a singlet and sitting at the table drinking beer and eating pig trotters. When he saw Tang Zhen enter, he reached out to wipe his mouth and spoke with a strong voice. "Brother, what are you doing? I want to use car pieces to make 100 sabers. Can you do it?" Tang Zhen glanced at the decorations of the blacksmith shop and turned to ask. "Why do you want so many sabers? The man sized up Tang Zhen carefully and asked, "I want to open a Taobao store that specializes in selling swords. Do you know anything about online shopping?" Tang Zhen didn't feel that the other party was long-winded. Instead, he explained casually. The man stood up and took a last sip of beer. He walked over and nodded. "Other people might not necessarily take your job. I can take it, but the price isn't cheap. Are you willing?" "I have to do this." "Tell me the price first." After both parties agreed on the price, Tang Zhen raised his request and hoped to get the goods as soon as possible. At the same time, Tang Zhen promised the other party that if the quality was good, he would hand his work to him in the future. After paying a portion of the deposit and arranging the approximate time to collect the goods, Tang Zhen left the blacksmith shop. After busying himself for most of the day, Tang Zhen, who felt a little hungry, casually found a small shop selling malatang. After entering and choosing a portion, he sat at the table and waited. The restaurant was busy at noon. More than 10 tables in the restaurant were quickly filled with customers, most of whom were young. There were also 3 girls who looked like students at the table where Tang Zhen sat. They were chattering about the topics they were interested in. Tang Zhen's hearing had become extremely sharp, so his ears were filled with various chatting voices. Listening to the fashion topic they were discussing, Tang Zhen felt that he seemed to be a little old, but in fact, he was only in his early 20s. He sighed in his heart. Just as the malatang was ready, Tang Zhen brought the number plate over and started eating. Because he was hungry, Tang Zhen quickly finished his food and wiped his mouth before leaving. At the same time that he left, the 3 girls at the same table also paid the bill and left, following behind Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen thought about something as he walked. He took small steps and planned to cross the street, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a muffled sound, followed by a piercing break and scream. He turned around and saw an off-road vehicle suddenly starting up in the middle of the road. It drove crookedly and was charging at him crazily. "Rescue!" Looking at the SUV that had lost control and was running towards him, Tang Zhen immediately felt his scalp explode. A huge sense of danger surged in his heart, and he reflexively wanted to jump to the side to dodge. With his current reaction speed and explosive power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to dodge this SUV. At the same time, he had already noticed that behind the SUV, 2 passers-by were lying on the ground, their faces covered in blood. He didn't know if they were dead or alive. Just as he was about to dodge, the scream in his ears made him give up on dodging in a flash. In front of him were the 3 girls. At such a short distance, they couldn't avoid this out-of-control car at all. Tang Zhen had even seen the blood-red eyes of the SUV driver and the frightened expression of the girls in front of him. From the looks of it, if Tang Zhen dodged, the car would send the 3 girls flying in the next second. At such a young age, they were about to suffer a disaster and even die. However, he could save them and help them escape this danger. There seemed to be no need to consider what to do. Most importantly, Tang Zhen felt that he really had this ability. In a moment of life and death, Tang Zhen shouted and rushed in front of the 3 girls like lightning. He stepped on the ground and pushed his palms forward. The cell phone on his body flashed, and a mysterious power appeared, but Tang Zhen didn't notice at all. Bang! After a muffled sound, the scene of the girls being sent flying didn't happen. Instead, a miraculous turn of events occurred. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 shocked girls and passers-by, Tang Zhen's body leaned forward in a bow, and his palms were pressed firmly against the front of the out-of-control SUV. It actually forced this out-of-control car to stop. Only at this moment did the 3 girls realize what was happening in front of them. Looking at the off-road vehicle less than half a meter away from the 3 of them, and then at the young man in front of him who had snatched the 3 of them from the hands of death, one of the girls couldn't help but exclaim out loud, "Wow, you're so cool!" The tallest of the 3 girls, the girl in the beige trench coat, was the first to react. She screamed in excitement and looked at Tang Zhen with admiration. Upon hearing the trenchcoat girl's words, the other two girls also returned to their senses. While still in shock, they looked at him with gratitude and shock. Even the passers-by at the side recovered from their petrified state and whispered in shock and amazement, wondering how Tang Zhen forced the SUV to stop. If the off-road vehicle had braked at the critical moment, it would make sense. Unfortunately, judging from the state of the off-road vehicle driver, he probably didn't step on the brakes. But if Tang Zhen relied on his own strength to do this, it would be a little terrifying. The off-road vehicle stopped for a moment after hitting the person. Although its speed was only about 60 after starting again, the impact of the collision was 3 to 4 tons. It was strong enough to collapse a wall. It required a lot of strength to force this to stop with one's own strength. It was simply not something humans could accomplish. Logically speaking, such a thing would only appear in novels and movies, but now, it was displayed in front of them. Could this guy be Superman? Someone couldn't help but blurt out, but he received the nod of agreement from the onlookers beside him. The spectators discussed, but as the party involved, Tang Zhen's situation was a little bad. He had already lost feeling in his arms, and his body was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. The blood in his chest surged. The old injuries that had just healed also showed signs of relapse at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he slowly moved his unconscious arm away. Only then did Tang Zhen discover in shock that there were 2 deep palm prints on the car shell. Then, he turned around and lowered his head, fleeing like lightning. Seeing Tang Zhen retreat as if he was running for his life, the others were a little confused. They guessed why this brave young man would do such a thing. The 3 girls saw the palm print in the car and looked at each other in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Tang Zhen ran for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he casually called a taxi. After closing the car door, he took a taxi home. Tang Zhen, who was lying on the bed, felt extreme pain in his arms and chest, as if his bones had already broken inch by inch. A piercing pain made him break out in cold sweat. However, he also felt very glad. If it weren't for the fact that he had absorbed the bead to advance to the next level and his body had mutated, he might have been sent flying by a car today. The outcome could be said to be either death or disability. Moreover, he had also saved 3 precious lives at the same time. Even if he was injured because of this, Tang Zhen didn't regret it at all. However, he didn't know that if not for the help of his cell phone, he might be lying in the hospital now. After swallowing a piece of ivy ointment, the bitter and fragrant taste made Tang Zhen feel much better. As time passed, the pain in his body gradually decreased. The tired Tang Zhen actually slowly fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, he was surprised to discover that his normal movements were no longer affected. After checking carefully and confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, Tang Zhen was relieved. At the same time, he sighed secretly. This ivy ointment was indeed magical. His serious injuries actually recovered overnight. Putting down the worry in his heart, Tang Zhen calculated the time and suddenly realized that it was time to repay the debt every month. He took out his cell phone and flipped through it. Tang Zhen wanted to find the name of a contact. Only then did he realize that his cell phone couldn't be used. Only then did Tang Zhen suddenly remember that his cell phone had already mutated. It would be strange if he could make a call. I've been so busy recently. How could I have forgotten about this? Tang Zhen was a little annoyed. No wonder no one called and sent him a message every time he returned. It was actually because of this. Unable to make a call, Tang Zhen could only go out and buy another cell phone. Then, he dialed a number he had memorized before. Uncle Son, I'm Little E. What are you busy with? Where are you? All right, I'll go over immediately. After hanging up, Tang Zhen got into a taxi and headed to a local mall that was being renovated. After getting out of the car and sizing it up, Tang Zhen found the entrance. He avoided the renovation materials everywhere and walked to the third floor, which was under renovation. After searching for a few minutes according to the location the other party told him, he finally saw Uncle Sun covered in dust. After greeting loudly, Uncle Sun also saw Tang Zhen. He wiped the sweat on his head and walked over. "Little Tang, you're here." Uncle Sun, who was wearing tattered work clothes, smiled at Tang Zhen, but it made the wrinkles on his face even more obvious. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart. His foster father was really a piece of trash. He actually deceived Uncle Sun, this honest person, for his hard work. Uncle Sun was a good person, Tang Zhen's neighbor. When he and his sister were hungry when they were young, Uncle Sun often called them home to eat. He treated the siblings as if they were his own children. Later on, his adoptive father used sweet words to cheat Uncle Sun of the savings he had accumulated from working everywhere, causing his daughter to almost go crazy when she went to university because she couldn't gather the school fees. Every time Tang Zhen gave his salary, he would always leave a portion for Uncle Sunday. The amount of money he returned each time was not that important. What was important was that he wanted to make up for the guilt in his heart. This time, he brought all the money his adoptive father owed and planned to return it all to Uncle Sun. The mall was being renovated and was quite noisy, so it was hard to be heard if one spoke too softly. Seeing this, Uncle Sun brought Tang Zhen to the fire escape staircase outside. Only then did Tang Zhen feel that the entire world had fallen silent. He took out money from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Sun, letting him count it. Uncle Sun was stunned at first, but then he pushed the money back and insisted that there was no hurry. He naturally knew how tiring it was for Tang Zhen to work so many jobs, provide for his sister's schooling, and help his adoptive father repay his debts. If it weren't for the fact that his family was also living in poverty, Uncle Sun wouldn't have accepted the money Tang Zhen returned every month. "Uncle Sun, this money is yours in the first place. I'm just returning it for my father. Don't worry, I can earn a lot of money every month now that I'm doing business." Tang Zhen tried his best to persuade him, and only then did Uncle Sun accept the money. However, he refused to accept Tang Zhen's additional gratitude fee, which was considered as interest. Uncle Sun sighed and cursed Tang Zhen's foster father for being a jerk. He had made things hard on Tang Zhen and his sister, these two sensible children. Tang Zhen was silent. What else could he say? Daily life and purchasing here, want one? As Uncle Sun spoke, he handed over a cigarette. Tang Zhen took it and took a deep breath. Uncle Sun, who is that woman just now?" Tang Zhen had a cigarette in his mouth as he asked Uncle Sun casually. "Oh, you mean her. I heard that this is her family's business. They own several malls of the same size in other provinces and cities." Uncle Sun thought for a moment and said to Tang Zhen, "In that case, her family should be pretty rich, but this woman is indeed pretty impressive. Wherever she goes, there's a group of men following behind. I bet these men don't like that at all." Before Tang Zhen could finish gossiping, he saw Uncle Sun holding a cigarette in a daze. He looked straight behind him with an awkward expression. With a cigarette in his mouth, Tang Zhen turned around and cursed. "Damn!" It turned out that on the steps leading from the fourth floor to the third floor, nearly 20 people were just standing there. A few of them were looking at him and covering their mouths to laugh. The woman he mentioned was frowning slightly at this moment. She stood behind him with her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. When she saw Tang Zhen turn around and look at her, she rolled her eyes slightly. "A good dog doesn't block the way." Perhaps it was an illusion, but Tang Zhen seemed to have heard the woman mutter this. However, seeing that he was indeed blocking the other party's path, Tang Zhen hurriedly moved away. Then, more than 20 people walked down one after another. Many men among them smiled ambiguously at him. A young man in a suit secretly gave Tang Zhen a thumbs up. "Bro, you're so awesome." "Yeah, right." It was impossible not to feel awkward after being caught talking about others behind their backs. Tang Zhen rolled his eyes and turned to chat with Uncle Sun for a while more before slowly walking down the stairs. Before he could walk out of the stairs, he saw a fat man who looked like a contractor shouting at the workers, "The orders just came down from above. From now on, you're not allowed to smoke on the stairs. Otherwise, you'll be fined 2,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the old smokers wailed. Tang Zhen couldn't help but shrink his neck. He thought to himself that it must be that woman's revenge just now. Unfortunately, everyone was implicated. After coming out of the mall, Tang Zhen strolled along. Coincidentally, he saw an all-terrain car parked by the roadside. At that time, his heart skipped a beat and he leaned over to take a closer look. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this vehicle was very suitable to be used in the hard wilderness of an alternate world. Compared to the expensive and large off-road vehicles, this cheap and small vehicle was clearly better. After estimating the volume of the storage space and confirming that it could completely store such a car after dismantling it, Tang Zhen immediately walked into the store and called the boss out. He asked for the price and bargained. In the end, he asked to buy 2 cars and spent nearly 60,000 yuan. The boss suggested that the oil bucket be filled with gas. After starting the car, he got Tang Zhen to get out and confirm the situation of the car. Then, the boss called out to another young man and they each drove a car to Tang Zhen's house along with Tang Zhen. Just as he obtained the all-terrain car, Tang Zhen was in high spirits. After locking one of the cars in the courtyard, he drove the other car straight to the park in the suburbs. After passing through the traffic on the road and experiencing driving the car in different ways, Tang Zhen felt especially good. An SUV drove alongside him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Su Feng's annoying face. Seeing Tang Zhen driving an all-terrain car, Su Feng smiled in surprise. Then, he stuck his head out and shouted, "Kid, can you be a little more serious? Hurry up and move bricks to earn money to repay the debt for your damn father?" Su Feng had a cigarette in his mouth and held the steering wheel with one hand. "Get lost and play. I don't have time for you." Su Feng threw the cigarette butt at Tang Zhen, but it didn't hit him. Rolling his eyes, Su Feng pouted at Tang Zhen and said with a sly smile, "Why don't I introduce you to a girl? You can bring her to the park." He he he. When Tang Zhen heard that, he glanced at the front passenger seat in Su Feng's car. A beautiful woman was sitting there, focused on playing with her cell phone. Driving to the suburban park at this time with a coquettish and beautiful woman, even a fool knew what he was going to do. Tang Zhen was in no mood to care about this guy who was lusting all day. He cheered and rushed out. Tisk, morals. Seeing this, Su Feng spat. The SUV he was sitting in also started to accelerate, making Tang Zhen eat a mouthful of dust. Damn! After Tang Zhen cursed, he no longer paid attention to the distant off-road vehicle. Instead, he specially picked rough terrain to travel on, wanting to test the performance of the car. It had to be known that although the wilderness of the alternate world was hard, most of the ground was still rugged and filled with weeds. It was still uncertain if this car could adapt. Tang Zhen rode the car everywhere. He went on the hill, in the ditch, in the sand, and in the grass. He had a good time and was quite satisfied with the performance of the car. Seeing that it was 9 in the evening and the park was a distance away from the city, Tang Zhen boarded the all-terrain car and drove straight down the mountain. After returning home, he first washed up and had a simple meal before washing up and sleeping. After another 2 days, the boss of the blacksmith store called and informed Tang Zhen that the sabers were ready. Tang Zhen arrived at the blacksmith store and saw the boss of the blacksmith store drinking beer. After greeting and chatting for a while, Tang Zhen saw his goods in the corner. All the sabers were neatly tied together. Tang Zhen pulled out one of them and checked. After confirming that this saber was forged by a blacksmith using a car part that was split into 2, he was satisfied. The blade was long but not thin. Its weight was moderate and comfortable to the touch, and the edge was very sharp and tough. "Your skills are pretty good," Tang Zhen praised. After paying the remaining goods, he got the blacksmith to forge 500 more according to the same appearance. The blacksmith who received another deal was very happy. Recently, he had very few clients, and his business was even about to close. Tang Zhen's order could be said to have revived his business, and it even allowed him to showcase the skills that were passed down from his ancestors. If Tang Zhen could continue ordering, then at this time next year, he wouldn't have to worry about the house and betrothal gifts needed for his son's wedding. Tang Zhen didn't know what the blacksmith was thinking. He only carried 2 stacks of tied steel sabers in each hand and easily placed it in the taxi. When the blacksmith, who had always prided himself on being strong, saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in wonder. He thought to himself that this kid was so strong. After another half a day, Tang Zhen had already prepared all the items. Then, he began to move them. This time, he had prepared too many things. Even if his space had a cubic meter of volume, it still took him a lot of time. He hid these weapons in the pit and carefully concealed them to ensure that they wouldn't be discovered by wanderers who might pass by. When he returned next time, he would lead Qianlong to transport these steel blades back to the wanderer market. After finishing these things, Tang Zhen teleported back home. Strange. Tang Zhen flipped the notebook in his hand and scratched out the items he had already bought with his pen. This time, he wanted to buy too many things. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes if he wanted to buy them with his memories alone, so he recorded the items he was prepared to buy one by one. A good memory was inferior to a lousy pen and notebook. After glancing at the remaining few items to be bought, Tang Zhen tore off the records on the notebook and burned them to ashes. After throwing the paper dust into the toilet to wash it away, he planned to go to the market to buy more. In fact, there was no pattern to the items Tang Zhen bought. He just tried to buy some of each kind so that he could see which goods sold better when he sold them in the future. He was choosing the goods to purchase in the market. He had been busy for the entire afternoon, but his mood was still a little depressed. There was more than one reason for his depression. The most important reason was that the secret he was carrying kept his mind in a nervous state. The pressure was too great, but it couldn't be effectively relieved. When Tang Zhen walked on the street, he was especially sensitive to the gaze looking at him. There was always a hidden fear in his heart, afraid that the other party knew his secret. In fact, Tang Zhen himself knew this very well, but there was nothing he could do about it. After dinner at a small restaurant, Tang Zhen slowly walked on the street and just so happened to come across a newly opened casino. The renovation was luxurious and colorful. Handsome men and beautiful women shuttled in and out, and from time to time, happy and impudent laughter could be heard. The joy in this laughter stunned Tang Zhen. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Zhen walked in. The casino was simply worlds apart from the outside environment. Under the dazzling light, the deafening rhythm filled his ears. Only at this moment and place could people release emotions that they couldn't usually release. The music made it easy for people to blindly follow the rhythm here and show the wild side of human nature to their heart's content. After standing at the door for a while, Tang Zhen still walked in. Tang Zhen asked for a few bottles of wine and sat down at a table in the corner. As he slowly drank the wine in his cup, Tang Zhen looked at the various men and women on the dance floor, but he felt that this world was very different from his own. The travel between the two worlds, the struggle between life and death, and the experience during this period were enough to completely transform a person. Tang Zhen felt this way now. Perhaps because he was in a bad mood, Tang Zhen drank very quickly. Soon, the table was filled with wine bottles, and he was a little drunk. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he called for someone to continue serving wine. Getting drunk could relieve 1,000 worries. Perhaps he needed to get drunk. Then, he would wake up the next morning and abandon everything in the past to fight for the life he wanted. Unfortunately, things never go as planned. Tang Zhen only wanted to get drunk, but trouble came knocking on his door. At a table not far away, more than 10 men and women were gathered together, playing unscrupulously. Among them, a woman with heavy makeup accidentally saw Tang Zhen, who was drinking alone. A trace of hatred flashed in her drunk eyes. She was Tang Zhen's sister's classmate. She had once chased after a tall, rich, and handsome man, but he didn't want to talk to her. Instead, he had a special liking for Tang Zhen's sister and expressed his feelings to her time and time again. At that time, his sister was focused on studying and ignored the pursuit of this classmate. In the end, this woman found out and brought a few people to teach Tang Zhen a lesson. In the end, Tang Zhen happened to encounter this. Both parties almost fought, but in the end, it was left unsettled. Perhaps out of jealousy, she thought that Tang Zhen and his sister had ruined her chances, so this grudge was formed. Later on, the woman was in no mood to study and had a big fight with her father. Then, she ran away from home and lived with a hooligan she knew. After accidentally meeting Tang Zhen, the hatred in her heart erupted with the help of alcohol, and she especially wanted to vent. A ferocious glint flashed in her blurry eyes. When the woman looked at Tang Zhen, her flushed cheeks twitched. She turned around and muttered to the man and woman beside her. Then, these people looked in Tang Zhen's direction. Soon, 3 men and 2 women stood up and swayed towards Tang Zhen. A muscular man in a tight singlet and a bald head sat in front of Tang Zhen and stared at him. The other men and women surrounded him with a smile and stared at Tang Zhen, looking like they were watching a show. Tang Zhen raised his eyelids and glanced at the other party. He leaned back and picked up another bottle of beer to slowly drink. Seeing that Tang Zhen ignored him, the tattooed man's expression changed. He snorted and said, "I say, you're pretty good at pretending." "Heh. And who the hell are you?" Tang Zhen placed the bottle on the table and stared at the tattooed man as he asked, with a hint of disdain. His tone seemed to have stimulated the tattooed man. The other party suddenly stood up and reached out to grab Tang Zhen. With a slight flash, Tang Zhen dodged the other party. After a cold smile, he grabbed the other party's back collar. Many things that were suppressed in his heart suddenly erupted at this moment, making his expression become ferocious. Seeing this, the tattooed man's companions were about to step forward, but they were pushed far away by Tang Zhen. Then, he pulled the tattooed man outside. No matter how the tattooed man struggled and cursed, he couldn't escape from Tang Zhen's grip. Tang Zhen's arm was like iron, making the struggling tattooed man feel a trace of fear. The tattooed man's companions rushed over at the same time and tried to stop Tang Zhen, but they were also pushed to the ground by him. In just a few minutes, Tang Zhen dragged the tattooed man outside. Under the tattooed man's fearful cursing, Tang Zhen turned into a nearby alley. Following closely behind were more than 10 men and women, as well as many spectators watching the commotion. Tang Zhen threw the tattooed man away and looked at the dozen or so men and women who were cursing non-stop, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. "Damn!" A short-haired man cursed and swung the wine bottle in his hand at Tang Zhen. There were also a few people behind him who surrounded Tang Zhen at the same time. Unfortunately, before they could approach him, the man at the front grunted and was kicked back. Although Tang Zhen's injuries had yet to recover, he was still not something these hooligans could resist. After all, he could instantly erupt with all the power in his body, and the lethality of his attacks was very terrifying. As soon as they fought, the other party was released and soon fell on the ground, unable to get up. Then, Tang Zhen seemed to be venting. He punched and kicked left and right. No one could withstand his attacks. They were all knocked to the ground. In less than a minute, all the men were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. This was even after Tang Zhen had suppressed his strength. They were only in pain for a moment and would probably recover quickly. After all, if Tang Zhen had gone all out, they would definitely all be corpses at this moment. Tang Zhen sighed and looked at the figures rolling on the ground. He felt much more relaxed. Ignoring the shocked onlookers, Tang Zhen slowly walked in front of one of the women and looked at her with a teasing gaze. After the other party avoided his gaze, Tang Zhen suddenly reached out and pinched the other party's face. He said in a mocking tone, "Your name is Little Fei, right? Don't do such a thing again next time, or I won't be polite." A cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Tang Zhen's mouth was filled with the smell of alcohol as he pushed through the crowd and strode away. The next morning, Tang Zhen, who woke up from his sleep, recalled what happened last night and couldn't help but curse bitterly. Previously, he had been focused on keeping a low profile, but in the end, drinking made things worse. Now, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, since it had already happened, he would let nature take its course. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind. Once someone in the original world discovered his secret, he could only choose to make them shut up forever. Rubbing his numb head, Tang Zhen washed his face with cold water. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone. The contact was Su Feng. It couldn't be helped. This kid was on good terms with both sides of the law. Many things about him really couldn't be done without his help. At the same time that Tang Zhen made the call, Su Feng was testing the effect of the car's shock absorber with a beautiful young woman. When the phone rang, the two of them were deep in conversation. Seeing that it was Tang Zhen, Su Feng casually picked up. "Hello, what's the matter?" "I'm busy." Tang Zhen curled his lips and continued, "I fought at the entrance of that new casino last night. Help me ask around. If there's anything, try your best to settle it for me. Just let me know if you need me to pay." "Damn, so it was you. You're really fierce. You defeated 8 alone. Did you eat a basin of tiger whips?" On the other end of the phone, Su Feng's roguish voice sounded, his tone carrying a trace of surprise and ridicule. Tang Zhen sighed when he heard that. Damn, news of this spread quickly. Su Feng paused and continued. "Among those few rotten garlics, one of them is my underling. He usually acts cool with ordinary people, but when he meets a tough guy, he'll be obedient. I'll call him later and it'll be fine. However, there's a guy whose bones have been broken by you. He's the son of the deputy director of our federal city's police station. His family has some power, so I'm afraid that will be quite troubling." Monster descending from the sky. As expected, Su Feng's next words confirmed Tang Zhen's guess. Su Feng said, "I heard that guy's father is very angry now and has already started to use his connections to involve us. The city has even started an investigation. I'm afraid it won't be long before they find you." Tang Zhen's heart sank again. He still had an impression of what happened last night. Although he held back when he attacked, his strength was still very powerful. From the looks of it, the matter had blown up a little. After a moment of silence, Tang Zhen asked, "What do you think will happen if I'm found?" "It'll be bad. You probably can't get away with it and will have to pay and go to jail for a few years, so you should run away as soon as possible." Su Feng's words made Tang Zhen's heart sink. He didn't expect that his momentary loss of control would cause such a result. This immediately disrupted his original plan. However, his experience during this period of time had made him grow a lot, so he quickly stabilized his emotions. Many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. If he couldn't, he would just run away and focus everything on the development of the alternate world. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen immediately made a decision. Just as Su Feng finished speaking, Tang Zhen's reply was simple and direct. "Feng, I still want to get a few more guns. It's best if it's a rifle and a few kilograms of explosive detonators." Su Feng was stunned when he heard that. He subconsciously straightened his back, but his head hit the roof of the car heavily. Rubbing his head, Su Feng shouted into the phone, "Tang Zhen, did you freaking get kicked in the head by a wild donkey? You want a gun and a detonator? What exactly are you trying to do?" Su Feng didn't continue, but Tang Zhen knew very well what he was thinking. Tang Zhen smiled and said, "You think too highly of me. I'm just someone who's trying to survive. So far, I haven't encountered anyone worth me risking my life. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to help or not? If not, I'll see if I can get someone else to help." Su Feng sneered when he heard that. "Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Getting the things you want is a small matter to me. After all, there aren't many things in this world that I, young Master Feng, can't get. I think you plan to go all the way. I won't freaking persuade you anymore. Life and death will be up to fate. Stop asking around. These things are too sensitive. If someone with ill intentions targets you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Tang Zhen agreed with this very much. This was also the reason why he directly looked for Su Feng. They were good brothers, so it was much safer no matter what. Just as he was about to ask Su Feng when he could get it, he didn't expect the other party to already give an answer. "Wait for my call. Remember to prepare enough cash. We might have to go to the border." After hanging up, Tang Zhen was silent for a while before carrying his backpack and activating the teleportation. Just as he opened his eyes, Tang Zhen felt that the air in building world was filled with an indescribable oppressive aura. There seemed to be a faint sulfur aura floating in the air. At this moment, the light in the wilderness in front of him started to dim. An incomparably heavy dark cloud seemed to be floating in the air, like a dark lead block, as if it could fall at any time. The monster roars that could be heard from time to time in the wilderness had already disappeared. At this moment, Tang Zhen felt as if he was at the edge of hell. What exactly happened? Tang Zhen was puzzled. He looked around warily and checked the map at the same time, but he found nothing. Just as he was about to get up and head to the Wanderer town, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly stopped. Then, he quickly crawled on the ground and held his breath, his eyes filled with shock. The seemingly calm wilderness in front of him had already become distorted in his map, as if a pair of invisible hands were distorting the entire space. Then, in the distorted ripples, traces of black cracks appeared, revealing a terrifying aura. At the same time, the smell of sulfur in the air became stronger. Tang Zhen stared at the map intently. He watched as the black cracks grew larger and larger. Faintly, something seemed to be struggling to be squeezed out of the cracks. It was the outline of a building. Its appearance was strange and sinister, revealing an ominous and ferocious aura. At the same time, miserable and angry roars came from the cracks. The sound made one's scalp tingle. As the size of the building became larger and larger, Tang Zhen finally saw the appearance of the building clearly. This was a strange building with an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. It was about dozens of meters tall and was divided into 9 floors. On the outside of each floor were countless sculptures of strange creatures, looking lifelike and incomparably ferocious. Tang Zhen actually didn't know the creatures represented by these sculptures. The only thing that made Tang Zhen feel strange was that this building actually gave off a dilapidated feeling, as if it was a ruin. Could it be? A thought flashed across Tang Zhen's mind as he continued to observe calmly. As the building completely broke free from the black gap, small black gaps appeared near it, and then gradually enlarged. Figures that were either ferocious, tall, or sinister squeezed out of these gaps with an ominous black mist. Tang Zhen looked at the figures walking out of the black crack. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his expression became more and more serious. A light seemed to flash in the world, and then all the black cracks instantly disappeared. Those buildings and figures were like photos soaked in the projection liquid, appearing bit by bit in the wilderness. When Tang Zhen could see these buildings and figures that appeared out of thin air in the wilderness, he had already fallen into a stunned state. Just like when it first appeared, the building emitted a terrifying aura, as if one could steal a person's soul after just one glance of it. The figures that appeared around the building were countless corpses in broken armor, holding swords, spears, and halberds, as if they had crawled out of the purgatory battlefield. The skin exposed all over their bodies was pale green and purple. Their armor and weapons were covered in blood and smoke, and their blood-red eyes flickered with a ferocious light. As Tang Zhen observed one of the soldiers with a saber and shield, a set of words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Saber shield ghost soldier, level 2 monster. It's not afraid of pain and has extraordinary strength. The flaw is fear burning. Looking at the sword-wielding monster beside him, it was displayed as Ghost Soldier Commander, Level 3 Monster. Not afraid of pain, extremely strong, relatively fast, flaw is fear of fire. Looking at these monsters that appeared out of thin air, Tang Zhen immediately understood. So the monsters and wild buildings of this world actually appeared in such a strange way. Then, did all the other monsters appear in this way? Where did these monsters come from, and did they belong to this world? The more Tang Zhen thought about it, the more questions he had. Ning, ning. Heavy footsteps sounded, and then a huge figure nearly 3 meters tall walked out of the building. It was wearing strange black armor, most of which had already shattered. In its hand was a huge saber that was even taller than its body. The saber was wrapped in black mist. Half of the monster's helmet had already caved in. The areas without armor were filled with black arrows, most of them broken. Huge noises would be made whenever its combat boots stepped on the ground, showing the weight of its body. When Tang Zhen looked at the huge monster, he actually couldn't see any information. This result made his heart tremble. As long as it was a monster not more than 3 levels above him, its information could be displayed in front of him, but the level of this huge monster actually couldn't be displayed. This meant that this monster's level exceeded 5 levels, which meant that it was a Lord-level monster with special abilities above level 6. If such a monster appeared in the Wanderer town, it was enough to kill until rivers of blood flowed. After all, the person with the highest cultivation in the Wanderer town was only at level 4. As Tang Zhen secretly observed this Lord-level monster, the monster seemed to have sensed something. Its huge head slowly turned in the direction of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's heart trembled, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to the side. This terrifying monster actually had such sharp senses. It looked like he had to be more careful when exploring in the future. Unfortunately, the Lord-level monster didn't seem to give up on tracking down the source of the spying. Instead, it stretched out its hand and pointed, emitting strange syllables. Then, several saber-shield ghost soldiers lined up and walked in the direction of Tang Zhen. At the same time, several monsters using bows and arrows began to scatter at the place where he was hiding. Tang Zhen's heart trembled. He turned and ran without hesitation. His target was in the direction of the Wanderer town. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of teleporting away immediately, but the problem was that he would teleport back to the place he teleported from. Now that this place had already become the den of wild monsters, who knew if he would come across more monsters when he teleported back? Therefore, he could only quickly escape this place, the further the better. Only then could he obtain a greater safety guarantee. Tang Zhen's escape immediately attracted the attention of the saber-shield ghost soldier. At the same time, almost all the monsters were alarmed. Those archer monsters all bent their bows and nocked arrows. Then, a wave of black arrow rain tore through the air. This wave of arrows enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. It was impossible to dodge. Damn it! Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. Just as the rain of arrows was about to hit him, he instantly activated the teleportation. After returning home in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen picked up a big iron pot used for cooking in the countryside that he had thrown in the corner and secured it to his back. This iron pot was originally bought by him to cook for Muromzian, but now it had become the best defense tool to block arrows. In another blur, Tang Zhen appeared in Building World. However, at this moment, he was carrying an extremely funny big pot on his back, looking extremely ridiculous. As expected, the Saber Shield ghost soldiers were still at the place where he disappeared. When they saw him appear, they immediately roared and chased after him with broken sabers. How could Tang Zhen dare to hesitate? He immediately carried the pot and ran. The rain of arrows behind him attacked, causing the iron pot to ring non-stop. Some of the arrows passed through the iron pot and stabbed him, but because the arrows had been weakened by the defense and strength on his body, they didn't cause him much damage. Tang Zhen ran out of the effective range of the bow in one go, but the iron pot on his body was already useless. The Saber Shield ghost soldiers behind him were still chasing after him persistently. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the monster pursuers behind him. He threw away the tattered iron pot and revealed a smug smile. Next, it's my turn to show off. Wild building zombie monster and advanced battle. It was too aggrieved to be chased by a monster like this. If he didn't counterattack, he wouldn't feel like himself. However, even if he wanted to attack, he had to leave the other party's base camp first. Otherwise, if a bunch of them came out, Tang Zhen probably wouldn't even have time to cry. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen began to deliberately control his speed and maintain a suitable distance from the Saber Shield ghost soldiers. He didn't let them catch up to him, but he maintained enough distance to attract the monsters. Fortunately, these monsters didn't have the ability to attack from afar. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have long been attacked. However, compared to the monster's seemingly endless physical strength, Tang Zhen, who had run for a long time, seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. If he continued running like this, even if Tang Zhen wasn't killed by the Saber Shield ghost soldier, he might collapse from exhaustion. As he took a deep breath, Tang Zhen took out a pistol from his storage space at lightning speed and fired 3 consecutive shots at the Saber Shield ghost soldier closest to him. Bang! 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 These 3 shots were incomparably fast, directly causing the body of the shield blade ghost soldier to tremble non-stop. Even its breastplate shattered. However, the scene of the monster falling to the ground didn't happen. Tang Zhen's 3 shots actually only left 3 small holes on the shield blade ghost soldier's body. Holy shit, what's going on? Tang Zhen was stunned. The weapon in his hand actually didn't have the expected effect. That shield ghost soldier's body gave Tang Zhen the feeling that it was soft rubber. While Tang Zhen was in a daze, the few Saber Shield ghost soldiers also took the opportunity to close the distance between them and Tang Zhen. Their ferocious faces were just inches away. One of the Saber Shield ghost soldiers had already raised the huge saber in its hand and was prepared to hack at him in close combat. How could Tang Zhen dare to hesitate? He sprinted forward with all his might again. After running for a full minute, he pulled away from the shield ghost soldiers a little. The panting Tang Zhen took out his saber from the storage space this time. When the shield ghost soldier closest to him leaned forward, he immediately used all his strength to slash. This saber aura was strong and heavy. The huge saber made of the carved part ruthlessly cut open the shoulder of the shield ghost soldier. It didn't stop moving and actually cut off the shoulder and arm of the shield ghost soldier. In the end, as Tang Zhen expected, the Saber Shield ghost soldier that had its arm cut off didn't feel any pain at all. Its body only trembled slightly before it staggered and continued to pounce on Tang Zhen. "Oh, damn, how am I supposed to deal with this?" Tang Zhen cursed and roared before turning to escape again. The 2 experiments had proven that unless Tang Zhen could directly tear this monster apart and kill it, even if he cut it at the waist, this monster could still get up and bite the enemy to death. As expected, as the detector showed, it wasn't afraid of pain. Direct physical combat was useless. This way, Tang Zhen could only use its flaws to kill it. At this thought, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation again. When the pursuing shield ghost soldier saw Tang Zhen disappear without a trace again, it couldn't help but roar loudly. Then, it kept circling the area where he disappeared, but it refused to leave. When Tang Zhen appeared again, he was already holding a large basin of fuel. This was the fuel he had stored at home for the all-terrain car. He didn't expect it to be useful at this moment. He waved his hand at the saber shield ghost soldiers that had pounced over again since he appeared. He drenched these monsters with a whole basin of fuel. At the same time that he threw away the basin in his hand, Tang Zhen quickly lit up a ball of handpaper covered in fuel and threw it at the shield ghosts. The burning fireball drew a black smoke in the air and hit the shield ghost soldier. Hoo! With a small muffled sound, flames shot into the sky. The pursuing saber shield ghost soldiers immediately turned into human-shaped torches, emitting black smoke as they burned violently. During this period, there was even a strange sizzling sound. It was the sound of flesh and fat burning. What shocked Tang Zhen was that although the shield ghost soldiers were covered in fire, they still waved the big sabers in their hand crazily and chased Tang Zhen everywhere in the wilderness. The shock in Tang Zhen's heart was obvious. As he tried his best to dodge the saber shield ghost soldiers whose movements were getting slower and slower, he still had to take the time to observe their reaction after being burned. After dodging for a few minutes, these saber shield ghost soldiers with abnormally strong vitality finally collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of charcoal. On the nearby grass, their burned limbs were everywhere. As they ran and chased after Tang Zhen, these fragments scattered everywhere. Hoo! Tang Zhen sat on the ground and breathed hard. He was really tired from the entire process. Looking at the corpses of the saber shield ghost soldiers on the ground, a glint flashed in his eyes, but he was deep in thought. Although the process of killing these saber shield ghost soldiers was very dangerous and troublesome, it provided him with an idea. In the future, he could use more flexible methods to kill monsters. There was no need to be restricted to close combat and shooting battle patterns. For example, the fire that he used just now was a very good way to kill monsters. He took the time to look at the personal information on his cell phone. The upgrade progress had increased a lot. This method was indeed feasible. At this rate, as long as he did it again, he could advance to level 2. The power at level 1 was already so strong, so level 2 must be even more powerful. Tang Zhen's heart warmed. In an instant, the strange and terrifying wild building seemed to have become a shining pile of brains. It was as if all these monsters were waiting to be burned and plundered wantonly. However, the luring process just now was filled with danger. Tang Zhen didn't plan to take any more risks. Such a wild building appearing near Black Rock City had probably already attracted the attention of many factions. It probably wouldn't be long before a large number of wanderers and large and small factions swarmed over. There wasn't much time left for him. He had to race against time. Suppressing the fatigue in his body, Tang Zhen quickly took out the brains of the few saber shield ghost soldiers and threw them into the storage space. Then, he quickly activated the teleportation. After returning home, Tang Zhen immediately changed and ran to the nearby supermarket to buy a pile of balloons. After running home, he took out the remaining fuel. After Tang Zhen took out the container, he added rubber particles and white sugar to the fuel, making the fuel unrecognizable. After filling more than 20 balloons with fuel with a funnel, Tang Zhen made another pile of Molotov cocktails. This simple weapon with fuel and cloth stuffed in it had a high lethality and low cost. After finishing these things, Tang Zhen dismantled the all-terrain car and transported it all to Building World after traveling between the two worlds a couple of times. Right on the heels of that, Tang Zhen swung his arm and waved the pickaxe with all his might. He dug a trench more than 10 meters long, leaving only a path for the all-terrain car to pass in the middle. After throwing a pile of hay inside and pouring a bucket of fuel, Tang Zhen carefully covered it up. Tang Zhen, who had been busy for a long time, didn't rest. He squatted in the grass and started to assemble the scattered parts of the all-terrain car. Half an hour later, the roar of a motor sounded. This was perhaps the first all-terrain car in Building World. It let out its own roar, crushing the weeds, and carried Tang Zhen to the location of the new wild building. Before long, Tang Zhen had already seen the gloomy and terrifying wild building in the distance, as well as the zombie monsters wandering outside. At the same time, these monsters also discovered Tang Zhen. It was impossible not to notice. After all, the roar of this all-terrain car was too obvious. As long as one wasn't deaf, they could hear it. Tang Zhen didn't know if these zombie monsters were deaf, but they had already pounced over in exasperation. This time, he didn't see that terrifying Lord-level monster, but the sharp-eyed Tang Zhen had already discovered that there seemed to be dozens of zombie monsters wearing leather armor and masks, with light crossbows and short swords at their waists. Compared to the other zombie monsters, these leather-armored zombies seemed to be much more agile. At this moment, they were quickly gathering in the darkness of the wild building from all directions and hiding very quietly. If one didn't look carefully, they would probably ignore these zombie monsters hidden in the darkness. Tang Zhen stared for a few seconds before their information appeared in front of his eyes. Shadow Ghost Scout, agile movements, weapon with corpse poison, night battle power increased by 30%, afraid of strong light and flames. Tang Zhen frowned. Where did these monsters come from? It would be fine if they had come from the wild building, but if they had come out from the Black Gap, then things would probably be a little bad. God knew how many monsters were behind those terrifying black cracks. Once an endless stream of them started appearing, it would be a terrifying disaster for the nearby Wanderers and Black Rock City. However, the current Tang Zhen didn't have the time to care about the lives of the others, because there were already 7 or 8 Saber Shield Ghost Soldiers and 2 Level 2 Bao Ghost Soldiers chasing after him. Among these Ghost Soldiers, there was actually a Level 3 Ghost Soldier Captain. After Tang Zhen cursed at his miscalculation, he immediately turned the car around and attracted a group of zombie monsters to run towards the place where he had set up an ambush. The speed of the all-terrain car was far higher than the movement speed of these monsters, so Tang Zhen could calmly take out fuel balloons from the storage space and turn around to smash one from time to time. From time to time, monsters would be hit by balloons and stained with sticky fuel oil, but they still chased after Tang Zhen persistently. The cold arrows flying from behind from time to time made Tang Zhen not dare to be careless. If not for the steel plate on his back and the helmet on his head, he would probably have already been killed 5 or 6 times. Fortunately, these zombie monsters didn't know how to shoot tires. Otherwise, Tang Zhen's plan would have been wasted. After a chaotic chase, Tang Zhen finally arrived at the location where he had set the trap. Trap monster and quantum invisibility screen. He aimed the all-terrain car at the aisle sandwiched between the traps and suddenly accelerated. At this moment, the zombie monsters were already not far from Tang Zhen. He leaped out of the car agilely. When his feet landed, a Molotov cocktail was already in his hand. He quickly took out a lighter and lit the cloth. After the monster was about 10 meters away from the trap, Tang Zhen waved his hand and the bottle with flames smashed fiercely on the passage between the traps. Whoo! A ball of flames quickly rose, and the dancing flames burned the surrounding wild grass, causing the zombie monster's pursuit to stop slightly. However, they quickly avoided the fire area and continued to pounce on Tang Zhen. However, what they didn't know is that they had happened to enter Tang Zhen's trap area. The monster at the front stepped on the pit made by the hidden weeds and immediately fell in. Then, a second, a third. Even the ghost soldier captain that Tang Zhen was most afraid of fell in. Tang Zhen was immediately overjoyed. He was just in the middle of worrying about how to deal with this level 3 ghost soldier captain. He didn't expect that it was also a brainless thing and actually fell for his trap too. Compared to other monsters, although these zombie monsters had thick skin and flesh, they were much less intelligent. Without any hesitation, after all these monsters fell into the pit, Tang Zhen swung his arm. The Molotov cocktails were smashed into the pit one after another. Accompanied by the roars of zombie monsters, black smoke rolled in the pit, and flames rose into the sky. The fuel prepared by Tang Zhen could be considered a simplified version of the incendiary bomb. Once the oil got on one's body, it was very difficult to extinguish. It could even burn to the bones without stopping. When Tang Zhen tossed all the remaining fuel he had in the storage space, the heat wave emitted by the pit was already impossible to approach. Tang Zhen took more than 10 steps back and took out a pistol from the storage space. He looked at the pit intently and was very worried that the flames couldn't completely burn the level 3 ghost soldier. As expected, not long after, Tang Zhen saw a carbonized arm struggling out of the edge of the pit in the sea of fire. Then, he saw a black carbon-like figure jump up from the flames and land heavily on the grass in front of Tang Zhen. Looking closely, it was that ghost soldier captain. Tang Zhen's heart trembled. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and shot. However, the ghost soldier captain was not affected by the bullet at all. Its carbonized body, which only had one broken arm, quickly pounced at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen couldn't dodge. He could only brace himself and take out his saber to slash at it. Pfft. As if it had been cut into rotten wood, the saber actually completely sank into ghost soldier captain's body. At the same time, the ghost soldier captain's body also hit Tang Zhen heavily and sent him flying. Tang Zhen's heart turned cold. The collision of a level 3 monster might kill him. After falling heavily to the ground, Tang Zhen first grunted in pain, but then his face lit up. He, who originally thought that he would either die or be injured after being hit, now looked like he was fine. The last time it was hit by a level 2 monster, he needed to rely on the ivy ointment to heal. Why was the impact of a level 3 ghost soldier captain so insignificant? Could be that after this ghost soldier captain was burned by the flames, its strength had already been greatly reduced? Tang Zhen's mind raced as he quickly jumped up. Just as he was about to try to attack again, he suddenly felt heat surging in his body. An intoxicating huge power instantly surged through his entire body. He was advancing. Tang Zhen was overjoyed. There was no need to think too much to determine that this was a sign that he had advanced to level 2. The extreme power of 2 adults could now be erupted in an instant. He was excited just thinking about it. Looking at the ghost soldier captain charging at him again, Tang Zhen roared and took out another saber from the storage space. He poured all his strength into it and slashed fiercely. The saber passed, and the head flew. The charred headless corpse swayed a few times before finally falling to the ground. With a long sigh, Tang Zhen staggered to the ghost soldier captain and took out the bead inside. The brain bead was a magical thing. Even though the monster's body had been burned, it was not affected at all. It was still dazzling. After killing this wave of zombie monsters, Tang Zhen successfully advanced to level 2. At the same time, he obtained a lot of high-value brain beads. Thinking about it, a level 2 brain bead could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, and a level 3 one could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. He had been working hard for a while, and the number of gold coins he had quickly exceeded 10,000. After waiting for a while, when the flames in the pit were extinguished, Tang Zhen covered his nose and cleaned up the incomplete monster remains inside, obtaining 10 level 2 brain beads. Turning around and looking in the direction of the wild building, Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat. He was very curious about what was inside. It was said that the more powerful the guardian monster was, the higher the value of the treasures inside. From the looks of it, there were probably impressive treasures hidden inside. If he could sneak in and take a look, he might have some unexpected gains. However, when he thought of the large number of monsters outside the wild building and that terrifying Lord-level monster, Tang Zhen felt a headache. How could he go over in broad daylight? Was he supposed to fight his way there? He clearly couldn't defeat the large number of monsters. Was he supposed to fly over? Their archers weren't for show. They could fill his entire body with arrows in minutes. Should he try sneaking in? The problem was that he couldn't turn himself invisible. Actually, wait, there was probably a way to turn himself invisible. Tang Zhen thought of something and his eyes immediately lit up. Then, he eagerly opened the application store on his cell phone. He entered the word invisibility in the search bar of the application store, and more than 10 options popped up. Invisibility barrier. After activation, the user will be in the barrier and won't be discovered by anyone. It will last for an hour. The disadvantage is that once it moves, the barrier will lose its effect. The download price is 1,000 gold coins. Invisible phone. After activation, the cell phone will automatically become invisible. The download price is 500 gold coins. Invisibility projection. After activation, illuminate an item and the item will be hidden and invisible to the naked eye. The download price is 800 gold coins. Among the dozens of messages, Tang Zhen quickly found the application he wanted. Quantum invisibility screen. After activation, it can perfectly simulate the surrounding environment and achieve the goal of invisibility. It can block infrared, laser, and microwave detection. The download price is 10,000 gold coins. Seeing the introduction of the quantum invisibility screen, Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself that this was it. He reached out and clicked on the download button. The balance of the account was exhausted again. At the same time, the app had been downloaded and installed. The icon of this application looked like a stream of water. After Tang Zhen clicked to activate it, he felt the light around his body distort. He looked down at the raised arm and saw the ground under his feet. Then, he looked at his legs. They had also perfectly integrated into the surrounding environment without any abnormalities. If this invisibility ability was used in reconnaissance battles, coupled with his teleportation function, it was simply a super combination. After experimenting for a while, Tang Zhen was very satisfied. It was really worth the 10,000 gold coins he spent. With the ability to dodge the monsters outside, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't hesitate at all. He immediately hid the all-terrain vehicle and ran non-stop to the area where the wild building was. However, compared to the previously empty situation, the area near the wild building had already become lively. Along the way, Tang Zhen discovered many exploration teams formed by wanderers. They looked like they were all heading for the wild building. During this period, Tang Zhen also saw a team of 5, which included 3 men and 2 women. The armor and weapons on their bodies were very good, and even their complexion was much better than ordinary wanderers. Tang Zhen estimated that the strength of these 5 people should be above level 2. The burly man in the lead was at least level 3. This kind of perception of strength was an ability that every cultivator in Building World had. In fact, Tang Zhen had only learned recently that ordinary cultivators below level 6 could be further categorized. Most cultivators in Building World relied on killing monsters to level up. This kind of common grassroots cultivator was called a wild cultivator. Only cultivators who came from a building or were cultivated by various powerful factions and had precious cultivation techniques and good equipment could be called true cultivators. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing. With systematic training and no lack of cultivation techniques and equipment, their battle power at the same level was almost 3 times that of wild cultivators. This was the strength of those so-called true cultivators. It was also because of this that when they looked at the ragged wanderers, a trace of pride always flashed in their eyes. Logically speaking, Tang Zhen was also a wild cultivator, but for some special reasons, his battle power was not inferior to these true cultivators at all. He might even be better than them. Tang Zhen didn't know about this. He only took a few more looks with interest after hearing that the 5 of them came from Black Rock City. From the looks of it, Black Rock City was also a place that couldn't be underestimated. As Tang Zhen didn't show any special actions and was still wearing a hood cloak used to hide himself, the 5 of them didn't pay attention to him. They didn't mind Tang Zhen's frequent scrutinizing gaze as they only considered him as a curious country bumpkin. After walking and stopping, 2 hours had passed when Tang Zhen arrived near the strange, black wild building again. At this moment, the roars of monsters and the shouts of wild cultivators could be vaguely heard as large and small factions were busy evaluating the battle power of those zombie monsters. Only after confirming the battle power of these zombie monsters could they formulate the corresponding plan. At the moment, there were about 7 or 8 teams fighting the zombie monsters. They were all standing at the edge of the zombie monster's protective range, attracting a monster far away and attacking together. If they were to go deep into the range protected by these zombie monsters, they definitely wouldn't. After all, they didn't dare to take the risk. When the 5-man team from Black Rock City, who had been followed by Tang Zhen, saw this, they couldn't help but reveal mocking smiles. Then, the 5 of them took out their weapons and actually rushed directly towards the wild building protected by the zombie monsters. Tang Zhen was first stunned when he saw this. Then, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. While no one was paying attention, he quickly activated the quantum invisibility screen and sneaked over silently. Zombie-based treasure snatching. With this 5-man team from Black Rock City in front, they could attract the attention of a large number of zombie monsters. Tang Zhen naturally couldn't ask for more. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, he carefully stepped into the area protected by the zombie monsters. It was more than 20 meters away, but he actually didn't attract the attention of any monsters. Seeing his body become one with the surrounding scenery, Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel emotional secretly. This quantum invisibility screen was really awesome. But no matter how powerful this quantum invisibility screen was, Tang Zhen didn't dare to let his guard down. The route he took was also as far away from those zombie monsters as possible, even if he had to walk further. While he was sneaking around, the 5-man team from Black Rock City was fighting extremely excitingly not far away. The strongest man in the 5-man team was waving a huge broadsword that glowed with light. His movements were wide, and the aura when he attacked was very shocking. From time to time, he would even erupt with a roar, like a furious lion. Compared to the battle method of ordinary wanderers, his attacks had a pattern and rhythm that were complete in sync with his breathing technique. It was obvious that he had cultivated hard and had rich battle experience. The saber shield ghost soldier that had made Tang Zhen look miserable previously would not be able to last more than 2 rounds in this man's hands before its head or waist was cut off. The remaining 2 men and 2 women were divided into 2 teams. Each team had 1 man and 1 woman, and they also killed to their heart's content. The men in the 2 teams used red metal weapons that looked like sickle spears. They were usually placed in their backpacks with threads connecting the head and tail. They could be used separately or combined as a long weapon. At this moment, they were using the combined hook spear. In the encirclement of the zombie monsters, the 2-hook spear made whistling sounds as they shuttled around like poisonous snakes. When hit by the sickle spear, the monster's flesh would be pierced. If it pulled back, a piece of flesh would be hooked off, or it would fall to the ground. The woman beside them used 2 strange hand axes that could slash and stab. The blades glowed with a blue light, looking extremely sharp. Any zombie monster that was missed by the 2 men would be taken down by the 2 women. The 2 sharp axes flew up and down, cutting the zombie monster into pieces like cutting tofu. They were only a team of 5 people, but they had the aura of an army charging forward. Tang Zhen stopped and watched. He was shocked by their battle power and envious of their weapons. It was obvious that the weapons the 5 of them used were not ordinary. Perhaps the weapons they used were the expensive demon weapons Qianlong mentioned. However, now was not the time to investigate the value of these weapons. Tang Zhen had to take advantage of the opportunity brought by the 5 of them to infiltrate the wild building. Tang Zhen continued forward carefully again. After walking for about 10 minutes, he had already arrived at the entrance of the building. The door of the pitch-black building opened wide. It was pitch black inside, as if it was the mouth of a huge beast that was about to devour someone. The eyes of the monster relief upstairs seemed to have come alive. It stared at him sinisterly, as if it was revealing a ferocious smile. Sensing that oppressive aura, Tang Zhen felt a trace of coldness seep into his bones. After calming down, he glanced at the shadow ghost scout in the shadows who seemed to have sensed something and entered the building with even more careful steps. The whole environment was dark, cold, and oppressive. This was Tang Zhen's first feeling after entering the building. It was as if a pair of invisible huge eyes were spying on his every move without any emotions. Tang Zhen warned himself in his heart that once there was any movement, he would immediately activate the teleportation and dodge. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After slowly adapting in the darkness for a while, Tang Zhen could finally barely see the scenery in the wild building. However, it was precisely because of this that the shock in his heart was even stronger. At this moment, he was in a hall decorated with black materials. It was extremely vast, and he couldn't even see the end. Tang Zhen was secretly puzzled. From the outside, the depth of this building didn't seem this long at all. Ignoring the size of the hall, Tang Zhen noticed that on both sides of the hall, there was actually a row of black statues more than 3 meters tall. They were of different shapes, but they were all armored warriors with ferocious expressions. Looking at their appearance, Tang Zhen couldn't help but think of the Lord-level monster he had seen previously. It seemed to be very similar to the appearance of these statues. Looking at these lifelike statues and sensing the faint killing intent they emitted, Tang Zhen felt very uncomfortable. It was as if they were a group of living monsters sleeping at this moment. He carefully walked along the black building materials and tried his best not to make any sound. After Tang Zhen walked for more than 10 minutes, he saw another incomparably huge black statue. This statue could be described as indomitable. When Tang Zhen raised his head, he couldn't even see its head that had disappeared into the darkness. However, he could tell that this statue had 6 arms, and its 2 thighs were even thicker than usual. It was also wearing strange black armor. It looked extremely heavy, and the patterns were rather strange. The entire statue seemed to emit a trace of blood-red aura that slowly lingered around and floated slowly. Tang Zhen watched for a while. Just as he was about to see if there were any other strange places in the hall, his cell phone suddenly seemed to tremble. His heart trembled, and cold sweat broke out on Tang Zhen's forehead. At the same time, he cursed silently. Ever since he came to the building world, this cell phone had never made any sound, but this time, it strangely vibrated. Damn, he was currently deep inside the zombie monster's nest, all right. If this lousy cell phone had the ringtone of a crazy dance song, wouldn't he be torn into pieces by that Lord-level monster that he had yet to see? He reached out to stop the cell phone and even turned it off, but Tang Zhen sadly realized that he couldn't. However, just as he tried to stop the cell phone from vibrating, he realized that the cell phone's vibration would only appear when it was aimed in a certain direction. When it was pointed in other directions, it would become faint. Tang Zhen was surprised. After thinking about it, he slowly walked in the direction that was causing his cell phone to vibrate. After walking dozens of steps, Tang Zhen discovered a door. It seemed to be a small room inside. Tang Zhen stood at the door and took a few looks, only to discover that on a heavy table inside, there was actually a metal box nearly half a meter square. The style of this box was extremely similar to the entire building. It was similarly sinister and strange, emitting an ominous aura. But when Tang Zhen saw the box, he immediately grinned. Haha, a box that could be placed in such a wild building definitely contained good things. Was this a treasure chest that was going to make him rich? After looking around the room again and confirming that there was no danger, Tang Zhen rushed forward and put the treasure chest into his storage space. The moment the metal box was put into the storage space, Tang Zhen seemed to hear a faint angry snort in the endless void. At the same time, an extremely angry roar erupted from the depths of the hall of the wild building. Then, there was a rumbling sound of running. At the same time, a huge figure charged towards the room with killing intent. Judging from its size and aura, it was the terrifying zombie lord. Tang Zhen's heart was beating crazily. At this moment, no matter how slow his reaction was, it was impossible for him to not know what was going on. He knew that he had taken something very impressive. After all, that Lord-level monster had already pounced over crazily. He needed to get out of here right away. The enraged zombie Lord Tang Zhen almost used all his strength to try to rush out of the room crazily. Once in the hall, his chances of escaping would increase greatly. Moreover, the various items inside could be used to help him dodge and hide. Tang Zhen's plan was very good. Unfortunately, he had far underestimated the importance of this metal box to the zombie lord and the strength the zombie lord had. In the blink of an eye, the zombie lord had already rushed in front of him. His speed was far inferior to that of a lord-level monster, so before he could reach the door, he was blocked by the huge body of the zombie lord. Tang Zhen, who had nowhere to run, could only carefully retreat into the room. Under the cover of the quantum invisibility screen, he stole a glance at the zombie lord, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The zombie lord was already furious. It didn't expect that someone would actually dare to enter here. Not only did the other party sneak past the hidden guards, but the other party even stole an extremely important item. That item had a special connection with it, so it had already sensed it the moment the connection was broken. It didn't matter if it lost other things. They were all things it had accidentally collected. It didn't mind throwing those things away. However, if this particular item was lost, the consequences would be a little unbearable, even for the zombie lord. Damn it, I should have kept it with me at all times. As the zombie lord thought about it, the anger in its heart grew. Although the zombie lord couldn't see the thief in the room, it could sense a weak aura that didn't belong here stopping in the middle of the room. Without a doubt, it belonged to the thief. Damn thief, get out here! The zombie lord roared and attacked without hesitation. A palm the size of a basin smashed fiercely at the aura in its perception. It wanted to smash the thief into meat paste. Boom! The ground shattered, and rocks flew everywhere. This room was smashed beyond recognition by the huge palm, and all the decorations turned into powder. An ordinary slap actually had such a shocking power. This must be the special ability of a lord-level monster above level 6. However, after the zombie lord slapped out, it actually became even angrier. Because in its perception, that weak aura actually disappeared instantly. The other party wasn't killed by it. Instead, he had suddenly disappeared. Damn it, he actually disappeared. He actually disappeared mysteriously with the key item used for the sacrifice. This way, how could the zombie king descend? Now that the zombie lord has affected the zombie race's big plan, wouldn't it be sliced into pieces? The more the zombie lord monster thought about it, the more afraid it became. The more fear it felt, the angrier it became. It couldn't help but roar. It was all because of this damn little thief. If it caught him, it would definitely torture him alive for 100 years before turning him into a zombie slave and continue torturing him. After the zombie lord's anger subsided a little, it began to think hard. It was still able to save the situation. Although the key item that would be used for the sacrifice had been stolen by the detestable little thief, the zombie king's plan couldn't be delayed. The only way was to gather enough substitutes as soon as possible. Initially, the zombie lord-level monster planned to complete the mission in a low-profile manner, not wanting to alarm the native experts of this world. But since such a thing had happened, it could only use its trump card. When the zombie lord thought of this, its blood-red eyes suffused a cruel light. It turned around and walked to the huge statue. Then, it knelt down and kowtowed extremely devoutly. On the ground in front of the zombie lord was surprisingly a strange black altar. 8 strange sculptures stood around the altar. Looking carefully, they were actually carved from huge black bones, emitting a faint blood-colored mist. After the zombie lord finished kowtowing, it slowly raised its hand and stretched out a finger. The sharp nail on this finger was about 3 inches long. It was crystalline, like a sharp military knife. It stabbed its heart with its sharp nails. Then, black blood spewed out of its wound. The zombie lord let out a suppressed cry of pain. The black blood landed on the altar and squirmed gently, as if it was alive. Then, the zombie lord chanted something in a strange tone. A moment later, the blood suddenly disappeared. At the same time, countless black smoke shot out from the altar and flew into the eyebrows of the statues in the hall. "Wake up, my sleeping subordinates!" The zombie lord stood up and roared. The eyes of the statues actually glowed red at the same time, and then they moved one by one. They let out terrifying low roars and slowly gathered together with heavy footsteps. Then, they followed the zombie lord to the door of the wild building. Standing at the door of the wild building, it pointed in all directions and shouted, "Clean up all the surrounding areas and bring all the monsters and wanderers we encounter. Then, kill tens of thousands of creatures to create a blood pool altar to welcome the descent of the zombie king." Roar. At this moment, all the zombie monsters roared in unison, their eyes filled with the desire to kill. The zombie lord chanted again in a low voice. Its body emitted a black and red mist that spread near the wild building. After the mist on the zombie lord stopped overflowing, its tall and huge body seemed to tremble a few times. At the same time, around the building, the air seemed to have been distorted again. Then, a black gap invisible to the human eye slowly appeared. At the same time, more black shadows appeared, densely filling the empty space in front of the building. After that magical light flashed, the black crack disappeared. However, this empty space was already filled with groups of saber-shield ghost soldiers and zombie monster archers. They were led by ghost soldier captains, and their ferocious faces looked at the zombie lord. The smell of corpses was suffocating, and the killing intent was soaring. Beside these zombie soldiers, there was also a group of cavalry-riding monsters that looked like war horses. They were wearing heavy armor, like mobile fortresses covered in blood and flesh. "Let go of me, please let go of me!" A voice sounded. The zombie soldiers made way, and more than 10 shadow ghost explorers escorting several wanderers walked over. Then, they kicked them down and made them kneel side by side in front of the zombie lord. Looking at the airtight, terrifying monsters around them looking at them with bloodthirsty and terrifying eyes, these wanderers were scared out of their wits and kept begging. The zombie lord looked at its subordinates in satisfaction and opened its bloody mouth to laugh loudly, filled with madness. Then, it pulled out its horse-slaying saber and casually waved it in front of them. Immediately, several terrified wanderers' heads shot into the sky. It reached out and grabbed a human head and gently clenched its fist to crush him. After that, the zombie lord waved in the direction of Black Rock City. "Warriors, let's go!" Plop! Tang Zhen lay on the ground at home with his face covered in dust. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but a pleasantly surprised and shocked expression flashed on his face. After crawling up from the ground with difficulty, Tang Zhen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. After walking to the bed, he collapsed on it. The experience in the wild building just now could be said to be soul-stirring. If he hadn't teleported in time, he would probably have been slapped into meat paste by the zombie lord. But even so, his internal organs were still affected by the mysterious power carried by the zombie lord's palm. The blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth was the best proof. However, the angrier the zombie lord was, the more it proved that the thing Tang Zhen took was very precious. However, the obvious intelligence revealed by the zombie lord's words and actions, as well as the angry snort that sounded like an illusion when he put away the box, made him feel that these zombie monsters were not ordinary monsters. If the truth was really as he guessed, it probably wouldn't be long before a big event happened. After throwing away the wild thoughts in his mind, Tang Zhen swallowed an ivy ointment and felt that the chaotic aura had calmed down a lot. Only then did he stand up with difficulty. With a casual wave, a strange metal box appeared in front of him. Because this box almost cost him his life, and the zombie lord valued it so much, Tang Zhen couldn't wait to see what was inside. Although the best place to open the box should be in Building World, Tang Zhen could guarantee that as long as he teleported back, he would definitely be caught by the zombie lord. This was also the reason why he ran away after obtaining the box. Until now, he was still worried about how he could leave that damn room safely the next time he teleported back to Building World. Tang Zhen went around the back of the box and stretched out his hand to open the box. The box was actually opened easily by him. It was too easy. There were actually no mechanisms or hidden locks. This didn't make sense. Tang Zhen muttered and thought to himself that the safety measures were so inadequate, but the zombie lord was so nervous. Could it be that the zombie lord's private diary was hidden inside? He carefully stuck his head out to look at the box. With just a glance, Tang Zhen's body froze. At this moment, in the metal box, there was a box full of items. There was a short sword, a black robe, a few rolls of special colored paper, a glass bottle the size of an index finger, and some junk. However, none of these things attracted Tang Zhen's attention. His gaze was completely attracted by the bright crystals in the box. This is. Tang Zhen trembled as he picked up one of the crystals. After looking at it in front of his eyes, he smiled foolishly like a fool. Then, his laughter became louder and louder. In the end, he laughed until tears flowed out. Damn, they're all brain beads. They're all monster brain beads above level 3. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa. Refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and/or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now.